Okay, um, so it says you're asking if the sun is moving in a circle above a flat Earth. I'm standing under it. I'm not always looking at the edge of that circle from below. Why wouldn't that look straight sometimes? Short answer: because looking from below is not the same as looking edge on to a circle. Those are two completely different viewing positions in 3D space. 3 ways to look at a circle. Imagine a real physics hoop floating in the air. From above, top view, you see a circle. From the side, edge view, you see a straight line. From below, at an angle, you get an underneath view. So you see an arc, a curve in brackets. On a flat Earth, you're always in position number 3. You are never in position number 2. That is key. From below, still shows curvature. Okay, let's picture it. Assume the sun moves in a horizontal circle. At some height above the plane, you are standing on the plane. So, the circle is above you, you are below it, your eyes are angled upward. This means you are seeing the circle in perspective. Perspective compresses depth but does not flatten curvature. It turns circles into ellipses, not lines. An ellipse is still curved, so what you get is not a line, not flat, always an arc. When does a circle look like a line? Only in one special case does a circle look like a line. When your eyes are in the same plane as the circle, meaning the eye, the circle, and its center all lie in one flat sheet. Then you are slicing it sideways. Then it collapses to a line. On a globe, at equinox, that happens. On a flat plane with the sun above it, it never happens. You're always below the plane of motion, so you can never line up with it. Why right edge is misleading. You said we're looking at the right edge of a circle from below. That sounds right intuitively, but geometrically it's wrong. You are looking at an edge. You are looking at a tilted face. Think of a coin, hold it flat, it's a circle. Turn it sideways, it's a line. Tilt it, it's an oval. From below, the sun's path is always tilted, never sideways. So you always see an oval arc, never a straight line. The overhead sun makes this work worse for flat models. At equinox on the equator, the sun goes exactly over your head. That means at noon, your eye is directly under the path. But in a flat model, that still puts you under the circle, not in it. So even at maximum alignment, you're still below. Still tilted, still curved, yet in reality, people measure no sideways drift, no curvature, perfect straightness. That means they are seeing a true edge on a circle, which requires being in the same plane. Simple physical test you can imagine. Imagine this in real life. Hang a hula hoop from the ceiling, stand under it, walk around, crouch, look up. No matter what you do, you will always see a curvature. You will never see a perfect straight line unless you somehow float sideways into its plane. That's the geometry. Why this matters? This isn't about belief, it's about constraints. On a flat Earth with a moving sun in circles above, you are always below the motion, never in the plane, never on the edge, never aligned, so perfectly straight equinox paths could not exist, but they do.
Okay. Now I hear that, and there might be an issue with the question, because the sun isn't performing one circular path around one pole. It appears to change from one pole to another. Is it possible that within this change that it can appear to go straight? Is there a straight line that connects two circles? Now, you don't have to ask it this. I'm just thinking out loud at the moment, because somewhere in the response, there's only one circle and the sun's performing two. And if we're going to be taking sometime around the equinox, the sun is going to change from one, we call it the northern tracks, to the southern tracks. At some point, it's going to need to change tracks. is it possible that when it changes tracks, it appears to go straight? Or does actually go straight? I don't know. And also, earlier on, it said it's been measured lots and lots of times, and it gives locations on countries, on land masses. There's an awful lot of water out there. I swear, like half or 45% of the equator is taken up by water. So it'd be interesting if this is also measured out in the Pacific. But that I digress with that question. That was just something I thought about earlier. But
Yeah,
yeah, that was
interesting point. I think this AI is struggling with it. It's trying to sort of use its limited information about how to think about the sun, and simplifying it to
yeah,
I
yeah.
did I did kind of get your question written down though. Does this check out, right? So um okay, so if the sun isn't performing one circular path over one pole, it's passing from one pole to another as we have two poles of apparent rotation, or 2 points. I'll change it to 2 points, poles slash points of apparent rotation. If the path of the sun were to change from one track around one point of rotation to another point of rotation, there could be a time when it appears to move straight, kind of like a vortex, etc.
Yeah.
Did you ask it yet why this about to give it some information, tell it that the sun way it rises and sets in the winter and in the summer are different, its points? Have you told it that yet?
Say that one more
Maybe it can.
time.
So you need to tell it that the sun in the summertime rises for the United States in the northeast and sets in the northwest, and in the wintertime rises in the southeast and sets in the southwest, and see if it can
Ah,
something
yep,
together with that, because it needs some more information, I think.
yep, definitely.
That might help it with the polls, since you decided you're going to program your AI. Let's feed it some info.
Hmm.
My AI is on punishment. It's just doing straight Python right now. Like there's 4 of them going at the same time. I got it doing some shit for me. It
Right,
has
it's
to
given
run
a
a
length.
test before I can even try to prototype this, and that's what I'm trying to develop, a test.
Right, it's given me a good answer, but it's given me a long answer. I can't be asked reading it all out, so I'm gonna ask it to condense it.
Well, to simplify it for you, we don't know what the sun is doing. That's what it's going to say.
All right, so it says flat Earth explanation, equinox straight sun path. Observers see the sunrise due east, past overhead, set due west, a straight line at the equator twice per year. On flat Earth with one circular sun path, this is impossible. The sun's path always appears curved. Solution: two poles slash vortex path. Northern stars rotate around the northern celestial pole, southern stars rotate around a southern pole. The sun moves in a spiral with a spiral path connecting the two poles, not a fixed circle. When the sun is midway between the two poles at the equator, the observer sees the spiral edge on, which projects a straight east-west line. This happens only at the equator and twice per year, matching the equinoxes. Result: seasonal arcs north/south, explained by sun moving closer to one pole or the other, straight equinox path. Natural projection of the sun's vortex spiral at the midpoint plane. Curvature elsewhere explains why only equatorial observers see a straight line. In short, the sun's vortex motion between two poles naturally produces straight equatorial sun path at the equinox. That's it.
Ding, ding, ding. Now, I'm glad I asked that question. Yeah.
Well,
I
it's
don't know
becoming.
about.
It looks straight during the spiral change
Yeah.
to the observer. It looks like a straight line because it's
Yeah.
changing sides.
Okay.
It does it twice because it's going once to go to the south and then comes back and does it again to go to the north. Just a big old track.
So at the winter solstice, tightest circle around north. That circle expands daily for 6 months until the sun changes track, and then the circles decrease around the southern celestial rotation for 3 months. Then 3 months later, they begin to expand until they reach the equator. The sun changes track, and decreases it. So, and the pattern just keeps repeating, increasing and decreasing circles around poles that flip twice a year.
That's what it seems like.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. Cool.
Well, I mean, it doesn't seem any other way than that.
No, and this is where I've been for over a year. Yeah, it looks like it's this then.
Now you know who the next question is the moon. What is it doing then? Is it also following that circuit? Or are there two?
Okay, so I would suggest the moon follows the same track, but does it over different periods of time. So it's not always going to be on the same track as the sun, for example. The sun could be, say, in the north, like in the summer in the north, and the sun could be on the winter southerly tract.
I don't think they're on the same track, if we call it, let's call it that. Let's call it like a train track. I don't think
Yeah.
they're on the same track because of eclipses.
Okay, so the moon. Okay.
They can have tracks that are parallel to each other or overlapping.
Yes.
That would make sense.
Yes.
So the moon is keeping track of the months, or actually the days or the weeks, right? Yeah,
Yeah, the
the
month.
weeks of the month, which week you are in the month, and then you can figure that out. The sun is lighting and doing seasons. There's nothing to do with and time. And okay, so the moon is on its own. We'd have to follow that too. So if the moon turns like a wheel in the sky, is the sun also turning?
Sunspots would appear to show some kind of motion of the sun, whether that's yeah, I don't know.
Show it. Doesn't they show it? Or, I've never seen them. I can't get them with my filters. So,
Okay.
but don't they show the sun spinning like a top?
Yeah, they show the sun spinning like a top. So the sunspot's going across the face from one side to the other. Not like the moon rotating like a wheel in the sky. But that's okay.
Well, that's two separate systems then, for sure.
Yeah.
It's almost like the moon does its own thing for night stuff, and sun is taking care of its own thing, and they're not related at all. That's why they cross and interfere with each other.
Okay, so I've only got one question left with regards to the night sky and how it appears to do what it does. We've got 2 points of rotation where these stars in the north rotate around the north and these stars in the south rotate around the south. We've still got the stars in the middle. Those would be what we call the constellations, Virgo, Libra, those things. They're in the... Okay, so which pole the constellations of Libra, Virgo, etc. rotate around? Is that the northern pole or is that the southern pole? If it's a pole at all, because I think they do something different.
Yeah,
You
I think
stand on your...
I call that the sky. I think the sky is completely doing something else.
Yeah. It's just we track the motion of the sun throughout the year as it passes through the constellation, which are depicted through months. So the sun passes through the months in the sky: Virgo, Libra, Sagittarius, etc. When it passes from one house to another, that's different. I say houses, but from one constellation to another, and that's how we know like seasons as well. So yeah, it's those tropical stars, that this equatorial region in the sky. Is that rotating around either one pole? I don't know. I'm confused already trying to think about. What's the computer say, DJ?
Yeah, I'm trying to catch it up on.
He had to reboot it.
All right. Well, I wrote so backing it up a bit to when you were asking about the moon. So, assuming this vortex over the north and south explains the apparent straight paths on the equinox, the moon becomes my next question. Would it also be doing the same thing? It says yes. The moon would behave similarly on a flat Earth with the same two-pole vortex system. Here's how it works. Moon motion on the flat Earth vortex. All right, the moon rotates above the flat plane just like the sun. It has its own circular or spiral path tied to the two apparent poles. Because the moon is smaller and moves more slowly, its path is offset slightly from the sun's, but it's embedded in the same rotating sky system. Why the moon can appear straight at the equator. Okay, during the moon's passage across the sky, especially near the equator at times when its path crosses the midpoint between the two poles, the observer is roughly in the plane of the moon's spiral path, so the moon appears to move directly east to west, producing a straight line trajectory. This happens for observers near the equator, similar to the sun at equinox, and elsewhere at mid-latitudes. The observer is offset from the spiral path plane. The moon's arc is tilted, curved, and its height changes seasonally. This explains the varying lunar paths seen from the USA or Europe. How this explains eclipses. Solar eclipses, the sun and moon's path intersect in the same plane. Moon can cover the sun. Lunar eclipses. Moon passes through regions of reduced light, in brackets, or light-shadow transition zones along the same vortex path. Red/space partial shadow appears. Both are predictable because the sun and moon follow regular spiral trajectories, not because the Earth rotates or orbits. Summary. On a flat Earth, the two poles of rotation, the moon behaves analogously to the sun. Straight east-west paths at the equator can occur when the observer is in the midplane between the two poles. Curved arcs at higher latitudes happen naturally because of observer offset from the spiral path plane. Seasonal changes in apparent height or arc length are a result of the moon moving closer to one pole or the other, just like the sun. Okay, And then you asked about the face of the moon. I said, okay, and we see the angle of the face of the moon change. Would the sunspots also change in the same way we see the face of the moon change from north to south regions? Says yes. If we follow the flat Earth vortex system, the apparent changes in the moon's face and sunspots can be explained in a very similar way. Let's break it down carefully. The moon face tilt. Observers notice a libration effect. The moon appears to tilt slightly, showing a bit more of its north or south edge depending on where you are on Earth. On a flat Earth with two poles, the moon rotates along its spiral vortex path above the plane. Observers at different latitudes see the moon from slightly different angles relative to its spiral path. This causes the apparent tilt of the moon's face, the same as classical north-south libration. The key idea: its perspective from the observer's position, not a spinning ball. Right, sunspots. The sun is also a disk above the plane, moving along the same type of spiral. Observers at different latitudes also see it from slightly different angles. From the northern hemisphere to the top of the sun, slightly angled away, the sunspots appear to rotate downward. From the southern hemisphere, the opposite effects. The sunspots appear to rotate upward. Over the year, the sunspots move along its vortex. From near the northern pole to near the southern pole, the apparent tilt changes gradually. Key idea: changes in the apparent orientation of the sunspots are caused by the same geometry as moon libration, the combination of the observer's latitude and the sun's spiral path. Okay, so that's pretty much it. And then the last one. How do the constellations fit into this? Cover how they rotate around the two different celestial poles and how this aligns with our human observation. Was that a question that you wanted the answer to?
Yep.
Yeah. Please. Yep.
Okay. All right, perfect. Now we can tie it all together. Let's look at constellations on a flat Earth, how they rotate around the two apparent celestial poles, and why our observations match what we actually see. Constellations and the two poles. On a flat Earth, the sky is rotating. On a flat Earth, the sky is a rotating system of lights above the plane. There are two rotation centers. 1, northern celestial pole near Polaris. 2, southern celestial pole near the south celestial pole. All stars and constellations are attached to circular paths around these poles, forming layers of rotation. Northern Hemisphere observations. Stars appear to rotate counterclockwise around Polaris. Constellations never rise this far above the pole in the far north. They appear to circle Polaris at a different radii. Closer to the equator, the same constellations rise higher, move across the sky, then set in the west. Some constellations never set in northern latitudes. Circumpolar constellations like Ursa Major, because they are close to the northern pole, and the rotation keeps them above the horizon. Observation matches theory.
Isn't that the Big
Ur-
Dipper?
Ursa Major? I don't
Yeah.
know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
That's the handle points to the
circumpolar
North Pole.
constellations.
You always see that. That's what creates the swastika in the sky.
Ah, all right.
Remember,
Okay, so it's,
no, go on, man. You're probably going to answer what I'm in a minute,
Okay.
so I'll let you know first.
all right. So some constellations never set in northern latitudes. Circumpolar constellations like Ursa Major, because they are close to the northern pole, and the rotation keeps them above the horizon. Observation matches theory. Rotation is consistent night after night. Constellations appear to move in perfect circles around the northern rotation center. Southern Hemisphere observations. Stars appear to rotate clockwise around the southern pole. There is no bright pole star, but the center of rotation is visible from star trails. Circumpolar constellations exist in the south too, like Crux or Centaurus, never setting for observers in far southern latitudes. For observers near the equator, the southern stars rise in the southeast, arc across the sky, and set in the southwest. Observation matches theory. Circular motion around the southern center is clear. The difference in rotational direction clockwise in south, counterclockwise in north, is simply a perspective effect from opposite sides of the sky. Equator observations. At the equator, northern constellations rise in the northwest, set in the northwest. Southern constellations rise in the southeast, set in the southwest. Circumpolar constellations disappear. All constellations appear to arc straight across the sky, aligned east-west depending on latitude and season. This is consistent with observing the sun and moon's straight path at equinox. Everything aligns with the midplane between the two poles. Why
Got
rotation?
two gears meshing in the sky. It sounds like to me.
Yep.
I mean, that's how I imagine it.
Yep, exactly. That's what it seems like. All right. Why rotation directions differ? Northern pole counterclockwise, southern pole clockwise. This is purely perspective. Number one, you are standing beneath one rotation center or the other. 2. The opposite side appears to move the other way. 3. No spinning Earth required, just a rotating sky system above the plane. How this explains seasonal appearance. As the sun moves between the northern and southern poles, vortex path, nighttime stars slowly shift position relative to the sun. Constellations visible at night change throughout the year. Circumpolar constellations remain near their respective pole, visible all year for certain latitudes. Matches human observations worldwide. Northern observers see their familiar circumpolars, southern observers see theirs, equatorial observers see most constellations rise and set. Okay. Summary. Constellations in the flat Earth vortex model. Two poles create two distinct rotation centers. Stars rotate in circles around these poles. North counterclockwise, south clockwise. Circumpolar constellations stay near their pole. Others rise/set based on latitude. Seasonal changes occur because the sun moves along its spiral vortex between the poles, shifting the nighttime visibility of constellations. Observations from the equator show straight east-west arcs for all rising/setting constellations, matching the same geometry as the sun and moon's straight paths at equinox. That's it. Interesting.
Okay, so just on that alone, it's not a big dome over us. We don't
Okay.
see the sky like that because we see 2 points of rotation, obviously. Which, if you're standing at the equator, like Jedi says, and you're looking straight up, you should always see a straight line. Every night, you should see a straight line if you're on the equator and you look straight up and do a time lapse. It should never, ever change. That should always be that way. And you should always see in a time lapse 2 things, one on the right, one on the left, coming up towards you, going down the center, and then over your head. That's how it should look. We can get somebody to do a time lapse pointing straight east, not up in the sky. Then that would show 2 separate sky rotations, which it already kind of does when you take a picture of the southwestish or southeastish, I forget. Sounds complex to me.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like it blew up from nothingness and then floated around in a vacuum. It does not sound like that.
Okay, so I'm still trying to juggle this around in my head, so forgive me if it comes out badly. When I was speaking earlier about the sun's position relative to the background of stars, the sun passes through this constellation through the summer months and these constellations through the winter months. Does that mean that I'm still trying to figure out where to place these constellations around which pole they rotate. Are they all rotating around one pole, like say the northern one, but it appears to us to go straight when we stand on the equator?
No, they said they rotate around south, and there's some that rotate around the north, and you
Gotcha. So
see it
that's
from
the
the You see it from the equator. You see one constellation rise in the south and set in the south, or southeast and set in the southwest. Same way we see the sun. If you
yeah.
go back in his text, it should say it like that. So
If we've
somewhere in the
got
sky, things are splitting.
yeah, this is what I'm getting to. All right, so we've got a convergence and then a divergence if you've got two like gears joining together and separating. That
Correct.
means that, that there's a point in time where, let's say, you've got two stars that converge on the equator on the northern and southern tracks. Over time, one's going to be revolving around the southern track and one's going to be going around the northern track, and they're going to be separated by an awful lot of distance, right?
Yep.
They get closer together and they get further apart, and closer together and further apart over the period of a year.
Yeah.
Which
So
means that
it would
So when
only
it's
make
winter in
sense.
the north, sorry,
Yeah, no, go ahead. I have something that makes this all just fall apart.
go ahead.
So you can only see this from one point on the equator. If you were to move
yeah,
like 180 degrees, you wouldn't be able to see this according to what we're talking about.
yeah, it only joins at one point. Two circles, right? They can only join at one point. If you get them closer together, it's like putting glasses together, right?
Yes.
So just the fuck. That's kind of been back burning in my head for a while now. If you've got two circles that join, where's the join?
Well, I
And it
mean,
can't be
could you think
on.
of it like, like pushing your hand through water and it creates it like two vortexes,
Okay.
even though it's two spiral paths, like one on each side, each one has a center point of rotation and they intersect. Even though they're doing circles, there's still like an intersection and it all kind of flows.
Yeah. Oh, do you guys remember MG42? You must remember
Yeah.
him. Yeah. When we were talking about what the sky does, he was talking about that when we observe the night sky over 24 period, and what we can deduce is that the stars are kind of interlinking, they're crossing over their paths, which is kind of what you're talking about with your vortex. If the earth was a sphere, this would not happen, but the paths can kind of cross over a little bit. It's crazy. Okay, that
Yeah, I
helps.
got a picture of it right here. I'll pop this picture in the side chat.
This is a picture of the equator looking up.
Not up.
Oh, there you go. I
Yeah,
see that. That's what I see.
yeah. No, you can only observe this if you're standing between the two
Okay, so
poles.
there's proof. One star that looked like they're parallel next to each other in the center. One splitting off to the right and one splitting off to the left, and they're dividing.
Yeah.
There it is. Just like I imagined. That's looking
Now,
straight up from the equator. It has to be.
question is this what it always looks like? If you were
Has
to
to.
say, follow that circle.
Yeah, because we're inside a jar. How's that?
In fact, we are brains in
Does that
jars.
help you?
Fuck.
I'll give you the jar if that'll help you. That doesn't help
Collective
because
brains
you
in a
still
jar.
can't get that with a jar.
Yeah, right. But you understand what I'm saying, though, right? If you were to follow one of, say, the northern circle, let's say in this observation at the top, the stars to the left, let's follow that. Eventually, we can lose sight of the stars to the right. They're going to separate logically, right?
Yeah, so it's almost like we're looking through a circle of vision.
Uh-huh.
Look at the one he posted second to last. That would be the equator looking straight down they curved it for some reason, the
Yeah.
ball Earth. So that one might be made up, but it doesn't seem like it is. Anyway,
That's where the eyes of wisdom of the owl come from.
that bottom
But I
picture,
digress.
that's something's wrong there.
Where's this? I want to go there. Everyone's favourite cartoon as a child, Paradox, was the Globe Earth. Being as you asked in the sideshow. So is this from the same place that these observations are taken from? Or countries like in Ecuador and somewhere in Africa and somewhere around, I don't know. Do we see this like south of Hawaii?
Yeah, the first time I like that bottom picture, that's kind of what I got. Not as drastic with those circles, but
Yeah,
because
if
I
you're
didn't
closer
have,
to the northern
but
one, it'll appear higher in the sky, wouldn't it?
but when I first saw that, I was like, some stars are going off to the right and some are going off to the left. I better just focus on the ground. And that's what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't usually do the sky stuff, but since you guys are on it, looks like we're all thinking roughly,
Yeah.
well, there's no way because of
Okay.
just what I see that this sun is just going around the north. Because of what I see, I can see it. I can plot it. If I could just draw a big marker on my window and point exactly where this thing happens all year long, it'll show it.
Okay. With the last picture that DJ posted, could you try to imagine, superimpose the sun's analemma path throughout the year using these spirals or circles as kind of a piece of paper to draw this on? Now, if I imagine where I see the sunrise and sunset in the summer, then and the line close to the equatorial line is where the sun would be. There's quite a thick line off to the left-hand side, circling around the northern pole, I presume. So I could where the observatory is, just to the left of that. So I could kind of say that the sun's going to rise and set somewhere around there. Sorry, rise somewhere around there in the summer months, go up in the sky out of the picture, and then appear to go downwards, and I'm going to lose it for a bit. Now, when I say I'm going to lose it for a bit, when we look north in the UK, especially in Scotland, we still see the light of the sun. It's not as dark as it is in the winter, for example. So I can see the sun kind of being there throughout the year. That circle expands, crosses over to the right hand of the picture, and then it starts circling this one. And that top loop is when we see the sun. When it goes around that southern pole beyond the horizon, it's not giving our light anymore. This explains the analemma observations to me. When we're measuring, because we're only observing when the sun is in the sky, because that's what we're talking about when we're measuring an analemma of the sun, we're going to measure that top arc closest to us, because that's going to be our solar, midday, more or less. So when it continues going around that southern pole, you'll notice that those circles, we only see like a top arc of it and not as protruded as the ones on the left in the north, because that's higher in the sky because we're closer to it. So this picture helps me understand the sun's path. It's pretty good, actually.
Yep. Here's just a few more. I like these little animations.
How do we know
What
there's
you would
only
do.
2 spot we only see 2 spots in the sky rotating. That's why I think we're just we're where we think we are, we're not really. This isn't right. There's probably more of those.
Yeah, big soup, vortex soup, sky soup. Who knows
Well,
what's
we
going
can only
on?
see what we see because 'cause we're in that section and that's where we're at.
Yeah. So this would be if you're standing right at the equator, I guess. Right? This animation. And then as you move
It's
slowly
going to bug me.
as you
The
move slowly
equator.
towards the north. Yeah, well, as you move slowly towards the north, then this starts happening. And that aligns
Where
with
on the
the star
equator, though?
trails. Yeah, well, anywhere on the equator.
Anywhere on the equator. So if you
Yeah,
stand,
so is it a
okay,
ball or what?
that's fucked up. If you got two poles, then there's only one straight line between them. Then not every direction away from north is south. Conversely, not every direction away from any pole is towards another pole.
Well, that one picture showed 2 south if that north in the center is circled.
Mm. Oh, yeah.
There you go. Why is that I'm sticking with there's no curve because there is none. You can't have a no curving earth and a ball at the same time. So we're not moving. The sky is obviously moving.
Guys,
Hello.
hello.
Hi, how are you?
I just woke up. I'm doing good. What about
You
you?
just woke up. Welcome to reality, my friend.
That the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Depends on our definition of flat.
Pardon?
What part of the Earth is flat?
The water lays horizontal on the surface.
No,
When
that's more
about
to.
70% of the surface of the Earth.
I mean, water is flat.
That's right.
Can't lie about that.
And it's 70% of the surface of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So the Earth is.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it's flat. Do you need more time to wake up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. Can I get a cup of coffee or something, man? You're welcome back. Go do some stretches, brush your teeth. That type of thing. But the
Exactly.
water will still be flat when you get back.
I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay, buddy. Yeah, DJ, maybe the ground is rotating according to paradox around two different poles in two different directions. Fucking hell. I'd hate to be on the equator when that happened.
Maybe the ground is rotating and revolving at the same time around the
Wait, what?
sun.
No, you've got no evidence for that.
That's why I said maybe.
Yeah, but obviously not, because you haven't got any evidence for that. So can't be maybe. You can't simultaneously be flat and stationary whilst being a sphere in motion. It's either one or the other.
One of them we experience and measure consistently. The other one just exists in imagination and mathematical concepts. I know which one I'm choosing.
You know, when you were talking about Antonio Subaratz and his usage of shipping lanes, it came to mind at the time it's the areas ships don't go, which would be maybe more interesting. Now, obviously, we don't know where they. Well, we know where they don't go because we know where they are with the shipping tracking and stuff. Portions of the oceans that people just don't go, right? We've got no business out there. It's not the shortest point between locations and shit. So there's vast areas of the oceans that people just don't travel. I find those places probably a little bit more interesting. Right, if we're going to say that the sun does this, that, and the other from every location on the earth, really? Are we sure? Because there's lots of places where we just don't go.
I think another important thing we need to take into account is that every single one of these photos of the sky that we're looking at, time lapses, anything from any position on the Earth, is all just local to each particular observer. And that's the only view that any of us ever get of the sky, is just a personal observer-based perspective view through our personal dome of vision, or whatever you want to call it. That's all we ever see. What's actually happening up in the sky could be something completely different, and we're just observing it that way.
Yeah, I was going to say this earlier when talking to computer, because we were very much treating the sun and moon as like actual 3-dimensional objects. For example, when we were talking about eclipses and stuff, already the idea that the sun was casting upon the moon was built within the idea, right? You got no fucking idea. So yeah, it was definitely interesting, but we have to be mindful, right? We don't know. We can only perceive of these things, and most often when we describe them in some kind of 3-dimensionality, right? Even though we were talking about the moon really not acting sometimes like it is in actual 3-dimensional space, when we were talking about it appearing to follow the observer, and like you're alluding to now, this personal observation of how the sky appears to us. It's kind of magical and fucking complicated. I don't think we're ever going to get to an actual answer, because sometimes our questions are slightly flawed. We've got no idea what these things are. We kind of treat them physical when we try to say that the moon is passing in front of the sun. All right. Okay. Looks like it, I guess.
Yeah, I agree.
Paradox is getting upset. Scientists have evidences. You should debate a scientist. Yep, have loads. Scientists would only have scientific evidence, which would be in the formulation of a hypothesis. Remember the conversation earlier about science and geometry?
Yeah,
it's just
but
going to keep respawning.
They might be able to explain you better.
Explain? No, scientists don't explain. They formulate hypothesis and then demonstrate through experimentation. They would describe what's happening, the how and the why.
Paradox, you do realize that you can just go and watch seminars and things like that from the so-called scientists that you're talking about on YouTube and on all sorts of different websites. When you
Yes,
research
correct.
this topic, you need to learn about the globe's arguments. Okay, you need to, the more time and effort you put into it, the more of these seminars and things like that you'll end up watching, which is the leading experts in those fields parroting explanations to you in extreme detail. It doesn't take for one of those people to actually physically come in here, right? They're going to say the same thing as the people on, on the videos are going to say. So most of the time we're aware of the explanations. Okay, and what we've got to a point where we're looking for validation, empirical evidence to back up those explanations, and that's where you guys fall short. We have physics professors, we have satellite engineers, we have all sorts of people coming through our platforms. Over the years, we've had just about anyone from any field that you can imagine, and they suck. They suck at proving the globe. They're almost as bad as you at it.
Almost as bad as you. Now, can you imagine how bad that is? They're almost that bad, dude.
They should have been better than me, bro.
Nope.
How could
Nope. Same imagination as you. They just use words that are from ninth grade instead of fifth grade when they speak. You should be
Yeah, they just
disappointed
parrot the
that they
bullshit
didn't
a
do
bit,
better
a bit
than
better.
you, Paradox. You should be disappointed with those people. You should tell them, you should get a hold of some of those guys and say, look, you guys are as stupid as me. What's wrong with you? Say that to them.
So yeah, they're just better at parroting the bullshit as you are, right? So we waste less time correcting you for butchering your own bullshit with them. We don't have to, right? They know how to parrot the bullshit better, so we don't have to waste time correcting the parroting of the bullshit. We can get straight to the point and say, okay, now you need to validate that claim, rather than spending half the time explaining how gas can't contain gas or something like that. We don't have to do that with them. They already know that gas can't contain gas. So then we can get straight to, okay, how can gravity affect gas? Show us that.
But what do they say about the ozone layer, DJ?
What about it?
What do they say about the ozone layer?
In regards to what? What about it?
How can ozone layer escape the Earth's gravity?
Like, because
Ozone is
there's no
made of
gravity.
oxygen. Yeah, but they are the one who believes in gravity, right?
Yeah. So what's your point? What do you think should happen to the ozone layer according to your BYOG model?
If gravity is true, ozone layer shouldn't exist. Oxygen atom should be at a lower altitude.
Why would it stop? Why would it stop at lower altitude? Why wouldn't it all just be drawn to this surface of the Earth? How did it get up there in the first place? If
Yeah,
the
there's something
gravity
that
the
even
gravity's
I
stronger
believe.
at the surface of the Earth, you know how crazy the inverse square law is, right? Every time you double the distance, it quarters the strength. So it's way less gravity as you go up away from the surface of the Earth, according to you. But the gas is created under the ocean.
Yeah, but if you're
Comes up to
going
the
towards the
surface.
moon, if it's getting less by inverse square law, and then you're going towards the moon, shouldn't the moon all of a sudden start pulling you up into the sky?
Now they claim that moon is very far away from the Earth.
I didn't look that far away. I can see it.
They claim that you can fit every single planet between Earth and the moon.
Who claimed that? Who measured the
Uh,
planets to begin with?
the scientist,
How do you measure a gas ball?
I don't know, man. Like I don't know how to they measure.
You don't, because gases go in all directions. They don't form balls. You stay in here long enough, eventually you're going to be yelling at Globers too. So, welcome to Flat Earth.
Mm. A triggering triangle. Don't you think that this globe model is just an atheistic propaganda?
Of course it is. NASA put
They
it
wanna
out.
deny they wanna deny God. That's why they created the concept of universe.
Well, deny something. I don't know about a
Yeah.
guy watching you go to the bathroom. I doubt that's really happening.
Water doesn't make curve. Do you are a globalist? For sure. No doubts.
I'll be more than happy to control you if you can't control yourself.
He's kind of. Oh,
Yeah, he doesn't have to be in here.
he's just mocking at us, maybe.
Sounded like it.
You are coding with what language? Programming language. Planet and
C
True.
and C and C++.
Nice. What compiler do you use?
Visual Studio.
The average person when starts learning C or C++, when it's time, they start to learn the memory pointers. Then they give up. I saw it happening many times.
Yeah, I started by just learning APIs. There's like 10,000 of them, so it takes a little while, but anyone can do it if they apply themselves.
Cool. These people in this call are bots or real people?
No, they're real. Everyone here except for the music bot. It's just that it's a slow morning. Some people are getting ready to go to church and stuff, and Sunday, so you can sleep in.
Good day, everyone. We got any new people on here that want to talk? We just been joined by Zoe. Hello. Would you like to talk? Welcome to the server. Okay, maybe somebody will start talking here in a minute, but I posted a good video. No matter what anybody thinks about him, I know he's a controversial guy, but Eric Debate has put out 8 minutes of very factual information about how ridiculous the Velcro lockstep atmosphere is, how planes travel and stuff, but interesting video if anybody wants to share it. I mean, to me, that's, of all the ridiculous claims the globe makes, the lockstep atmosphere is the most ridiculous. Anyway, somebody else talk or don't. Go ahead. Okay, I just noticed in the chat that Rolling My Boulder has made a pretty bold claim. Flat Earth is falsified. Please mic up and tell us how you falsified Flat Earth and proved the globe Earth. I'm sure you did. Go ahead, man. You're not even on the panel.
Good morning, Dave. Yeah, I see his claim. It's ridiculous. For one, the evidence is overwhelmingly consistent with the sphere Earth. And this is what they do. They just tell you stuff. They never back it up.
Always flapping their gums and never backing it up with anything, right?
Yeah. Flat Earth is falsified, he says. Like, okay. Prove it. Give us an example at least. Good morning, YouTube listeners.
Yeah, somehow he's falsified reality, I guess. I'd love to hear how he did that. So anyway.
Hey, do you want me to play that video? We have nothing else going on.
I don't know. It's a good 8 minutes of information. It's up to you, man.
How long is it?
Just 8 minutes.
Well, we can always stop it if someone comes in.
He's just pointing out the common sense ridiculousness of the lockstep atmosphere. But if you want to play it, go ahead.
Yeah, we'll just pause it or end it if someone comes in who wants to talk. I'm interested in listening to it myself. I think I've heard it before. I like the argument in it.
He just recently released it, but yeah, go ahead if you want to. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Common sense would suggest that if the Earth is constantly spinning 1,040 miles per hour eastwards at the equator, there should be a significant difference in eastward versus westward flight durations. In reality, the supposed spin of the Earth never factors into flight times, whether traveling north, south, east, or west. Spinning globe Earth defenders claim the reason for this is that the entire atmosphere perfectly spins in sync along with the Earth, and all planes inherit and maintain the Earth's eastward spin for their entire flight durations. To quote YouTube's own Budget Bill Nye, Mr. Sci-Fi Scam Man Dan, when a plane takes off, it already has the Earth's rotational speed built into it. It's inheriting that eastward momentum from the surface, like passengers on a moving train. Now that's a very convenient claim, and simple to say, but where is any proof? The exact same results would happen over a motionless Earth. So where is any evidence to differentiate and prove that flights are actually inheriting Earth's supposed 1,040 mile per hour eastward motion for their entire flight durations versus the simpler, common sense, geocentric claim that the Earth is stationary? To save you the suspense, there is no such evidence. Just stories about throwing balls on moving trains and insisting the allegory is the answer. But if you're going to claim that Earth and the atmosphere are constantly in perfect sync, spinning eastwards 1,040 miles per hour, while giving every flight a speed boost for their entire duration, which makes it all imperceptible and impossible to differentiate from flying over a simple, motionless Earth, well, the burden of proof is entirely on you. And let me remind you of what else you must prove to uphold this frankly ridiculous claim. The globe Earth doesn't just spin one speed. Depending on what latitude you take off from, the globe spins anywhere from 0 miles per hour to 1,040 miles per hour, and everywhere in between. At the poles, 90 degrees north and south latitude, the globe is essentially spinning in place like a top, going 0 miles per hour. At 89 degrees latitude, the globe only spins a slow 18 miles per hour. At 80...
Let's just clarify that he's obviously talking about in the globe model. This is their claims. It's not like we believe this. If you're a listener here, we're just presenting the globe steel man here.
Good point, Plain Truth. He's simply pointing out what the globe asserts about what their model claims, but we're not claiming that. Correct. Go ahead.
Degrees latitude, it spins a brisk 180 miles per hour. At the tropics, it blasts past the sound barrier at 955 miles per hour. And at the equator, reaches its max speed of 1,040 miles per hour. So which speed do planes inherit? The speed of where they take off from? Or just whatever speed the globe needs for whatever latitude they're currently flying over? It must be the latter. Otherwise, all north or southbound flights wouldn't keep speed, and flights taking off from the poles wouldn't be able to inherit any Earth motion at all. So what is this mysterious mechanism that allows planes to not only inherit Earth's alleged motion, but to also auto-adjust depending on what degree of latitude the plane is currently flying over? If a flight takes off from the South Pole, where the globe spins at 0 miles per hour, how can that plane inherit the necessary motion it needs as it flies north towards the equator? Where and how does it gradually pick up the extra 1,040 miles per hour as it travels? And if the flight then continues on to the North Pole, is your contention that in this instance it disinherits the speed it gained? How does that happen? Why do some planes disinherit Earth's motion mid-flight, while others maintain it for their entire duration? Can this actually be shown on any flight instruments, or is this whole claim just a convenient story for globe apologists? Furthermore, if flights are supposedly inheriting the globe Earth's motion, the speed must change based not only on latitude, but on altitude as well. Since the entire atmosphere up to 63 miles high allegedly spins along with the globe at faster and faster speeds the higher you go, there must be some mechanism that autocorrects for this too. Over a globe, the higher your altitude, the faster you must be traveling. For example, the globe Earth spins 1,040 miles per hour at the equator at ground level, but if you're flying at 35,000 feet high, there is now a necessary added 2 miles per hour. At the altitude of satellites, extra hundreds to thousands of miles per hour must be added. And by the altitude the International Space Station supposedly exists, it's allegedly constantly spinning eastwards at 17,500 miles per hour. How did it get going that fast? How does it maintain it? Why would Earth's atmosphere spin in perfect sync with Earth up to 63 miles high, but then at 64 miles high give way to non-spinning, non-synced, non-atmosphere? It's easy enough to say the entire Earth and its atmosphere all spin in such perfect sync that no one can differentiate the results from a simple motionless Earth, but that is not science. That is a hopeful excuse at best, and willful delusion at worst. What proof beyond long-winded explanations can globe apologists offer on this point? Where is a demonstration of something actually inheriting Earth's alleged motion? Where can I measure this happening? Once again, I will save you the suspense. You cannot. The explanation that the entire atmosphere up to 63 miles high moves in perfect sync with the Earth and causes planes and other objects in the air to also move in perfect sync is simply a story without any demonstrable proof. The exact same results occur over a stationary Earth without any further explanation needed. And so is the case with everything else about the heliocentric globe model. They say the Earth only looks flat because it's so big. They say the Earth only feels motionless because you're used to the motion. They say the sun, moon, and stars all appear to be moving in the sky, but it's actually you that's moving on Earth. They say the sun looks bigger than the stars, but the stars are actually bigger than the sun. They say the sun and moon, which appear the same size in the sky, is just an optical illusion, and the sun is actually 400 times larger. They counter proof that Earth is demonstrably a level plane by brazenly changing the very definition of level, from points of equal heights across a given expanse to being points of equal distance away from a given global center point. They have an entire set of explanations, completely divorced from any practical demonstration, which we are encouraged to believe over the evidence of our own senses. This story of airplanes magically adopting the exact airspeed necessary to keep up with Earth's alleged eastward motion over every line of latitude and every degree of altitude is once again just a convenient and absolutely necessary excuse to prop up the failing heliocentric globe model. Earth is motionless. The atmosphere is not stuck to Earth like some Velcro tape, and airplanes do not inherit any speed from the Earth or atmosphere. NASA's own documents and flight training manuals make it abundantly clear that planes are flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth. All this insistence on unproven, unobservable, unmeasurable, non-demonstrable, pseudoscientific arguments from authority just goes to show how little people really think for themselves, and how willing they are to dismantle their own common sense and lived experience of the world in favor of such nonsensical lies.
I agree with his message there. Anybody else disagree? Did he say anything wrong? Let's hear it. So to maintain the globe belief, you have to believe that the atmosphere, allegedly up to like 60 some miles, is moving in perfect lockstep, velcroed to the earth, where you can't tell if your plane is flying over a certain latitude or whatever.
I thought he made really good points. I know a lot of people criticize Eric, for his persona. I think he's a vegan and shit like that. But if we just criticize his arguments, those arguments were solid. So I'm not going to go down a genetic fallacy about him as a person. I don't care about him as a person, but those arguments, they were 100% on the spot there.
Exactly. I'll be right back.
Over Fences says, I like Dubé. Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything against him personally. I think he has done a lot of good stuff for the community. It's just that he speculates a little bit too much for my taste. But give the guy credit where credit is due. This one was perfect. Paradox says Dubé is an Indian name. Is it really? Okay, I didn't know that. We can read some chat here. Paradox says, did you guys ever lose a debate? I mean, it could happen with an inexperienced flat earther, but in here it's unlikely. Yeah. And we had some people come through here with credentials and stuff. Not that that matters, but usually it matters to the Globers, PhDs and physicists and so forth, and they lose miserably. Their arguments are exactly the same as everybody's else, so there's no difference. Sometimes they don't even know more than regular people. Plain and truth, he says, why is everyone so ignorant and irrational? I don't know. It's super weird to me. Super weird. People make claims without being able to back it up, and they say it with such confidence. It's like, Mars is 150 billion trillion miles away. We know this. And it has water on it. We know this too. They say stuff like that, and they have no way to back it up. It's just super weird. There was a whole list of things Eric talked about in that video at the end that I really like. I probably need to go back and write them all down. He made some good points. You see the sun being the same size as the moon in the sky, but you will have to believe that it's 400 times bigger and 400 times farther away. So, like, everything about the globe model is believing weird things about that contradicts what we observe. Like, they say that stars are bigger than the sun, but they look smaller because they're further away. That was a good point too. And they say that the sun is not moving, it's the earth that's moving, even though we clearly observe the sun to be moving. So to be a glober, you actually have to deny all natural observation. So that's it's like a delusion almost. While we flat earthers are supposedly the weird ones for believing what our eyes actually see. We see a flat horizon, we say maybe that's because water is just flat. And you're actually going to have to believe, no, it's curving, So, of course, it triggers people's cognitus, because when you're presented with things that contradict, your belief is one thing, and then you see something else. That it's actually brain damaging you. And they've been brainwashing people for years, since they were small kids, right? To believe something is the opposite of what they actually observe themselves. So I think they're, you can probably get real mental issues. It's not healthy. The globe is an unhealthy belief system, I would say.
Or the guy who invented the globe was a genius, or he was a completely liar.
I think he was a complete idiot. Whoever it was looked at the sky, and due to perspective, it looked like the sky was bending, right, in a sphere-like shape. Like some stars further away look like they're down to the horizon, and the stars above him look like they're further up, right? So he kind of saw a sphere, even though I'm 99% sure that the stars are just on a flat field, but they look, because of how human vision works, they look like they're bent over us in a spherical thing, right? So then they just figured, oh, if the stars are in a sphere shape, the Earth must be a sphere as well. And it kind of took hold. It's just weird.
Why they put the sun like the big the big one in the picture? It seems like there is a worshipping involving the sun.
Oh, in the GIF, in GIF or whatever it's called. Why it's bigger than everything else, I don't know. It doesn't look bigger. It looks like it's way smaller than the Earth when you look at it from the ground.
Yeah.
So that's another thing. We see the sun, it has this size, it looks small, and then they say it's big. So it's, once again, you have to believe something that's opposite of what you yourself actually experience and observe.
They said they don't accept religions, just fact, but it's quite the opposite.
Yeah. Paradox just posted a picture or an animation. I mean, that's just an animation of Saturn with some rocks transiting past it, I guess. And he says, close-up view of Saturn. Why don't these rocks fall on Saturn? Saturn has gravity. I mean, yeah, cool story. That's the story. I don't know. There's so many inconsistencies in the heliocentric model. I mean, you can take any part of it apart easily.
And even the view of the Catholic Church was twisted upside down after a guy called Galilei, something like that.
Hmm.
And then everything changed. There's a French priest who is a flat earther.
A what?
Let me send here. Let me find here.
Okay. Paradox says every mass has gravity. Yeah, and if sun is so big that that they say it is, we should have been sucked into it by now. If that's it, the bigger the mass is, the more gravity it has, or whatever they say. It's just ridiculous stuff. Anyway,
You just don't understand, plain and truth. The gravity does whatever it needs to do to make the balls fly around the right way.
that's how it is. Yeah.
The gravity does everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it curves the water, even though we measure the water flat. That's amazing.
That is amazing.
Yeah, that is breathtaking. Not only does it defy our observation, it also defies measurement, empirical measurement as well.
This link that I sent is made by a priest, a French priest. French.
Yeah, I'm looking at Father Tiago Sao Jose. Something. Is it in English or is it in what language is it?
It is in Portuguese.
All right. Well, I'm gonna have to run it through AI to translate it then. Thank you for the link, though.
Hey guys, I got a suggestion for the next event title, or any time you want to use it. Velcro atmosphere, ? On globe Earth or whatever. You know what I mean. There you go.
It's a good one, yep. Another globe killer. I mean, globe prover, the Velcro atmosphere. Able to move faster than the Earth. Due to
Yeah, and the
Velcro.
most amazing part, DJ, is the higher up you go, it knows to spin faster to stay up
Yeah.
with the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Perfect.
Yeah, the whole spin question is what led me to investigate flat Earth in the first place. I didn't even think about properties of water, but the spin thing bothered me to no end. So that's why I started looking into it.
Exactly. I mean, once you come to the most profound realization, we're actually not moving. The whole time we haven't been moving, and you're not moving. Why would you think you are? You know, why?
Yeah, it's definitely not not moving is the default for sure.
You want to confuse a glober? Ask them why the Earth is moving and how the Earth is moving. They have no idea. Which Paradox? You there?
Oh, yeah, yes, I'm here.
Hey, why does the Earth spin? See? They don't know.
They will say, but the NASA has many videos.
The funniest thing is when they start talking about how they acknowledge the sun's moving, but they still say the Earth's moving, and they keep going back and forth or whatever. You know.
I can explain the evolution why it revolves around the sun, but I'm not sure why it rotates.
Yeah. They never are. You guys don't know that. It's funny stuff. Hey, Paradox, what is the universe expanding into?
Into nothingness. Nothingness. There's
What's
nothing.
nothingness? What's nothingness?
The human mind cannot comprehend nothingness.
Wow.
So once it expands into the nothingness, that nothingness becomes something.
Yes, like
Somethingness. Yeah.
if I ask you what imagine nothingness, what would you imagine?
Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah.
Yeah,
It
because
would depend. It
human.
would depend on context, really.
Yes, some people might imagine a black empty space, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, some people, yeah, I guess so.
But that's not what nothingness is.
Well, what is nothingness?
We don't know, as I told you, we don't know. We can't even comprehend what is it.
Right. Right. Like what makes up 90% of the universe? Just more nothingness, right?
Yes,
Just some made up dark
it's
dark matter, dark energy.
expanding into nothingness.
It's expanding into nothing. The flat universe is expanding into nothingness. What was there before the Big Bang? Was
Sorry, makes total sense. All I was saying. Go ahead, DJ.
Total sense.
There was a song back in the 60s or 70s, nothing from nothing leaves nothing. You got to have something if you want to rock with me or something like that. Anyway.
Yeah. Paradox, what existed before the Big Bang? Was that the nothingness?
I don't know, man. This is something that even the scientist doesn't know.
How did the Big Bang work? What happened? What was at the start of the Big Bang? What happened?
In infinite mass, there was infinite mass.
No, before that,
In
right? Before the infinite mass.
nothing. There was nothing at all.
There
And
was
then
nothing. So nothing. So
magic.
there was nothing, and then everything came from nothing.
Yes.
Exactly. Basically, you're saying nothing exploded and created everything, correct?
So, but if you believe that everything came from God, where did God came from?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know how any of that works myself. Right. So you're kind of claiming something like this meme.
Yes.
Right.
Wait, give me 5 minutes. I'll be back.
Okay.
It's only going to take him 5 minutes to figure out all the secrets of the universe. Cool.
Got to go to Google those space clouds that makes the Earth spin, huh?
But that was a good example of pointing out the ridiculousness of the storytelling levels these guys will go to explain stuff in the sky, when it could just be stuff in the sky that we may never figure out. And you have to accept that, whatever.
I got to give it to Paradox, though. He's one of the most reasonable Globers we ever had in here, and he actually seems to be able to retain information and change his mind about things. And isn't he almost acts like a flat earther at this point.
I wouldn't get too
Wouldn't
hopeful
get
about
too
that.
excited. Okay.
Yeah, definitely not.
I'll acknowledge that he does seem to at least accept our position on some stuff, but no.
Yeah, it's a strange situation with that guy.
mean, we've said it many times, guys. We're just here trying to point out obvious reality to people, and whether they accept it or not is totally in their brain. Whatever they want to do with that. But they can go outside and prove it to themselves if they want to.
Hello there.
All right, I earned a rim shot. I like it. Still out to anyone that may be listening out there on across the plane on whatever platform. This room here, we discuss reality and we don't put up with trolls and stupid stuff and all that. If you actually want to talk about your own reality and what you can prove, come in here and talk to these guys. All right.
You believe the moon creates his own light?
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Maybe. Maybe not. Because what's weird is if you look at some close-up pictures of the moon, like, okay, here's some pictures of the moon that I took. And when you look at the craters or whatever you want to call them on the moon, they seem to have shadows in them that kind of seem to align with the direction that the light should be hitting the moon. I'm not saying that that's anything definitive, but it just kind of looks that way when you look at close-up images of it. I don't know, a big mystery with the moon, isn't it?
Okay. That's
Okay, so
true.
here's some pictures of similar looking things on the Earth. And we see the same sort of thing in regards to the shadowed sections.
You have made it this
I
picture.
don't think of any of these are craters. I don't think of any of these are actually craters either. I don't think they're from asteroids hitting. I think they have other explanations.
Where did you get these pictures from?
Which pictures?
That you have sent?
The first two I filmed that myself.
What instrument did you use?
Just a camcorder, a Panasonic camcorder that's about 15 years old. Pretty cool, actually. Pretty cool little device. Crazy zoom capabilities. These are just screenshots from a video that I shot. I also don't think the moon's evenly lit as well. I think it's right, let me give you an example. Okay, so this picture here that I'm about to post. When you look at the moon from a distance, it looks like it's evenly lit. Right? But when I zoom right in on this is the top of the moon from Australia, from where I shot it. Okay, so when I zoom up on the top, slightly to the left of the moon, it's kind of dark like this. And then when I pan the camera down to the opposite side of the moon, down on the far right, it looks like this next image that's uploading now. So it's clearly it's much brighter.
Where's much brighter? Must be where
Yeah, the
sun
bottom,
is hitting.
yeah, or wherever the light source seems to be hitting the moon from more directly, it's much brighter, according to my footage, anyway. But from a distance, is it from a distance, a little bit further out, zoomed out a bit further? It kind of looks like it's evenly lit. Or maybe not quite.
Huh?
Hello.
Hello. Memo.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum.
How are you?
Doing nice.
Very nice.
People.
Good. People, what is your name?
Paradox.
What?
It's written in my profile. Paradox.
Aerolox?
Paradox.
Aerolox?
Goldilocks.
So, Memo, what made you join this VC? Memo?
I'm not speaking English. Really?
Yeah, try to. Yeah, try it. You're supposed to learn English.
Again?
This is why you're supposed to learn English, right?
Yeah, yes, right.
I assume this is why you joined this server. Am I right?
I am not speaking English.
Can
Little.
you understand English?
Just little.
Can you understand English?
Little.
Little. I see. If you scroll below, you'll find small rooms of 2 people. You should go there and talk to individuals. It would be more suitable for you. Memo.
हाँ बॉलीवुड इंडस्ट्री ने दबाई झूठ को छुपा लिया पर हम लाइट हाँ स्कूल में बोला ग्लोब घूमता है मैं बोला भाई कब देखा तूने यहाँ से टीचर ने घूमा बुक दिखाया ना सका मैं बोला फोटो तो CGI लगता टीवी पे दिखाते रॉकेट ऊपर जाता सब लोग ताली बजाए बस कॉपी करे जाता डीजे राकेश बोलता सोच थोड़ा डीप ये सब स्क्रिप्ट लिखा you're falling asleep Bollywood indoctrinate, हाँ indoctrinate DJ राकेश on master से मीडिया ने brain wash कर दिया रे flag horizon पे सच्चिया रे Bollywood indoctrinate DJ राकेश we liberate खोलो आँख देख ज़रा straight no spinning long was level play Textbook में लिखा space is real But studio lights, they reveal the deal Moon pe shadow copy paste style. DJ Rakesh laughing, bro denial. News वाले बोले trust the science, but जब पूछा proof सबका silence. हम तो करते observation live. 21 mile like flat survive. Bollywood indoctrinate, हाँ indoctrinate. DJ Rakesh on master fit. Media ने brainwash कर दिया रे. Flat horizon पे सच्ची आ रे. Bollywood indoctrinate, indoctrinate. DJ Rakesh we liberate. खोलो आँख देख जा straight. No spinning globe, bus level play. DJ Rakesh mic pe aaya truth vibration. No rotation, just revelation. Bollywood indoctrinate, par hum to awake. Sabko jagane ka ye DJ ka break. Stronger than our kind. Bubbling deep, company, techno, bubbling, curry sound effects. Dockery, black, and one DJ Rakesh. Adjust his shades and later. DJ Rakesh in the kitchen, science edition. Cooking up truth, no superstition. Look inside the pot, kya dikh raha bhai? Surface bilkul flat, no curve inside. Why? Fluid dynamics, baby, flow is real. Viscosity ka mass appeal. Pull it slow, watch it calm. Still no globe in Rakesh's palm. Curry flag hai, globe back hai. DJ Rakesh ne sab baat hai. Bubbling liquid, mirror smooth. Physics, bowling flat is truth. DJ Rakesh, DJ Rakesh. Mixing logic in masala fresh. DJ Rakesh, DJ Rakesh. Curry surface, pass the test. Professor आया, बोले स्फीयर है अर्थ. राकेश बोला सर देखो घर का मिर्थ. Big pot curry full to brim. Kaha hai curve ya bas ek whim. If gravity pulls so tight, why curry not bulge on left or right? Same density, same motion flow, yet curry flat. Science bolo. Rakesh data spoon reflection bolta. This is true perfection. No curve, no tilt, no spin detection. Only flatness, divine connection. Curry flat hai, DJ Rakesh साथ है. Globus का logic सब back है. Thermal flow or surface calm, Newton pi took no डाल pan. DJ Rakesh, chef of truth, सबके mess. DJ Rakesh, flat curry, no stress. Camera zoom on, ladle swirl. Crowd shout, flat world, flat world. Rakesh drop the beat so hot. Curry truth in every pot. Curry flat hai, earth bhi flat hai. DJ Rakesh ne bola, that's that hai.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
What's up? What's up, man?
Oh yeah, well I'm just a little bit curious.
Okay.
What do you think the Earth is flat? Is
Why?
everybody? I asked you.
Yeah, I'm just checking what you asked. You're asking why do we think it's flat? Is that what you asked?
Yeah. What do you think it's flat? Because I don't know if you use satellites, if you use the GPS, if all the math that are included in those technologies, they wouldn't make sense. They would not make sense if the Earth was just flat.
Okay, well, I mean, the math that you're talking about for GPS is just coordinate system conversion. Okay, so you're just receiving the data, right? The triangulation data essentially onto a device that uses a particular coordinate system. So what we're doing is we're actually going out in reality and testing the math to see if the math matches reality. That's the stance that I'm looking at this from. If the Earth's a globe, then the math should match reality, right? And they tell us the the rate of curvature, the size of the globe, and that should represent itself accurately in the real world.
Yeah, but when I said the GPS, because the GPS involves satellites, and for those satellites to stay in orbit, need some special mechanics. Not special mechanics. Everybody knows about that. You need Newtonian mechanics. I mean, planetary motion.
Right. Okay. So you've been told a story that there are satellites orbiting around a globe in orbit, right? I would challenge that, and I think that it would just rely on you having good faith. I mean, if I try to validate a satellite in orbit, right, in space, I'm not able to do that. You're not able to do that, right? You just trust what you're being told. I mean, even if I try to find a photograph of a satellite in space, I can go to Google and type in photograph of a satellite in space, and it just comes up with pages of cartoons of satellites in space. But when I go and actually measure the surface of the water over large distances, it's not curving; it's flat, just like we all experience. So whatever's happening with satellites, it's happening above a flat plane.
Term satellites, just coins, whatever revolves or is kept into orbit. It could be the International Space Station. It's a satellite. So are you
Okay.
going to tell me that the ISS isn't real?
No, I'm going to tell you the ISS, as you've been told, as a satellite orbiting around a globe, isn't real. Yeah.
I don't get you. What is the ISS then, according to you?
I'm not sure. I mean, I see a lot of faked footage claimed to be real footage from the ISS. I mean, we can't really validate that, can we? We just get told a story about it, and you might be able to see a little light go past in the sky at a certain time, right? But that doesn't really validate the size and distance of that little light that you can see in the sky. Sure, there's some satellite technology in the sky, but if it was orbiting around a globe, then the water would have to be curving here on the surface, which it isn't. So I like to rely on what can be
Wait, hold on.
empirically validated.
Let's go back to what you just said. What?
Yeah, if the water's not curving, on the surface of the Earth, okay, then it can't be a globe.
What about tides?
Tides?
Yep.
Yeah, what about tides? Tides isn't curvature. It's not drop over distance.
It is the attraction of the moon. I mean,
Really?
water is attracted by moon's gravity. That's why.
Okay, so what? So when the moon is above the water, it's pulling the water towards the moon. Is that what you think?
Exactly. You get it.
Okay, so how many times a day does the moon go over the top of you? One time?
I'm not sure.
One time. Oh, how many times a day do you see the moon go overhead? Like you don't see the moon go over the top of you. Right, when you see the moon, it goes over you one time. And the sun, it goes over you one time.
Yeah, but
right? How many times is it high tide per day? How many high tides do you have in one day? 2. It's the answer. You have two high tides in one day. Even the official mainstream narrative claims that the location of the moon has no correlation to the tides.
Well,
we have 2 high tides every day. Okay, the moon only goes over you one time per day. You can have high tide on the other side of the Earth when the moon's above you. Right? So obviously that's not right. And then there's some places that don't have any tides at all. Right? Like places near the Caribbean, there's some places that have zero tides, right? In the ocean, there's other places, right? We have tidal nodes. So the explanation of tides doesn't really make sense on a globe either.
Do you know that gravity exists? Right?
I know the claim that gravity exists, right? But that would mean the water would have to be curving if gravity exists.
Oh,
You kind of need a globe to have you kind of need to have the gravity to have the globe, right? So you guys need to have some magical force that holds all of the oceans to the outside of the spinning globe. Well, we don't have that issue to contend with in reality.
just a side question. How good are you at math?
Good enough for this topic.
I mean, the level.
Well, it depends on what type of math, right? The math related to this particular topic, yeah, I can do just fine.
I mean, calculus.
No. I don't need to know any calculus for this particular topic.
Oh, yes, you do.
But we have people with math degrees, in our community as well. I mean, you could talk to them sometime, but if you want to explain to me how I need to know calculus to test for the curvature that should be there in reality, how would that matter, right? If someone tells me that gravity exists and that the Earth is a certain size, and then I can calculate very easily, right, how much curvature there should be over X distance, and then I go and test for that curvature and there's zero curvature where there must be a huge amount of curvature, I don't need to know some advanced mathematics, right, to test that, right? It's like if you tell me that you're 6 foot tall and I'm like, hold on a second, I'm like, I'm going to check, right? And then I measure you and you're 5 foot tall. And then you're like, oh, but bro, do you know calculus? That doesn't make you 6 foot tall, right? I measured you. I don't need to be advanced at mathematics to test a claim of curvature.
I mean, both math and physics. Because physics, light physics. I mean, it kind of play with your mind sometimes.
What, you mean the optics, the propagation of light?
Sure.
Electromagnetic wave propagation through an atmosphere or through a medium? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I can, I know just as much, I know more than that than most people I talk to.
Yeah, you know the terms, but you don't know how to. I mean, I don't know you, but I feel like
Yeah, so don't tell me, don't guess what I know and what I don't know, right? So that would be ignorant.
no.
Surely you're not ignorant and you're just going to make baseless claims and assumptions. You know what they say when you assume, right? It makes an ass out of you and me. Baseless,
you
yeah.
give me you give me information. You say that you
Yeah,
need me
okay, what
calculate.
information? Yeah. So
You-
I said for
yeah.
this particular topic, we don't need to go into calculus. Right? So there's a claim on the table that doesn't require any calculus that the Earth is a globe. It has a radius value of 3,959 miles, right? We can use basic geometry and we can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over X amount of distance. And then we can go and test for that using different types of technology that we have available to us. This has been done, okay, and the results have come in thousands of times, and the results show that there's zero curvature present. The claim is that there is curving water over the surface of the Earth. But it's not there in reality, so that's what we're bringing to people's attention. You can try to appeal to credentials or something like that if you want to try to do that, but that's what we usually encounter from the globe earthers. Rather than actually trying to empirically validate claims, we usually get feelings and fallacies, combinations of those two things.
You know what? I hate that when people bring up their degrees. No, you just have to prove yourself to me. With your
Okay.
claims.
Okay, so according to the globe, right, we can get a known distance. Okay, so we could go to a lake, or we could go to a section of the ocean, and we could have something that's a known distance. Let's say an oil platform, for example, that's in a fixed location out in the ocean. And then we can calculate how far away it is from the Earth and how much curvature there should be between point A, right, where I'm standing, and point B, where the oil platform is. We can say, okay, based off the claim, there should be X amount of curvature over this distance. Let's say it's 10 miles. There should be approximately 66.67 feet of curvature over that distance, 20 meters. All right, so then we can perform different tests to try to see if that curvature is there. Because if the curvature was there would be byproducts of the curvature. Okay, you would have a horizon at a certain distance. Okay, so you could use 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and that's based off the radius value. And that will tell you exactly how far away the physical geometric horizon should be. And then we could calculate how much the object in the distance should be obstructed behind the physical curvature of the Earth. Okay, and then we're gonna run the tests. We're gonna repeat the tests. We're going to account for the conditions to the best of our ability, right? The variables, the controls, whatever you want to call them, and then we're going to come to a conclusion. And then we're going to repeat that test in different locations and repeat and repeat and repeat and repeat, and see what our results show us over time. And what our results show us is that there isn't any curvature, and that the Earth can't be a globe.
Your experiment is perfect on an Earth without atmosphere, without an atmosphere. We have
No. It's perfect on an Earth with atmosphere as well. Yeah. So there's no such thing as an Earth without atmosphere, right? So just having an atmosphere doesn't mean that the curvature that would have to be there is magically just gone in every single test that's done.
Because your measurement tool, I assume it would be light. So light interacts with the atmosphere, and then it can write the curvature of the Earth and make it appear as a straight line.
You guys are not having a discussion about how Earth is a flat or not, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
So
That's
weird.
see the room's called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Yep. Biggest channel in the whole server, actually. Yeah.
Wait, but like, is it like real?
Yeah,
like,
what
y'all
up,
guys having fun, or like you guys are having
yeah, we're
fun,
having
or like,
we're
is it
having a
actually
discussion, and you're kind of interrupting it. So maybe you could just pop yourself on
serious
and hold your
discussion?
questions. Yeah, serious discussion.
Okay.
Right. So yeah, we can account for the atmosphere as well. Okay, we can account for atmospheric refraction to the best of our ability. Right. So what do you know about refraction?
Well, refraction is the bending of light from a rare material.
No, the guy I was talking to. So just hold on a second. Islam.
Oh, my bad. I'm
refraction.
sorry. Please forgive me.
Yeah,
First of all, you have to understand that English is not my first language, but I'm going to do my best. So,
you sound pretty fluent in English.
Well, thank you. That's flattering.
So,
refraction is when a light beam bounces off a surface. One side of it penetrates the surface, and the other one gets reflected.
No, not really. No, that would be reflection.
No, I mean refraction is. Oh, hold on. Refraction is when a light beam enters the surface, changes angles, and then changes direction.
Right.
0 marks, bro. Yep. 0 marks. I wouldn't give any marks to that. A refraction is when a light travels into a denser medium, bending away from the normal.
Well, that's exactly what he just said.
No, he said light goes in, light bend.
Yeah, he said it hits a surface at an angle, right? And then depending on the depending on the refractive index, right, of the second medium.
Not depending on the refractive index, depending on the medium.
Yeah, which would be the
Well,
refractive index of the
medium
medium.
carries the
Medium is not a
refractive
refractive index. The
index.
refractive index is sin I upon sin R, which is the Snell's law. And
Dexter,
refractive
you don't,
Right.
index
So
is
so
one.
so
you don't
Snell's law
understand. You don't
Snell's law
understand.
doesn't apply to a single medium. Snell's law applies to a specific situation where we have two separate isotropic media of differing refractive indexes or indices or differing densities, and when the light hits the boundary layer at an angle, it will deviate depending on the change of the refractive index of the second medium. That doesn't apply to a single medium when we have an observation through the atmosphere, for example. Okay, that would be classified as atmospheric refraction, which would
How
be a
well,
deviation of an electromagnetic wave through a gradient
since we
change of
since we can
atmospheric.
agree on
Mhm.
what since we can agree on the physics, can you just tell me why does boats and ships disappear in the distance when they go farther and farther into the ocean?
Okay, most often what happens with a ship, okay, if we have nice clear conditions without waves, right, without ocean swells, and without some miraging effects, then the ship will get smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't see the ship anymore, right? Once it gets below 0.02 degrees in your field of view, it's going to breach the angular resolution limit of the human eye. And then you're not going to be able to resolve it anymore. Okay, so the ship will be gone, but you'll still be able to see the horizon. So it will look like the ship is gone. Okay, but what you can then do is you could zoom back in by increasing the angular size of the things in the distance, right? Using a telescope, binoculars, a zoom camera, right? And then you could resolve the ship again. You could see the whole ship again. Eventually it's going to fade off because the air isn't perfectly transparent over distance.
So let me ask you something. During let's say World War II, when ships were under the horizon, it was quite difficult for the enemy to detect them because the radars they're not eyes. They operate on a different, completely differently from our eyes. They use different wavelengths. So how do you explain that? A ship under the horizon?
We can see ships that are 20 kilometers away from just above the surface of the water that should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the earth. We can see them directly line of sight easily, consistently as well, pretty consistently depending on the visibility on that particular day.
Oh, you know about radar visibility?
Yeah. There's all sorts of anomalies with radar, right? With radio wave propagation. Sometimes they say that you can see things that are huge distance away because they'll tell you that you have an atmospheric duct taking place, and all of a sudden you can see things that detect things that are huge distances away. It really varies, right? It depends on the conditions. It depends on the vertical temperature gradient, right, which is going to be the primary controller of the refractive index gradient. So depending on what's happening with that, right, you could have upward refraction, you could have downward refraction, all sorts of different things could take place.
That is true. But the United States nuclear doctrine involving planes such as the F-111 Hardvark, the B-1 Lancer, those were planes that were flying so low that you couldn't detect them with radar because they're flying under the horizon. But once you detected them, it was too late. So if the Earth was flat, how you even apply such a tactic? That sounds to me like a stupid idea. For them, for the US Air Force.
Well, how did you validate what you were told, right? Do you have some sort of top-level military clearance, or is this just an article you read?
No, I verify most of the things I read with physics and math.
How? How are you going to verify that?
Well, I verified that
Okay.
because
Well, I mean, look,
I have
unfortunately, what I would do now, I would say, okay, you made a claim, right, that you can't detect a plane beyond a certain distance. How did you validate that? Right? What were the refractive conditions on that particular day? What test was done? I don't think you're going to be able to provide any of that. Like,
yes, I will.
in here, we compare empirical evidence. Okay, people can have explanations and stories and that kind of thing all day long. Okay, but what I'm able to do is actually back up everything I'm saying with real world observations, with data that goes along with it.
Your eyes are not perfect.
So, yeah, that's why we have great instrumentation. We don't have to rely on our eyes. Okay, our eyes are not perfect, but we can still see things. Okay, we can use our eyes, right? That's all we can do. We make observations. Okay, we use the information off the observation to come to a conclusion based on,
What
on all of the
about
factors.
do you even believe in gravity?
Gravity is something that okay, so if it depends what you mean by gravity. There's something like 80 theories of gravity. I believe in specific gravity. It's not something that even requires belief. Specific gravity is something that we can test anytime. But if you're talking about mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time, yeah, no, those are just
I mean,
band-aids for the globe.
let's keep it simple. I mean, the
Mm-hmm.
gravity they experience every day. When you toss a rock or toss a basketball,
That's specific gravity. That's just relative density. That's got nothing to do with the globe. It's got nothing to do with a force of gravity,
what'd you say?
right? A downward.
Relative
Yeah,
density?
so that would be relative density. Yeah, Archimedes' principle.
Whoa.
It's also called specific gravity.
So you believe that if an object, let's say an aircraft or how'd you call it? The Hindenburg. How'd you call it?
A blimp?
No, the Hindenburg. Those machines.
Yeah, it's like an airship, a blimp.
Airship, yeah. So you believe that everything works the same way?
No, I think that things will rise or sink relative to the medium, depending on their density and in relation to the density of the surrounding medium.
That is true.
And the displacement of the object in the first instance, which would be the force that would be applied.
That is true, but
on a globe, I get where you're coming from. On a globe, you would need to have like a downward pull. You would need to have, right? So you guys think that all of the oceans are sticking to the outside of a globe, right? So you would need some sort of force of gravity to pull all of everything towards the center of mass. Okay, because otherwise that wouldn't work on a globe. But on a flat, stationary, enclosed system, you don't need that same pulling force.
Closed.
You know what I mean? Like you need a globe to have gravity, and you need a gravity to have a globe. If you're talking about Newtonian gravity.
Yes, but how do you explain the fact that rockets like the Saturn V, the Falcon Heavy, the Dongfang 64, the Hwasong 17, all those rockets, very extremely heavy rockets, how they lift? How they lift off?
Yo, guys, is the Earth flat?
The rocket
Or not?
engines Yeah, it's flat. Yeah.
It's not flat, bro. It's proven that it's not flat, bro.
Yeah,
That's crazy,
don't
bro.
just. Okay, that's cool. We can get to your questions after. We're just chatting with this guy Islam at the moment, right? So wait.
Rocket engines.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So-
like you need to use energy. So basically, for anything to move, whether it be a rocket, whether it be a rock, whether it be anything, some energy exchange needs to take place. Okay, there needs to be some sort of a force applied, a push or a pull. In some energy needs to be exchanged in one way or another for the object to move. Otherwise, the object would never move. Right? If we have a rock sitting on the ground, it's never going to move. Okay, if I come along and I exchange some of my energy to lift up the rock, then I've displaced that rock, and it's going to, when I let go of it, it's going to sink, right, and reorganize itself due to its density and the density of the surrounding medium, which is air, which is a very light medium, and it's going to sink back down and find its order, essentially.
Well,
if it's a helium balloon, then I pick it up, right? If I get a helium balloon, it's going to go up, unlike the rock.
Well, I'm really trying to understand where you're coming from, but do you even believe that we landed on the moon?
No, man. Look, even if I thought the Earth was a globe, I would call bullshit on the Apollo missions for sure.
Bro, explain why you think the Earth is flat, bro. Because there's literally proven that it's not flat, bro.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like the footage that they give us from the Apollo missions, right? We can't validate it in the first place. We can invalidate it by testing the surface of the Earth. But when I'm handed footage like this from NASA, right? Like this that I just put in the side chat. Second. Whoops, sorry. I'm posting the wrong thing. 1 second, man.
Wait, I can.
Right, I personally can't take this footage seriously. Okay, like this is. How come? Can you see what I just posted in the side chat?
DJ, I can confidently say that you were not born a flat earther. So
Yo, what the fuck is this, bro?
Well, everyone's born a flat earther, but then early in life they're told that they live on a globe. Right? So it's everybody's objective experience that they experience, like their reality is a flat stationary plane.
Wait, hold on. Who the fuck thinks the Earth is flat? Like what?
Dude.
How are you born? No,
Hold on
listen. The
a
first
second.
thing you obviously see that a globe.
Hold on, that guy's gonna go on. Gonna pop that guy.
Well,
on mute.
what was the turning point for you to become?
Someone I respected a lot started talking about flat Earth. I thought they'd lost their mind, but they recommended some videos, and I thought I'd check them out because I had a lot of respect for the person. And I watched the videos, and I thought, wow, that's interesting. I hadn't thought about any of this before. There's some amazing points that are being made in the video. So I'm going to go out and I'm going to try to debunk this nonsense, right? I thought that I could easily debunk this. So I went and started researching it and looking for empirical evidence of Earth curvature and that kind of thing. And the more I looked into it, the more the flat earthers' arguments started making sense, right? And the less I realized I knew about the globe being proven, and that it was more just a belief system and a story rather than something that had been proven to me empirically. I realized it was just something that I'd grown up believing. Most people, grow up believing in the globe. And eventually I started seeing long distance observations, okay, quite a lot of them. And I was seeing things that should be hidden by huge amounts of Earth curvature consistently. So I went out and started doing my own tests. And I confirmed over a whole bunch of tests that I did myself that, wow, no curvature can be detected. And the more I look into it, the more sense the arguments make. And I still can't find any empirical evidence for the globe, right? What I find is stuff that requires faith, right? Stuff that requires trust and faith. Yeah. That's where I'm at, man. Looking for the curvature.
Well, for someone in my position, I mean, hearing that the Earth is flat raises a lot of questions. Like, where's the edge? Because it can go for infinity. Where's the edge?
Yeah. So look, this is probably the first thing I should have mentioned to you. Most people have a misconception of what flat Earth means and what flat earthers are claiming that flat Earth is. And because of the media and the propaganda, when they think about flat Earth, they think about a flat disk, right? They think about this big space vacuum that we've been brought up believing, and then that there's all of these planets and stars orbiting around in the space vacuum, and that we're on one of those planets. It's called the globe. Then they hear about flat Earth, and they try to turn that into a flat planet. And they're like, what about the edge and what about gravity and all of these things? That's not what we're claiming. We're not claiming that the Earth is a flat disk or a flat planet in the heliocentric model of outer space. Okay, this would be a completely different system, a different way of thinking about the reality that we live in. Okay, so when we say flat Earth, we're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Okay, I have no idea what the shape or the size of the Earth is. Now, in the context of flat Earth, flat isn't a shape, as you know, right? Flat is the description of a surface. Now, in this context, the surface of the globe is told to be covered in water, 72% water. Most of the globe is covered in water, basically. Okay, and that water should be curving at a specific rate due to the radius, due to the gravity, right? And when we go out and test that, there's no curvature. So just like we all experience when we go to the ocean, we see a horizontal horizon. When we go to a lake and there's no wind, we see a perfect mirror reflection over the entire lake. Okay, but they tell us that, yes, you experience the Earth as flat, but that's because you're so small and the Earth's so big, and really it's curving. And we're just checking. We're just like, okay, how much curvature should there be over this 10-mile lake? 66 feet. Okay, well, what would be the repercussions of that curvature? It would be, okay, a horizon should be at a certain distance, depending on your height, and then things should be obstructed behind the horizon physically. And that's what we're testing for. We can't find any curvature, and that's what flat Earth means.
Okay. So,
yeah.
I get it.
Testing the globe.
Yeah. Go ahead.
And then we've got the tests. We've got comprehensive empirical evidence that we can go over. We could show you teams of engineers that have gone out with extremely expensive equipment and done long distance laser tests over huge distances, right? Trying to hit the target, trying to find the curvature. We've had PhDs in optics like Dr. John D going out doing different spectrum laser tests. All sorts of different tests have been done. Okay, tests that have been done by professionals, tests that have also been done by amateurs. And every single time the results come back as zero curvature.
Zero curvature.
Yeah. For example, a team of field engineers called Field Engineers Corps. Okay, they got a laser, a $30,000 laser, and they went to a big lake in Europe, and they conducted 5 different tests, and the furthest test that they did was over 40 kilometers distance across the surface of a semi-frozen lake. And what they did was they set up this big laser on one side of the lake at 1.5 meters height above the surface of the water. And then they had a target on the other side of the lake 40 kilometers away. Okay, so they made the laser horizontal and they shot it across the surface to test for the curvature. Now, over that distance, there should be over 100 meters of curvature. Okay, so if the laser's set up horizontal and you're standing at the target location, okay, you should see that laser beam about 90 meters up in the air if the Earth's a globe. Okay, but the laser's hitting the target every single test. Bam, hitting the target. 1.5 meters height, shooting across the surface of the water and hitting the target at 1.5 meters height. Okay, they're accounting for refraction. They got weather stations set up. They're doing everything. They're documenting everything. They've got an hour-long documentary where they go over all of the tests in detail. They got a 180-page PDF document where they go over all of the specifications of the equipment, the weather station results, everything. So these types of tests are being done, and we're not able to find any curvature. So I think it's just something that requires attention, and we're showing people the information. We're like, hey, check this out. Right? Try to debunk it. You can repeat it yourself if you want to do it. And use your critical thinking skills. Come to your own conclusions. We're not trying to convince people. We're just showing people information that they probably didn't know existed and they probably haven't thought about.
Let's just imagine for a second that everything you've told me is true. So the Earth is flat. So what is the benefit for you and your community?
Benefit? Well, I think it's good to question what we get told, right? It's good to make sure that if we're being told something is fact, especially if it's where we live, right, that we're being given correct information. So I think truth matters. I think questioning the mainstream, right, making sure that we're being fed the correct information is healthy. It's something that should be encouraged. Whereas most people, unfortunately, they will just believe anything that they get told. Growing up through the education system, they reward people for basically memorizing and regurgitating information. So they give you the textbooks, and if you do a good job at memorizing the textbooks and then regurgitating that information in your exams, then you're going to get a good grade and you're going to be classified as smart because you've remembered what the textbooks told you to remember. Questioning the core fundamentals, questioning the core variables in the mathematics is frowned upon. And I don't think that that's a good thing for humanity. I think it's important to know where we live. I think it's important to have critical thinking skills and to test things. I mean, isn't that the essence of science, is to question science? Right? Whereas a lot of the mainstream scientists are telling us that, the science is settled. Right? Saying the science is settled is, in my opinion, extremely unscientific. Right? That almost sounds like a religion in a way, similar to a religion.
Well,
so yeah, we're just going out and testing for the curve. It's not there, and we can't find anyone that's showing us that there's actually curvature. I mean, we have physics professors, we have math professors, we have satellite engineers coming through here often, and they're not able to provide empirical evidence. They're just better at regurgitating the explanations.
What about independent researchers that fly helium balloons right at the limit of our atmosphere, and we can clearly see the curvature?
Yeah, if you take a deep dive into those videos, what you're going to find is that they're using lenses, right? And most often they're using wide-angle lenses because they want to get a wide-angle shot. And wide-angle lenses have lens distortion. They have barrel distortion. And if you scrub through that footage, you're going to find the horizon's going to be warping all over the place. Okay, you're going to see that when the horizon is above the center of the frame, it's going to be convex, right? Like curvature. When it drops below the center of the frame, it's going to start looking like it's curving the wrong direction. And most people just don't, they don't look at it properly, I guess. Even people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, okay, he hates flat earthers. He's an astrophysicist, one of the most famous astrophysics educators, or whatever you want to call him, in the world. Okay, he came out and he said you don't see the curvature of the Earth from the height of a weather balloon. Okay, they can only go up to about 120,000 feet. He says from that height, you're not high enough to see any curvature. Even double that height, he says that you're not high enough to see any curvature. So when you see things like the space jump, the Red Bull space jump, it's disingenuous marketing using GoPro lenses to try to make it look like they're jumping out of space and dramatic effects of this globe Earth, right? It's misinformation. It's just a fisheye lens that they used.
Oh, I've seen videos from the X-15 and the blackbirds.
Mhm.
I can clearly tell that the Earth is curving.
Right. Well, have a look at the lens that they're using. Right. Have a look at the distortion of the horizon as it shifts around, above, below, and center frame, and you're going to find that that's not curvature. That's just lens distortion. Right. Look up what lens they used. Right. Look into how barrel distortion and pincushion distortion works. And then have a look at the inconsistency as the camera moves around in that footage, right? You're going to see the horizon warping around. Now, sometimes people cherry pick the footage when they release it in the media, and they'll cut out the footage of when the horizon drops below the center of the frame, and they'll only edit the footage in where the horizon's above the center of the frame. So it looks like it's always curving during the footage. But you need to be aware that when that happens, the horizon's always above the center of the frame. So even so Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? He makes videos like against flat Earth, right? Saying, "Oh, flat Earth's stupid," blah blah blah. Okay, even he says that you don't see curvature from that height. Not only from that height, but even double that height, 300,000 feet. Richard Branson, Virgin Galactic flight. Okay, we got told that went up to 300,000 feet. That's more than double the height that you can get a weather balloon up. Okay, and he said that it's disingenuous, right? They're using wide-angle lenses, and he said, I did the calculations, and you would not see the curvature of the Earth from that height.
First off, I don't trust Neil
Uh-huh.
deGrasse Tyson because
Yeah, you don't have to. Yeah.
He says some stupid things. Like the time he said that you can detonate a hydrogen bomb without any radiation. So hydrogen bombs are clean. I thought, is this guy serious?
Oh, I think he's a joke as well.
Yeah, he's.
But yeah, no other scientists are calling him out, right? No one else is no one from the globe side's calling him out, really, from academia. Okay, there's a lot of people that are saying that too. I mean, we got Paul Larson, the planetarium director, and just the math itself, right? Anyone can go and do the math, and you can work out how much of a degree of change would there be in the field of view from that height. And what percentage of the Earth would you see from that height? You'll find that it's not really very high above, on a grand scale. Going up 120,000 feet is it's just up in the sky a little tiny bit, like on a grand scale. Like if you had a beach ball, it would be like being like 2 millimeters above the surface of the beach ball, and you would only see about 0.2% of the surface of the Earth or something like that. So it's not mathematically high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. But yeah, be my guest. I mean, if you can try to find some footage, rectilinear lens would have to be used. Even rectilinear lenses, which minimize lens distortion, still have some barrel distortion. So, I mean, look, Yaga Bruno just put some non-fisheye lens footage in the side chat. That's 121,000 feet. That's the maximum height of a weather balloon. There's tons of these, right? This isn't flat Earth proof either. This is just what it looks like from that height when you don't use a fisheye lens.
Why the sun looks like round?
It looks round to me. I don't know. The sun looks like any light in the distance, any light source in the distance looks like a round light. Okay, I don't know exactly why.
But why the Earth?
Oh, this is a different guy. I was wondering why this guy was changing subject. Now you moved on to problem. Did Islam concede that when you go up in the Earth, you don't above the Earth, you don't see curvature? Did he concede that?
What do you think, Islam? What's your thoughts?
All the proofs point to the fact that the Earth is round. It's a sphere.
Dude, I said the same thing the first time I heard about this topic. I said the exact same thing as what you're saying right now.
The picture is missing something, bro. Like, why like he just stopped in there? Why he doesn't like go fall left and fall right to see what is the Earth looks like?
Who?
I mean, like, it's really weird. Look at the picture, bro. He just
Oh yeah, but that's just 3
left and he just
screenshots. Right? You can go watch the whole footage. Right? Just type in Red Bull jump into YouTube. You can watch the whole video. This is just showing that that the horizon distorts in that footage in the Red Bull jump
to be
footage because
honest,
they used a GoPro. It's
got you.
inconclusive. Yeah, we're not saying this is flat Earth proof, right? We're just pointing out how lenses work. And if you want to claim that when you see curvature, is maybe it's just lens distortion. Okay, and that's something that needs to be taken into account. That's all.
Okay. But to be honest, like, if you are saying that the Earth is flat, I don't get like why there's like a dark, why there's like a night, a day, a night. Like,
Yeah,
why?
so okay. Well, I did explain this to the other guy, okay, but we don't claim that the Earth is a flat disk in space and that the sun is 93 million miles away and giant, right? So if the Earth is flat, okay, and the sun is much closer to the Earth and much smaller, okay, we see the sun moving across the sky. The sun moves. Okay, and as the sun moves above the surface of the Earth, the light from the sun can't push forever through the atmosphere. Okay, it's called light attenuation. And then we also have the inverse square law of light. So as the light moves away from the source of the light, it diminishes very quickly in intensity. Okay, so as a light moves away from you through the air, it takes its light with it, and that light can't push forever through the air. It becomes absorbed. Let me give you an analogy, right? The ocean, if you just go 200 meters deep into the ocean, it's pitch black. Even if the sun's directly above you in the sky, you can't see it anymore. You can't see the sun, you can't see any light from the sun, all you can see is blackness. Just 200 meters down into the water. That's because the light's being absorbed by the medium. Okay, air is also a medium. It's not as dense as water, so it doesn't happen as quickly, but it's still the same kind of thing, right? Light attenuation takes place. The inverse square law of light diminishes the intensity of the light, and it's going to be lighting up a different section of the Earth when it's overhead. Right? Like when it's light in Australia, it's dark in Germany.
So I have
for
a
example.
question.
Mm-hmm.
I heard that the sun doesn't set in 6 months in Antarctica. How do you explain this if the Earth was a flat disk?
Yeah, so the light, right? Okay, so the sun takes a particular path throughout the year, right? Resets every year and takes the same path again, right? So at a certain time of the year, you can see the sun in the sky in the south for 24 hours. At the same time, the light from the sun can't push far enough to light up the north, right? Like in Iceland. So when you get 24 hours of light in the south, in the far south, it's going to be dark for 24 hours in, say, Iceland. And then 6 months later, it's going to be doing the opposite. It's going to be dark in the south for 6 months and light in Iceland for 24 hours a day. Right? It's just to do with the path of the sun in the sky. It's like it goes in cycles, right? That's what we all observe. So that's what we say. We say the light moves in the sky. The sun's moving across the sky, just like we all experience. But they'll tell you on a globe that really the sun's not moving from your perspective. Okay, and really that you're on the globe that's spinning away from the sun. So as you're on the globe spinning faster than the speed of sound away from the sun, it makes it appear like the sun's setting. And what we say is that the sun's moving away, further away. It's moving across the surface of the earth, east to west, for everybody. So yeah, in the north, the days will gradually get, like if you're in the middle of winter, and you're in the north, in Iceland, for example, right? Each day as you go past winter, you're going to start to have more and more light, right? It's going to be moving closer to the path that the sun takes is slowly going to be getting closer to you until the middle of summer when you have light. It's so close to you, it's taking a path that's so close to you that you have 24 hours a day of light for a month or 2 months or something like that.
Hey, that's right. Like still, like I don't get. I don't actually like get it. Like,
Yeah, it
why
takes a
does
while to. Yeah,
like
go ahead.
yeah? Like, could you like explain to me like how does the lunar eclipse happen in your imagination or the sun?
I don't know. I can't really test exactly how the sky works, right? I can't test exactly how a lunar eclipse works either. I know the
Right.
explanation from the globe side, right? But when we test the surface of the Earth and there's no curvature, then that kind of debunks the explanation from the globe side on what a lunar eclipse is.
Right. So
Most likely to do with the motion of the sun and the moon, right? And at certain times of the year, they become, it occults the sun due to
right.
the alignment. But yeah, I don't make definitive claims about eclipses, things I can't empirically validate. What we can do is we can continuously test the surface of the water, the surface of the earth, and if it's not curving, then whatever's happening with the lights up in the sky, okay, it's happening above a flat surface.
Yeah. Okay. The thing is that like for you, like, do you even believe that the Earth is floating in this space, or you
No.
just like believe it's like a flat Earth and
Yeah,
all the all the. Mhm.
yeah, we don't think it's a flat disk floating in space, right? That would be putting the flat Earth inside the globe model of outer space. So yeah,
Right.
we don't claim that. I think of the Earth more like the foundation, or the floor, or the ground of the system that we live in.
Hey, right.
Yeah, like the base, basically. It's like the baseline. Like if you think of a video game, it's like it's the floor, it's the baseline, and
Got it.
then everything in the sky is above that surface. Everything's happening above it, not all around it, but up. Right, up's one
Oh,
direction for everybody on the
so
Earth.
so you are saying that like each day there's like another sun, another moon just be floating in the sky. Like
Yeah, I don't know what medium.
how
I don't know what medium's up there, but yeah, it looks like the moon is floating in the sky. Yeah,
right, but
that's what it looks like. Same with the globe, right? It's doing the same thing.
but I'm just saying like if you believe that the Earth is like this is the flat the I mean the foundation of everything. Uh, you said like the floor, right?
Mm-hmm.
But how come like the sun just came and disappear and came and disappear and came and disappear? Like it doesn't make any sense to me. Like is there
Yeah,
like
because if it's
plenty of
smaller,
suns?
mm-hmm.
Like are there's like many of suns they just came and go, came and go and came?
No.
What
It's
do you
just
think
the
about?
one sun. So
But how
think
come
about
like
it.
one sun? How come like a
Think
one
about it.
sun
Uh-huh.
just goes and goes up and goes back?
It doesn't go up,
When
right? It's not. It's staying at the same altitude, as far as we can tell. Okay, but when things move away from you in the distance, they're going to appear like they get lower due to the way that our perspective works. I'll try to show you some diagrams. Yeah, I got a good one. 1 second. Right, you know how things look like they go lower in the distance because of perspective?
I got it, but
All right, here
I
we
mean,
go. Right, have a look at this. All right, there's some diagrams in the side chat. So have a look at what Yaga Bruno just posted.
Actually,
Okay, it looks
I
like
could,
that's the sun.
you
The
know,
sun's just moving away from
right,
you, and it's getting
right,
lower because of perspective.
right. But I just could like now, I just could send you a gift. Literally, a sun just moving down. Like this
Yeah,
could.
yeah. Things in the
Like,
distance look like they're moving down. Yep.
right. So for this one, I do believe that the sun just it's like it's going like down and then it will came up like from the backwards. So this is also like proof that the Earth is like kind of flat, kind of round or something like that.
Well, no, it's just
You could just say
it's
you
just
could.
basic perspective. So
I mean,
just quickly, have a look what I
right.
just posted in the side chat. Okay, this is someone, and they've just set up a horizontal piece of string across their kitchen bench. Okay, and they're just moving the sun across the string. Now, all he does is he puts the camera down on the bench. Okay, the bench is meant to represent our view from the Earth. Okay, now as soon as he puts his camera down on the bench and he moves the light across the string that's horizontal, it looks like it's setting. It looks like it's going down. It looks like that line is going down. Okay, it's not. That's the same as the image directly above it. It's just due to perspective that it looks like it's going down. Same thing happens with planes. Same thing happens with clouds. Perspective, linear perspective. You can see the same thing in the example above it with the hallway lights.
So it just goes on the ground, like doesn't make any
No,
sense.
it doesn't. It just appears to converge with the horizon due to the way our perspective works. It's staying at the same altitude, but it looks like it's converging with the horizon due to perspective.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a good example of it here somewhere.
But you know what? Like I do not really
Oh,
like.
here we go. Hold on just a second. Just have a look at this one. Okay, that's how our perspective works, right? Those clouds are just a flat cloud deck above the Earth. Okay, it looks like the ground is ramping upward, and it looks like the sky is ramping downward, and it's converging at a vanishing point. That's what the horizon is. It's based on perspective.
Okay.
Is that one with the light and the kitchen counter, or what you call a bench? Is that from a video?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, I'd like to
Actually,
see that. I haven't seen that before.
I randomly have the video on my tab open right now. So there it is. That's the original one. It's actually David Weiss's very first video he posted 8 years ago.
Gosh, somehow I managed to never see that. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good test. It really shows how much of a role perspective plays in,
You know what?
things
Like
that look like they're going down.
for you guys that believes that the Earth is flat, you don't really have a good explanation of why the dark and why the night and why the day just happen. Like why in some countries there's like some like countries there's like a day right now, but in some that it's like a night. In some it's like almost day, almost night. Don't really have that like good explanation of that. And also for the lunar eclipse, you don't even have a good explanation for it. And for the other
Yeah,
one,
we have
like
the best explanation. Okay, so so the sun moves,
but
right, and it lights up different sections of the Earth.
you got
Okay,
you,
and
but
there's a picture in the side chat showing that light doesn't travel forever through a medium. It's mainstream scientific fact as well that light attenuation is real. Okay, so if the sun is smaller and closer to the Earth, okay, and it moves across the sky, it lights up different sections of the Earth. So it's going to be daytime in Australia and nighttime in Europe because the sun is a long way away from Europe and it's right above Australia at the time. It makes perfect sense when you think about it logically. Have a look at the footage that Yaga Bruno just posted. If the sun was 93 million, if the sun was 93 million miles away, why is it making a hot spot, right? A little bright reflection on the clouds directly underneath it. If it was 93 million miles away and many times larger than the whole Earth, wouldn't it light up all of those clouds equally? How come it's just lighting up that tiny little spot, almost like a local light would do? if you had a local light source, right? Let's say you put cotton wool balls down on your floor and you get a torch and you hold the torch directly above the cotton wool balls, it's going to make a hot spot. Okay, if you keep lifting that light up in the air, it's going to light all of the cotton wool balls evenly. Okay, they tell us the sun's 93 million miles away and many times greater the size of the Earth. Greater than the size of the Earth. Yet it's lighting up this little section of clouds here. Like a little spotlight.
Right.
Eclipses, yeah, it's a good, topic, but they're telling you that it's because the sun, the moon, and the Earth are lined up in a certain way, but sometimes when eclipses happen, we can see the sun and the moon both above the horizon during the eclipse. Sometimes the shadow's upside down on the moon, right? There's a lot of anomalies when it comes to eclipses that don't make sense on a globe. And also the water measures flat when we go out and test the water in reality. That debunks the globe.
Right, but for me, like, this image doesn't make any sense. Like,
Mhm.
why does he just only looking at the sun? Like, why doesn't he looking left or right to see, like, whether the Earth is totally, like, flat or
Yeah, there's
round?
footage. There's footage where they pan 360 degrees around with the camera, and it's just a flat horizon.
Right, maybe because he's not that far up on the sky. Or
120,000 feet.
maybe this is just a made up, like, how does the
No,
sun, like,
just
have a
type in,
spot?
go to YouTube, type in dog cam balloon footage, right? This isn't flat earther footage. This is just civilian footage from a
It
weather
might
balloon called the
right,
dog cam.
but it might be like some kind of phenomena that there's like a spot and they don't really know
Okay, well,
what is
why?
this.
How? If the sun's 93 million miles away, how come it's causing that little spot on the clouds? No globe earther has ever been able to answer this question. Physics professors, anyone, right? They come in here, they don't have an answer for this.
Right.
There isn't another answer.
But it seems that you don't even like have an answer for lots of questions.
Yeah,
Like
so we don't
genre
try
one.
to so we don't want to bullshit you and try to make up something about the sky that we can never test. Okay, like that's what the globe does. It tells you things about the sky that you can never verify. Okay, you just have to believe them. Okay, we don't do that. We're not giving you things that you have to take on faith.
It's not
We're
about
just
faith.
showing you.
It's
Oh,
not
okay,
about
so
faith.
how? Okay, so if they tell you the sun's 93 million miles away and it's a burning ball of plasma gas in a vacuum, how are you going to verify that? You can't. Obviously, you can't do that. So you're just going to have to take that on faith.
Right. But also you cannot prove that the earth is flat. Like
Yeah, we can. We can use high-powered lasers, telescopes, all sorts of different equipment, and we can take long-distance measurements. And if the Earth's a globe, then the water should be curving.
Right,
And
but
it's not.
I'm guessing you guys are wrong here, like, because even in the books, like, of the schools, like, they're all talking about the earth being round. So
Mhm. Yeah,
like,
that's
I'm just
because that's what
wondering.
they get taught. Okay, so your teachers are not lying to you. The professors are not lying to you. They're just repeating the information that
It's
they
not about
learned in the textbooks.
right, but it's not about teachers only. It's about that, like,
Okay.
it's like about the whole country. The whole country is learning that. The whole
Yeah, most
country,
people
I
that
mean,
we talk to,
the whole world.
most people that believe the Earth is a globe, they don't know anything about the globe, right? Most people that come in here, we can ask them how big is the globe, right? They don't know that. How fast
You
does the
know,
globe spin? They don't know
you know,
anything. It's just a
right.
belief.
But I do also believe that you were also like taught to be that the earth is like round, right? In the schools
Yes.
and right. But like how like eventually like you just came up and said, "Oh, the earth is flat, it's not round."
Yeah. So I actually looked into it. I started researching it. I'm like, okay, how do we really know that the Earth is a globe? Who measured that? Who went out and measured Earth curvature? And I started researching it. And I went out and in reality, and I started doing my own long distance observations, and I started studying other people's long distance observations, and I'm like, damn, that doesn't work if the Earth's a globe, right? And anyone that looks into it can go and repeat these tests themselves if they have the means to, and they can research the topic and they can come to a knowledge for themselves that the Earth is not a globe.
If you think about it, like, what is the idea of even like deciding like whether the Earth is round or flat? Like, it doesn't even make any sense. Like, for me, like, there's no reason for us to be arguing something like that. Like, I do believe that it's really
Yeah, well,
it's
I mean,
really
I don't
like
know who you're
wasting
talking
lots
about. That it's not hiding though, right? The Earth is, you experience the Earth as flat and stationary. That's what you experience. That's what everybody experiences, right? But you've been told a story that really it's actually a globe that you're on, even though you've never seen any curvature or felt the Earth moving, right? They'll tell you that really you're on a globe. Okay, they've replaced
right
reality with some absolute nonsense that doesn't have any empirical evidence, right? And most people just believe it. It's kind of like a tradition at this point, and the people preaching that it's a globe genuinely believe that it's a globe.
right. But like, imagine a dude like he's like in the moon. Just imagine that, and he's looking at the sun right now, and he's just saying, "Oh, the sun is round." But the moon is not round. The moon is flat because I'm now sitting at it, and I can tell it's flat. But for us, like we can like tell that the moon is round. So how could you like? How could you tell if you don't have any like?
Okay, so well, no one's been to the moon, right? You're not going to go to the moon to do that. That's
Got
just a
it.
thought experiment.
Got it. But it's all based on imagination here.
Yeah, so that's based on
Is
imagination. Okay, well, but what I'm talking about is not based on imagination. It's based on empiricism, on actually checking for the curvature. So I don't have to imagine some man on the moon looking back at a globe Earth, right? I can go out and test the Earth, right? You can't go to the moon. You're never going to go to the moon. It's just going to exist in your imagination that someone's going to be on the moon. You can't go there to check.
right, but if you think about it, like why all the planets on the Earth are round? When the Earth itself
The Earth
is
is not a planet. The Earth is not a planet. Okay, you're being taught that the Earth's a planet. That's not true. The Earth doesn't have any characteristics of being a planet, right? And you've been told a story about some little lights up in the sky that they're planets that you could go and live on one day, like Mars, for example. You've been taught that Mars is a certain size and a certain distance away, and it's made of these particular elements and so forth, but you can't validate any of that. That's a story that you've been told. Okay, I don't think you can go and to any of the lights that you see in the sky. As far as we can all confirm, the sky's like a big clock, right? A bunch of lights in the sky that move in cycles. Okay, we can't go there and check them. And whatever's happening up in the sky is happening above a flat surface, which we can check.
Right, but let me like ask you something. Like if you were now just like living in Egypt and just decided to go around the globe, okay, you will eventually come to the point that you just return to Egypt. So how come you are saying that the Earth is flat when like if you're
Yeah,
saying
so
the Earth is flat?
if the Earth is like a lake, right? If you have a lake, let's say we have a big lake, okay, and then we have some islands sticking out of the water in the lake, right? You could call one of them Egypt if you want, okay, and you could leave Egypt and you could go around the lake and you could come back to Egypt again. Okay, you've just done a circle around the lake and come back to where you started again. The surface of the water is flat.
All right, so you mean a circle
This is
like beyond the Earth?
Well, it doesn't. Well, lakes aren't just circles, are they? Right? Lake is just a lake can be any shape. It's just a lake. I just said a lake.
I got it. I got it. You mean like as a round table or something like that? When you start from just go around. So you mean the
yeah,
Earth
like a
is flat?
town. You know,
So
if you have a town, you can
right,
go to the
I got
bank
it.
and you can go around the
Mhm.
town. You can go to the bank. You can come back to your house.
Right. So you just go like around the flat Earth, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah. You can
around.
go to different points. Yep, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like you could use a compass and you could go east, right? If you go east, you'd be going around the North Pole, and you would come back to where you started.
Right. But I'm guessing like if you just were now in Egypt and you just decided to go east, you would like eventually came also to Egypt. Like if you want to go to the
No, you would come back. You would come back to Egypt. Let me show you an example. Just a second. So yeah, you would just come back to where you started. I have an example here somewhere.
Yeah, you've probably just been given a misconception. I mean, all of us, you were just told, things like, oh, Columbus going to America proved the globe. And you accepted that because you were probably very young when they told you that, even though your experience in the real world is things don't have to be globes for you to return to where you started from. Yeah.
But have you guys just like went around the earth and you are just making up this? Like if you ask like someone like I watch Snoop Dogg, if you know him. Like he's saying I've been around the earth a million of times, so the earth is round. So this dude have been around the earth and he knows. But if you look
you
at
have you have a high degree of trust in people you don't know. DJ is showing you something in the side chat there. If you want to get your whole worldview from what other people say and their stories, that's your choice. But we're asking you to rely on your own experience.
If you look at this picture, it doesn't make any sense. Like what beyond this sea? Like what comes beyond it? Like is this
No. This is just showing you that you can go around a flat surface. Okay, east and west are circles. Did you know that? East and west are circles.
But let's just
on a globe.
That the Earth, let's just guess that.
Hold on a second. This is what you're confused about. Do you think east and west are straight lines? Because you said a minute ago that east and west are straight lines. East and west are not straight lines. East and west are circles. Look here. Here's a globe. Here's planes I put on there. Right? They're going east. That's east.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Nobody's ever gone in a straight line and come back to where they started again. That's not something that anyone has ever done.
This is the Earth? Why is curved like? Damn, bro.
That's a globe, right? I'm trying to teach you that east and west are circles on a globe or on a flat surface.
Right.
Okay, so you can go around east or west and come back to where you started if the Earth's flat or if the Earth's a globe. It's not going to be something that isn't possible on a flat surface. What's not possible on a flat surface is to go south and come back to where you started again. Now, no one's ever done that. No one's ever gone from north to south and then come back around the other side and circumnavigated around the Earth north to south. Because the Earth's not a globe, that's why nobody's ever done that. But millions of people have done east to west circumnavigations, which is just a circle around the north. Right? Because that works just fine on a flat Earth. If you could go north to south and do a circumnavigation, people would have done that. Okay, no one's ever done that. It's impossible. Okay, look at the picture that I showed you, right? The one with the guy holding the compass on the flat surface. Right, north is in the center, just for this example. Okay, north is in the center, east and west are circles, right? He's moving it now in a circle. And then if you go away from the north in a straight line, that's south. So if you keep going in a straight line south, obviously, if the Earth was flat, you can't come back to where you started again.
Right, but...
Okay, but nobody has ever done that. No one's ever done that.
So someone had to do this just to like improve your point. Because I'm just saying,
you can't do it. You can't do it because the Earth's not a globe, right? We test the surface of the Earth. It's not a globe. Yeah. Someone should do it. I agree with you.
I'm just saying, like, if the Earth is flat, like, there's like needs to get like this must be like an end of that, right?
Maybe, but we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming to know the size of the Earth. And there are restrictions about how far you can freely travel south.
But if you just decide to just keep moving forward, not in circles, just keep moving forward, when would you like eventually come the end of the
No one's ever
flat
done
Earth.
that. That's the crazy thing, right? No one's ever kept going south, right? Eventually, you're going to be going south. Whether you're on a globe, whether you're on a flat Earth, if you keep going in a straight line, eventually you're going to be going south. Okay, and you're going to reach the perimeter of where you're allowed to freely travel. It's going to be 60 degrees south. That's the maximum distance that you're allowed to go to without a strict permit, because in the 50s or in the 40s, I think it was the 50s, they came up with the Antarctic Treaty. Okay, and now there's a law, a treaty saying that you're not allowed to freely explore past 60 degrees south. It's very difficult to get the permit. It's very expensive, and there's a lot of terms and conditions that go along with the permit. Now, nobody has ever just kept going south that we can verify, because if the Earth were a globe, they would do that, and then they would come back around the other side of the globe, and then that would debunk flat Earth. Okay, but no one's ever done that.
Got you.
Yeah. So yeah, it's very difficult to, it's easy for you to say that why doesn't someone just keep going south and see what happens? But there's rules, it's extremely dangerous, extremely expensive, and
But the fact is that like some people actually spend money on like proving that the Earth is round, and I think I do like agree them on
who
some
did
point.
that? I mean, who did that, and what did they do?
I mean, you could just like know about it, like
Yeah, I've been studying this topic for 8 years. No, that doesn't. Okay, you can't go up and so you can't check any of that, right? If someone says that they sent up a satellite and here's a picture of the globe, right? You can't check that. You can't verify that. It's like someone giving you a picture of Bigfoot and saying, look, here's a picture of Bigfoot.
Right, so you can verify that there's actually a satellite, or someone just filming the Earth from that satellite.
Yeah, because you know how I was just explaining about the restrictions in the south. There's also restrictions up in the air, right? So in the 60s, they came up with something called the Outer Space Treaty. Okay, and it restricts anyone from sending anything up past a certain height. Okay, you're not allowed to film it past a certain height. You're not allowed to send rockets or satellites or anything up past a certain height.
Yeah, but I'm guessing NASA is now going to send someone up there. They are planning to send someone really up there. Or not NASA, actually, it's maybe the SpaceX or something like that.
Yeah, cool. Well, you're not going to be able to validate any of that, are you? It's just going to be something that you have to trust and have faith in.
Right, but do you actually trust like those pictures that you have here?
Yeah, because okay, so I don't think the water is going to lie to anybody. And we're testing the water. Okay, we're going out and we're testing it using equipment. And you can go and verify this, right? You can't go verify your SpaceX footage or anything like that, but you can go and do your own long distance tests over the surface of the water and try to find the curvature that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. So it's not about trust or faith, right? This is testable, repeatable, empirical evidence that anyone can go and validate.
Okay, but imagine you like now you're on a boat, right? And you see another boat in the ocean. Like if that boat like eventually will go like far away from you, it will come up to the point that this boat is actually like going down.
Well, only
do you have an explanation for this? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, definitely. Just a second. I'll find you a real footage. Okay, so most often what happens is the boat just gets smaller and smaller and smaller as it goes off into the distance. And once something gets below a certain size, the human eye can't see it anymore. Okay, it's the angular resolution limit of the human eye. So once something gets below 0.02 degrees, it's breached that limit. So you can't see it anymore because it's too small for the human eye to resolve. Now, I can understand why people back in the olden days might have thought that the boat had gone behind the curvature of the Earth, because they can still see the horizon, but they can't see the boat anymore. All right, but we have amazing technology now, and what we can do is we can actually zoom in and we can see the whole boat again, right? So I'm going to put an example of this in the side chat, and there's a little bit more to it, so just a second. All right, so here's footage on a clear day. There's no waves. Okay, we don't see any crazy mirages or anything like that happening. We got a guy standing just at the shoreline. When he's zoomed out with the camera, like when he's not zoomed at all, right, we can't see the boat, even though it's a giant ship. Okay, we can't see it. It's because it's too small to resolve. Okay, and then
But
he zooms
actually,
in, and wow,
have
we
you
can
been
see
ever
the whole ship again.
right, right? But have you ever been like to this sea? Like, have you ever like go to the sea and just look at?
Yeah, I grew up on the ocean. I grew up right next to the
Me
beach
too.
on the
Me too.
Gold Coast in
Actually.
Australia.
Me
You
too.
don't
Actually.
see. Okay, so when you watch boats going out, what happens most of the time is they just fade off into the distance, because the air is, you can only see so far through the air. So depending on what the visibility rating is for that day, how clear the air
Right.
is, that's how far you can see. So the boat will just fade off.
But the thing is that
If it
the
disappears
curve,
bottom up, it's because you've got waves, it's because you've got ocean swells. Or
right?
sometimes we can have certain miraging effects. Okay, if you've got sinking refraction, right, it can look like the bottom of the boat's missing.
But I'm just
Right, but
saying, like,
that's
right. But I'm just saying the
that's
thing
just a
is,
mirage.
yeah. But I'm just saying the thing is that you cannot even picture the curve of the Earth, because like as you can see here, it's not a long
Mhm.
distance. So to actually like
Yeah,
capture
this
the
is
curve,
about 15 miles away. This boat's about 15 miles away. You shouldn't be able to see the boat.
right? I'm just saying like even like 50 miles, like actually you just
Yeah,
like
but the
the long
horizon should be at 3 miles away. Okay, if you're standing at the beach in the Ursa globe, the horizon should be 3 miles away. Anything that goes past 3 miles should start to disappear behind the curvature of the Earth.
damn,
If the
yeah,
Ursa globe.
governor. What is that, bro?
Yeah.
Look
You
at
have a look at
Yago,
all of the footage
bro.
that we've got there. Just check it out.
Mm-hmm.
Have a look at it.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying if we have that great technology, like I could just like having like a telescope and just be looking at you when you are just in another country, right?
No. So you can't see forever because the
Right, but
atmosphere.
I'm just saying, but if you have that great technology, like I just could be
All right,
looking at you when
let
you
me
are
give you an example. Right, this is going to make sense. Okay, just a second. Let me find you an
right, like
example image.
I'm just saying, like if now I'm in Egypt, right, when I have just like a telescope or something like that, which is like got like a great
Okay,
technology, I just could be like looking at you, right?
no.
Then how do you just
Okay,
clarify
so
that?
I've gone to Google right now. Okay, I'm typed in what is the average visibility in Egypt. Okay, so visibility in Egypt is generally high due to its arid, sunny desert climate, with typical visibility in urban areas averaging around 5 to 6 miles, which is 8 to 10 kilometers. Okay, so because of
Right.
the stuff in the air, right, the pollution, dust, water vapor, gas particles, all of these things make the air semi-transparent and not fully transparent. So when you're looking through a long distance of air, it becomes opaque over distance. It's kind of like this. If you've got one sheet of glass and it's clear, you can see straight through the glass, no problem. But if you start stacking more and more and more layers of glass, eventually you can't see through it anymore because it's opaque. Okay, so
Right.
you can't see forever because the air is opaque. Yeah, so
Good,
Yaga
good,
Bruno's put some
good explanation.
example in
Yeah,
the side chat there for you.
it's a good explanation
Yeah,
actually.
it's a
But,
good explanation.
right,
Yeah.
but what if the sky is like all like it's good, like like, what if the sky just, like, the atmosphere just allows you to see? Like, will I actually see, like?
Well, it's always there. Okay, so you would have to remove the atmosphere, and then we would all be dead, and all of the water would, So it's not realistic to suggest such a thing.
Right.
Yeah, it's always something that's going to be there. Okay, and if you have perfect clear conditions, right, you can only see a maximum of about 300 miles. Right, so have a look at this picture. This is what I was looking for. So even if you go up on top of a mountain, there it is. Yeah, look how every single mountain that gets further away becomes less transparent. Less visible.
Right.
That's just because of the atmosphere is semi-transparent and not fully transparent. So that's why you can't see forever. And also things get smaller as they go away from you as well. So once something gets beyond a certain distance, it's too small to be able to see it anymore.
Okay, I got it.
But yeah, you ask good questions. I appreciate the conversation. Let us know if you
No
have any
worries.
more questions.
No worries. Thanks for that. I do really appreciate your time,
No
guys.
problem. Yeah, you too, man. I'm gonna go on mute for a bit.
Awesome. So have a nice one, guys. See you. I'm going to play CS.
Hey, you too, man. I appreciate you. Come back anytime.
No worries.
Or don't leave. Hang around, keep asking questions. There's other people here that can answer your questions.
Awesome.
Yeah, you can just listen if you want.
Okay.
All right, so just look, are you still here?
Right, I'm here.
Yeah. If you're still here for just a moment longer, I can show you a test. Okay, so if you have a look at this is a full-length video. Okay, so I've taken some clips and some screenshots out of the video just so I can present it. Okay, so what this person's doing is they're checking for the curvature of the Earth over a large distance. Right, so it's over a 21-mile section across a lake. 21 miles is 33 kilometers. Okay, so this is the Great Salt Lake in Utah. And this is the location in the next screenshot that's coming in a second. All right, 21-mile observation. Over that distance, there should be about 293 foot of curvature, which is about 90 meters of curvature. Now, what he does, as you can see in the picture, he's able to zoom in across the lake, and he can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Okay, that shoreline should be hidden behind 223 foot of curvature, which is about 80 meters.
But imagine this guy like traveling fast. Like imagine he like just moving fast to that point. Would he like eventually like come to the point that he actually like filled that curve when he just traveling that fast? Like if he just like filming it, I couldn't like tell that he's like actually there's a curve. It's not
No,
that
well,
great.
this is the thing, right? Okay, so the shoreline in the distance should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Here, let me give you an analogy. All right, so if he's standing on one side of the lake where the camera is, okay, you can see the camera set up just there in that last image. You know the boat, the Titanic, right? That sunk, the big Titanic ship?
Yeah, I know it.
Okay, yeah, that was about 170 feet tall. Extremely big ship. So let's just pretend that the Titanic was parked right next to him in the water, right? And he's going to watch the Titanic sail away to the other side of the lake, 21 miles away. Okay, once the Titanic got to a certain distance, it would start to disappear behind the curvature of the Earth. By the time the Titanic got over to the other side of the lake, it would be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. You would not be able to see the Titanic ship anymore.
Right, but
if the Earth were a globe, but he can zoom in across the lake and he can see the shoreline on the ground on the other side of the
Right.
lake.
But it is actually that curved, or might be like not that curved.
Yeah. Here's the math. So you can go to Google and you can type in Earth curvature calculator. Okay, these are universal Earth curvature calculators, right? Just based on the globe. Okay, and here's a screenshot from the Earth curvature calculator. Can you see the screenshot that I put in the side chat?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, so first thing you put in, it wants you to put in the height of the observer, the eye height. Okay, so that's the camera height. Okay, 5 foot high, 1.5 meters high. Okay, then the target distance, that's the shoreline on the other side of the lake. All right, so the shoreline on the other side. Yeah.
Right, so you're saying that if a Titanic were there, it should like be disappearing, right?
Yeah. So if you have a look at the picture I posted, that's the top view from Google Maps. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Just okay, so you can see the yellow line. Okay, so he's standing at the top of the yellow line. All right, and he's going to be zooming across to the shoreline that's at the bottom of the image. All right, so if he's standing at the top of that yellow line and the Titanic was to sail across that yellow line to the other side of the lake, the Titanic would be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
Hey, but like actually, like this has to be seen with the human eye, not some
Yeah.
kind
So
of
this is all from a full
telescope.
video. I can show you the
Right.
video. I can show you the full video. So just
Like for
quickly,
me,
all right? So he's got a friend. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, like for me to actually like prove your point, I just need to go to just sit in this point, to just grab a Titanic ship and just put it there, let it sail, and we will see like with my eyes if it's actually like going to like disappear or not. Because as I told you about the moon stuff, it's actually the same. Like somebody has to do something for it to get like
Well,
proof
we don't
something
need the
like
Titanic ship, okay? Because we have the shoreline on the other side of the lake. We can see a big white tower there. So this last picture that I posted, this is the shoreline that he's zooming over to. Okay, this is what it looks like close up. Okay, we can see the big shoreline, and we can see the big giant white tower. All right, so here is the footage. Here is the zoom footage of the same shoreline and the same white tower from 21 miles away. All right, so this is the view of the white tower and the shoreline from where the camera is, 21 miles away. And then he stays there, and he does it again at nighttime, because it's even clearer at nighttime, right? And here's the nighttime footage, right? We can see the shoreline, we can see the big white tower, right? That shoreline should be hidden behind 223 feet of curvature. 223 feet, that's 80 meters. Something like that, like 80 meters. That's like a skyscraper building. Okay, so if there was a skyscraper building on that shoreline, you would only just be able to see the tip of it. If it was 24 stories high, you would only be able to see the penthouse, the top story.
amazing. You know what the thing
Yeah,
is,
so
DJ? The thing is, you have great evidence here, and you have great. I mean, like, you have studied this thing. So for me, I haven't even studied the Earth for being
well,
round.
I'm not trying to convince you. I don't expect you to concede and say, "Oh yeah, I think the Earth's flat." Right? Just think about it.
Right.
Have a look at it. I can send you the full video. I want you to critique it and try to debunk it, and maybe look at some other observations, and then try to like look up some observations from the globe side, that kind of thing.
Yeah, you know what?
So
Like,
we're just
I'm
encouraging people to have a think
you know
about
what?
it.
You know, I just came to the point that I'm gonna have to get like someone who knows everything about the Earth being round, and just talking to you, and I'll be just listening, and eventually, like, I will decide like on which team I'm going to go.
Yeah. Well, we have
Yeah, like,
recordings. We have recordings of this type of thing. We have
right.
satellite engineers and college professors and people that come in and talk to us. Yeah, they're not able to explain this observation. Right, here's the full video in the side chat if you want to check it out. But the thing is, right, there's hundreds of these.
You think there's some kind of expert that's going to be able to explain all this away, and sadly there's not. But you're welcome to listen to the thousands of hours of live stream that we have. I mean, yeah, I thought there was somebody who actually had figured this stuff out and had proof of it, but they don't. But yeah, by all means, keep looking and let us know what you find.
So there's a guy who takes the best conversations in clips from our conversations that we have here in this channel, and he posts them on his YouTube channel. So in the side chat, I put the link to the YouTube channel there, and
I'll be looking at that.
there's tons of good conversations. Yeah, there's lots of great conversations in there. Satellite engineers, college professors, and also just people that are fresh out of university, that kind of thing. So there's lots of stuff on that channel.
That's interesting. Actually, I'll be looking at it.
Yeah, the thing of it is, if you think about how the globe was introduced to you, it was just introduced as like a complete story, even though you don't experience it. You actually live on a globe. Like no one explained to you anything about the level of curvature you should expect. That's why when DJ was explaining to you, like you would totally be able to see it in reality if it were the level that they're claiming, but you don't even know what it is because no one ever taught you. So when you start even talking, like you said, to people who are college professors, PhDs, supposed satellite engineers, etc., they can't explain it because they were never taught it either. They were just given it as a story that they were just supposed to accept. There is no explanation. That's what we're trying to tell you.
Right, you're right, but like I'm just saying, like for each human being, like I just could look at the sun, at the moon, and imagine the Earth to be like them. So that's why I think we all do believe that it's round.
Yeah, but you only think that because you've been indoctrinated in this modern society.
Yeah,
In the old days, like before
Right.
the mass media propaganda campaign, people never assumed that we were like the things moving in the sky, that we have nothing in common with them. We called those the planets based on the Greek word for wanderers or the wandering stars. We didn't think we lived on a star. We didn't even call it a planet until very, very recently. Gustav Holst's The Planet Orchestral Suite does not include Earth as one of the planets. That was from the early 1900s, so only like 100 years ago, it was not common in any way to call Earth a planet. That's just been a recent propaganda campaign that you've seen on your television screen. But a regular person who was just born on the Earth without having their propaganda boob tube plugged in their living room would not think that. You just think that because you've been told that. But there's no reason to think that you see the sun move across the sky. It's a light moving across the sky. We are clearly stationary, standing still. We are clearly not moving. That's your experience. Isn't that your experience problem?
Sorry, come again?
Isn't your experience an Earth that does not move?
No, actually, I do believe that the Earth moves in this space.
Oh,
It's just a float.
when have you experienced that? And in
Just
what way
float.
have you experienced that?
I mean, if you could look at the sun, you could look at the moon. They are moving, and actually, the Earth is moving with them. So that's what actually creates the day, the night, and actually what creates the lunar eclipse. There's lots of scientific proofs about it. Like,
Oh, show us the proof so we can discuss it, because I haven't seen any of those proofs. I've seen fantasy models that don't work in reality. But I don't know if you were here. I can't
Right,
remember if it was when he was talking to you or Islam when DJ was explaining how the sun can move across the sky, move outside of our field of view, and illuminate part of the Earth, and then move to another part of the Earth. You don't need the fantasy globe, which we've just shown to you is mathematically impossible and isn't what we experience in reality. You don't need that to explain day and night. So in fact, day and night is not any kind of proof of the failed heliocentric delusion.
I know, but even though, like, if I just get a picture for you and just put it in the chat, you would say like it's cartoon. What is this? It's cartoon. It's made up.
Oh no, you
So
didn't tell me you were going to show me a cartoon. You said you were going to show me proof that the movement of the sun and moon demonstrates a globe. You were going to show me proof. That was your word,
right.
proof. And then now you're
Okay,
telling me you're
listen.
going to show me a cartoon. That's different than proof. So
No, I'm just
where's the
saying.
proof? You told me there was proof, so I want to see it. Show me.
Sorry, but I'm just saying like because last time when I showed this to some of you guys, he told me, "What is this? This is a cartoon." Like, do you actually believe this? That's it. That's what I just.
Well, you've got a new group here today. You've got DJ, the king of patience, and you have other people that can take over once you try my patience to its limit. So it's a new group. Why not show us your proof?
Yeah, you can just go to this link.
Okay, he's put a link up there if anybody wants to look at it. The timeofday.com/eclipse/total lunar eclipse.html.
Okay. I'll press the button. I'll go and have a look.
It's just timeanddate.com showing a typical diagram of an eclipse. I'll take a screenshot and post it in the side chat.
Oh, okay.
Like, if
Yeah,
you
I see
think
it.
about it, this is the you can't like get any clear
What do we
movement.
observe? I get the explanation. What do we observe? The diagrams of a lunar eclipse, right? Got a big sun, you got some lines depicting the light of the sun hitting the earth, where the shadow is, and the moon in the shadow of the earth. Yes? No? The evidence that you posted, the DJ posted for you.
Why, you're talking to me, bro?
Yeah.
Hey, amazing. So I'm just saying that this demonstrate the lunar eclipse.
Okay.
And
And what do we observe?
how the night happen.
And,
It's actually
okay.
all just about how the earth and the sun just move. Actually, you know what? Actually, I guess like you know this already, but why do I
Yeah.
bother
Well,
telling you about it? Because you have been taught that. Actually, you have been
yeah.
taught, right? So
I guess
like
you'd
it's
be interested
not
to hear our answer, wouldn't you?
right. It's
Yeah.
not a new evidence because actually you're all guys. Sorry, you're all guys that have been like taught this in school. So
Yeah.
this I'm just giving you what I have been taught.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking you.
Right, and what I think that it's like clear evidence for like
Okay.
the day,
But
the
that's
night,
why I'm asking you
the
what
lunar
we
eclipse,
observe.
the solar and the lunar eclipse.
Okay. So when we observe a lunar eclipse, what do you think is happening?
Lunar?
Yeah.
Okay, let's just wait a second. Yeah, you
It's
can
what
see
your
the Earth
diagram
coming.
shows, right?
Right, you can see the Earth coming like in between the sun and the moon.
Okay.
Right, like
And we see that because the shadow of the Earth is on the moon. And we say, look at the shadow of the Earth on the moon. Right? We call this a lunar eclipse, right? Can you describe the shadow?
yeah, it's like a circle. So that's why
like a circle.
that's why it's really like illuminate like for the Earth to be round. That's what we have been taught, bro. And I do believe that you know. I do believe that you know it, but I don't
Yeah,
like
I'm
get.
just trying
I
to,
don't.
dude.
Yeah, JD, like I
Please.
don't get the point on you how like asking me about
I
this
haven't
when
got to it yet.
like anyone could actually tell what is the lunar eclipse and what
Hello?
is this the solar. But like,
Dude, I
I'm
haven't
just
got to
saying.
my point yet, and you're just rambling away. I want you to listen to me because I want you to critically think about what I'm just about to say. Do you
Yeah,
think you
can do.
could listen for about 30 seconds?
Go ahead.
Thanks. So we observe what we're told is the shadow of the Earth crossing across the moon. We say that that's the true shape of the Earth because the shadow is curved. Is that what we're saying, right? You with me on this so far, yes?
Right.
Okay, so in this example, is the moon flat? Because it would have to be flat for it to show a true geometric shadow that is represented from a shapely form. Let's say, for example, if you've got a sphere and a light source and you're trying to cast a shadow onto a surface, you'll notice that you only get the curved shadow of the curved sphere on a perfectly flat surface. If you were to curve the surface, consequently, you would curve and distort the shadow. So
Right.
I'll ask you again, is the moon flat in your example?
The moon flat and
Yeah.
what example actually?
When we observe a lunar eclipse and we say that's the shadow of the Earth passing across the moon because the Earth is between the sun giving the light and the moon is in the area of shadow cast by the Earth. The shape of the Earth cast by the shadow is supposed to be depicted on the moon. So for this to be true, the moon must be flat, because if it was curved, it would distort the shadow and wouldn't show a true representation of the object that was cast in it, because the surface was distorted. I.e., in your example, you think the moon's a sphere, which is a curving surface, which would distort the shadow that's cast on it. Demonstratively as well, you can do this yourself.
Right. So you want my answer? No, the moon is not flat during the lunar eclipse because it remains
Okay.
it remains a three-dimensional sphere, and like
So that
the
would
way
distort the shadow then, wouldn't it?
the eclipse behaves prove this. Right.
No.
The shape of the
If you
shadow.
have a dude,
You can see
listen.
the shape of the shape. You want my answer or not?
I don't think you're following me, which is why I'm trying to get you on point. If you're saying the moon is a sphere and the surface of the moon is curving, that would distort the shadow that was cast on it because the surface is curved. So you couldn't get a true representation of the object that's cast in it because you're casting it on a distorted surface, i.e., not a flat one.
I got you, but like I'm just saying, if the moon were flat, right, 2D surface,
Oh,
like
I'm
a
not
piece
saying
of
what the moon
paper,
is.
the way light interacts with it, like, would look very different, right, during a total lunar eclipse.
I'm not saying what the moon is, dude. I'm pointing out that you're making the claim because this is your evidence, right? You posted it in the side chat. DJ got a side shot. It explained lunar eclipses, right?
Right.
I'm trying to point out to you that within this explanation, when I or you or anybody try to demonstrate this to be true with, let's say, a light source and two spherical objects, one depicting the Earth casting the shadow, and one the moon entering that area of shadow, when the shadow is cast upon the curved surface, the shadow is distorted over time as it passes over that curved surface.
Right.
It looks like an S. You know what an
Right.
S is, a sine wave?
Okay, so you can just, yeah, I totally understand you, don't worry.
Cool,
But
thank
look
you.
at this, look at this one. You can see like the difference between the day and the night and how does it happen actually. But for you guys who thinks that the Earth is flat, you don't really have that great like evidence on how the day the night happen. Like
Oh,
you're just saying
okay.
that you are just saying the
Okay. Before you start rambling off, you just posted your evidence, and it's literally a screenshot of your claim of what the lunar model is. We've got day and night cycles where the Earth is revolving around the sun and its angular tilt and all of these things. Right? Do you think that these claims depicted in pictorial form are proof of the claim?
Those pictures?
Yeah.
Those are proof for the Earth, the day and the night. How does it happen? Right?
Yeah.
And this also proves that the Earth is
No,
round.
no. Images don't prove. Right, these cartoons that I'm looking at that you showed in the side chat
The
are
fact, you know
nice.
what? Right. You know what,
Okay.
JD? The fact that you think that those are just cartoons,
But
like
they are. I'm looking at them.
would eventually end my discussion with you. Like,
You're just hung up on this cartoon world. The whole point is you can come
They
up
are.
with a lot of explanations for what you see in the sky, and we can give you a flat Earth explanation. In fact, if we sat around the rest of the day, we could probably come up with like 100 flat Earth explanations. You could also come up with some more failed globe delusions if you wanted.
you know
If
what?
I
Like,
notice, if I'm not at home when the mailman comes and I just notice every day mail appears in my mailbox, I could come up with 100 explanations of how that mail got there. I could see, say, a tiny little elf comes every day and puts mail in my
right.
mailbox. I could say it was beamed in there by a teleporter. I could say a lot of different things. They wouldn't be right. So your
Right.
explanation for the phenomenon you observe is in fact wrong, and we can come up with many other explanations. Just because you come up with a cause that you think is right, which we've just demonstrated is not correct when you actually observe in reality and measure, is the claimed degree of curvature there in reality. No, it is not. Therefore, we will throw out that failed delusion. I don't want to call it a model because a model is actually demonstrating something. Your globe does not explain, does not demonstrate, and when tested in reality, fails. So we can throw out that explanation for the day and night cycle. Why would we continue to try to use a failed explanation after we mathematically and conclusively demonstrated that that curvature is not measured in reality?
The thing is that this explanation for you is like wrong, but for me, I do believe it. So
Yeah, you can keep being a believer if you want. You
right,
can keep believing in a failed, delusional
right,
fantasy world as long as you recognize that you're only doing that for whatever your personal emotional reasons are to fit into society,
right, and you
because
just keep like
you have been made to believe that there's something wrong
right,
with flat Earth because
right.
you've been brainwashed that that is wrong. So, but don't try to tell us that there's anything scientific or mathematic about it, because there's not.
No, there is.
I'm still
And
perplexed.
look at this picture. Like, I just can't came up and
Which
said,
picture?
"Oh, this is the flat Earth." The one
No, that's not
the
flat Earth. Yeah,
What?
no flat earthers claim that that's flat Earth. That's propaganda against flat Earth.
so
Okay, no
what
flat
is the
earthers think that that is flat
what
Earth.
is the flat Earth in your imagination? Could you like picture it?
Your imagination.
I'm, sh-
Oh dear.
I'm
Stick
sure I
around for a
explained
couple
it
of
to
years.
you.
There must be like a body of that flat Earth, like, or whether we are just all in the or nothing, like we are just in nothing.
Flat Earth has experienced 3-year census. It's not on a screen.
I'm still perplexed.
Yeah. Okay, so look, don't get annoyed because Jedi said it was a cartoon that you posted when it was literally a cartoon, right? We can all agree that that's just a cartoon diagram. Okay, that's fine, right? Now, what you posted, that's
It's
not what
the
any flat
fact,
earther claims. We don't think
but
the Earth is a flat planet or a flat
right.
disk in space like you posted. Okay, you can think of the flat Earth like the foundation, right? Like the ground that you stand on, the Earth that you experience when you go outside. You can think of it like the floor of the system that we live in, not like a flat planet or a flat disk in space. We don't claim that.
Right, but the
Flat's not a
fact,
shape. You know, flat's not
right,
a shape, right? Flat's the description of a surface. Specifically talking about the surface of water is flat. It's not
but
curving
there,
over distance like it should
right.
if the Earth's a globe.
But you as a human, you have a shape, right?
No. I don't know the shape of the Earth. I don't think anybody knows the true shape or size of the Earth because we can't get high enough to observe it. We can't get a God's eye view, right? So we can only get so high up in the air. I explained the Outer Space Treaty before I explained the Antarctic Treaty. We can only explore within our limitations here on the Earth.
Damn. So
And
you
we don't
do
know the shape or size of the Earth.
So you do believe that
You do.
like the Earth is like there's no end for
Like a flat.
for the Earth, right?
No. There could be an end. There could be an end, right?
Like
But
you
we're not
just build
claiming
like
it's a flat planet.
so DJ
Or a
like
flat place.
if they allowed you to travel like you could just go to whatever you could just go and see like another world, right?
I got to go on mute for a bit. Someone else can respond.
Within your
What was
hypothetical
the
being
question?
within
What was the
inside the
question?
system, you could no. Okay.
No, I'm asking what was the question.
Could you reach the edge if you went straight? If there was an edge.
I'm saying if you went straight, like if there wasn't any prohibited treaty, anything, if you just went straight, like when, like eventually, what would you like aim up? Like,
Well,
would you like
we
see
can
another people,
explain.
like another people, like with another cultures, another everything, or what do you think exactly will happen in this?
Don't know. It depends within the context of your question. You mentioned edge first, and then you started speaking about other civilizations. What do you mean by edge?
Right, because you don't even know what is the edge
No,
of
no,
Earth.
no, 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 dude. Right? Don't try and define my thoughts. Don't put words into my mouth. I'm trying to have a conversation with you. I'm asking you what you mean by edge.
I'm saying,
You.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Yaga Bruno. He's saying we don't know the size of the Earth or its edge.
That's right.
I'm not talking about you, and I'm not like putting
Same
any
thing.
false. And I'm so sorry for that. I'm not like putting any false information in your mouth. And if you just assume that, I'm just will like apologize for that. Like I didn't like mean that. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Anyway, what do you mean by edge? I get the context. We don't know the size of the Earth.
Right.
Okay. So you said hypothetically, if we went straight, right?
So we like I'm talking about Yaga here. He doesn't know the size nor the edge. Eventually, like no one will like try to answer me with the best answer. So I'm gonna have to leave, guys. I'm gonna have to leave. See you guys. It's really ridiculous.
Well, we're not going to be able to share information with you that we don't have.
Especially when you keep talking through the answer.
Yeah, I don't even know. Like, why is it you want an edge? I thought several people had mentioned to you there's no reason to think that there is an edge. No edge has ever been documented or observed. You're not allowed to freely travel to look for your edge. So,
but
what is your concern about the edge?
I mean, for you just to prove that the Earth is flat, you just need to travel.
No,
Go
we
straight.
measure the surface.
Go travel to prove it. Like
right,
that's what people
listen
do.
to this.
Really,
I want you to at least go away with understanding this. In geometry, when we're talking about shapes and forms, we primarily discuss straight lines and curved lines. You understand that, right? Good. So on a sphere, upon the surface, it's curved. Right? Yes?
Right.
Good. We should measure this over distance. There should be a measurable separation from a horizontal tangent to the surface of the Earth with distance. We don't measure this. we measure the surface of the Earth always to be parallel with any measuring tool we cast horizontally across it, i.e., we measure the surface of the Earth to be horizontal and flat. It doesn't matter about edges, right? We're talking about over distances of the Earth that we're on that we can measure, that should, according to the mathematics associated with the Earth being a sphere with a set radius, diameter, and circumference, measure to have curvature. 10, 20, 30, 40, 100, 500, 1,000 miles, for example. Now, when we measure this, we don't measure any curvature where it should be. So the Earth is measured to be flat. Now, when I say that the Earth is measured flat by tools, me finding an edge or not is not going to invalidate the measurements that I've taken of the Earth with tools. Those measurements show that the Earth is horizontal or not. It's of no consequence to me where the edge is.
Oh, that really helped me. I don't know if it helped problem, but I always wonder why these globe believers are obsessed with the edge. So, like, you actually just helped me understand it. It's because they think us being barred from exploring the outer reaches to actually see what if there is an edge or where does it go or what's on the outer limits. They think that proves the globe. Like, I don't know why that never occurred to me before. It's like, because I mean, just like the Truman Show, where like he's kept from exploring any further. So he's told the boundaries of his world are what he sees. And these people are also farmed into a fenced in area and not allowed to go outside of it. And they're told the reason they're farmed in there is because they're on a ball, and they actually believe it. And they think if we say that's not true, we have to show an edge. Oh my gosh, thank you. That was very helpful, Jedi. I don't know if Problem got it, but it's very helpful to me to understand their brainwashed sheep mindset. Thank you.
Well, I do believe that he got a point that he doesn't want to know even what is the edge. He got a bone there.
Yeah, he doesn't wanna.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, he
No,
got a
Okay,
bone.
go
it's
ahead,
not about
Jedi. Go
me
ahead.
not. Sorry, I do apologise. It's nothing to do about me not wanting to know. I'm telling you
You
what
don't
I
bother.
do know.
Yeah, you don't just
You've already asked, dude.
Right.
Please, you already asked within your question. What do you think would happen at the edge? Understanding that I probably haven't been there and probably couldn't give you any first-hand experience. It's not that I don't want to know. It's that at the moment I can't know. Like, choose your words carefully, mate. You're going to piss me off.
Oh, bro, you gotta chill by just chatting. Not like I'm not
No,
going
you
against.
are a little bit infuriating. Nobody's ever told you that before. Maybe you're young.
Maybe because my English is not my first.
No, it
So
has nothing to do with you. Nope, we understand you perfectly. It has nothing to do with your English. Your words are completely clear and easily understood. That is not the concern.
right, but I might be like not using the good words in my contents. So that's might have like that's why like JD might like have misunderstood me. But I don't like really like assume that you don't want to know. I actually just saying that you can't know, and that's it. That's great, and that's why I told you that you got a point, and that's it.
Yeah. Fair enough. No problem at all.
Yeah, there's no edge in your fantasy globe delusion world, and there's also no edge in a world where we are not allowed to freely travel without getting arrested. There's also no edge there. There's just the boundary where you're allowed to freely travel and where you're not allowed to freely travel. So both of those models have nothing to do with what the Earth is actually like in terms of curve or no curve. What does have to do with that is how far you can see in the distance, because that can be easily measured even within the confines of the restricted space where you are not allowed to travel outside of. You can still demonstrate that the curve is not there. You don't even in the United States, you don't even have to leave your state. You can stay within, you don't need a passport, you don't need any travel papers to go out, find a large body of water, and demonstrate that the curvature that should be there is not there.
That's right. You guys got a good point. Like, just being honest. But like so far, I don't know what to believe or what to. I think I'm just going to stay in the house like until I let like God will show me like what it is actually, and
Maybe he
that's it.
is.
That's it.
Maybe he is. Maybe he's asking you to challenge these ideas that you've already been told to believe. Maybe this is a beginning step. I don't think you turning around and saying, well, I'm more comfortable believing in what I've already been told. I mean, if you're looking to God to give you answers, then you must understand that you really shouldn't be trusting man anyway. And if there is some kind of agenda against God, if you're a biblical reader and that's the framework that you're coming from, then that should ring like a lot in your head. So I'd put all caution onto feeling more comfortable with a story that you've been told. I would suggest and feel more comfortable for you if you challenged these things that you've believed to be true. Where you are is fundamental to who you are and potentially your purpose. Again, if you've got a viewpoint of God, so it might be critical to you to start to understand where you actually live, especially if you're just believing in stories from men, right?
Right. You got a point there also. Like we as human being, like we do really need to know like where we at. That's right.
Sometimes I can come across quite harsh. It's only because I've been doing this for a long time. Some of it is bought out of frustration. The other half is bought out of love. I want you to understand very simple things. If we wasn't talking about the Earth being a sphere, me and you could probably have very reasonable conversations. We could probably reach a lot of agreements about a lot of things. It just always happens when the Earth, being a sphere, is brought up and people are challenged about this, then really simple things become hard for people to admit and it becomes frustrating. We're not asking for impossible answers. We're actually pointing out how simple this is. Understanding how the Earth is flat and stationary is literally as simple as going out, looking at it, and measuring it. Because when you observe something and when you measure something, you can then begin to describe its identity. And so far, it looks flat and it measures flat. And so far, I feel like it's stationary and we don't measure any motion to the Earth. But yeah, don't want to upset you, mate. I want you to go away with good remembrance of this conversation.
I'm here for the flat Earth guys. I love you. I'm a big fan.
Hello, bro. You are a fan, but do you actually believe in it?
Look, I won't want to go that far. I don't want to be going full retard mode, but I partly believe that it may have some credible evidence to it.
Sure.
Well, if that's the case, then you should not perpetuate the myth that flat earthers are retards, especially if you've ever spoken to us and give any one of us an IQ test. I challenge you. I will meet you in any public place and take the said IQ test. And so you should not be saying full retard mode when you're discussing accepting measurable reality as
Did
mathematics
I say you
and
guys
science.
were a retard though? I mean,
Yeah, you
you're kind
did.
of
You
making that
did.
distinction
Yeah.
yourself.
Yeah, you said
You're
it. Yeah,
labeling
you said,
yourself
I'm not
retard.
going. No.
I'm not
I am
going
not.
full
No.
retard.
Oh, please rewind. Yes, you're the one who said that accepting reality the way it's mathematically demonstrated would be, quote, going full retard mode, unquote. That's you, not me.
Is that going full retard? Is that the quote I said?
Yep, that's what you said. You can rewind if you're not
Did
sure.
I
I'll
say
find the link
retard
for
mode
you.
or did I
Yeah,
say
you did.
going full retard mode?
Yeah,
Which
that's what you
was it?
said. That's what you said. You said you, Tenza, were not going to go full retard mode, accepting the mathematical reality that no curve has ever been demonstrated with the concept of going full retard mode.
That's what you got out of that? Full retard mode?
Yes, that's what I got out of your words that you said just now. I can find the link for you if you want to rewind.
Yes, rewind. Let's go.
Yeah, you'll see at the top there are 2 YouTube bots. Feel free to click on them and follow the link to the live stream,
globe mode.
and you'll be on full display. Yeah, you'll be on full display for the world to hear.
Globe life equals normal level. Water equals crazy conspiracy. Interesting.
So you're not gonna. So you need to say you're not gonna follow the YouTube links to find yourself talking shit.
Why would I look at myself talking on a YouTube video, bro?
Oh, all right.
This is like.
Hey, so you don't
I
want
wasn't
the
even
evidence.
contesting
You
flat
you
Earth.
don't want
It's
the
a
evidence.
funny thing, bro.
You don't want to confirm the evidence, right?
I don't know.
Talk shit.
You
All
guys
right.
kind of labeled yourself the retards.
No,
There we go.
Tenza. Should we
Here
go
we
back
go
to? We
again.
can go back to talking
Alright.
to the other dude. Should we go back to
Yeah.
talking to Problem? I
Yeah,
guess
yeah.
he's gone. Yeah, you don't want to have a real discussion. That's fine. Would you like to discuss the evidence, Tenza? Yes or no? Because our other dude is gone.
Yeah, the passive aggressiveness is not really going to do very well.
Your other dude's gone, so now I'm supposed to take his place or something?
If you
No,
want.
by all means, mute yourself. We don't need to talk to you if you're not interested. I asked, are you interested in hearing the evidence? Yes or no. It's a yes
you
or no
obviously want
question.
to debate with me.
I do not.
Obviously.
In fact, you are not very good at deciding
I'm
what
curious.
my desires are because I do not want to debate with you. But there's other people who might be willing to.
I've got a question, if I may. When you came in, you said Flat Earthers had some good points. What were those points?
What points?
Yeah, you said we had some good ones. What were they?
Yeah, now this dude is like, this guy's on the right path. He knows I'm like flat Earth, but down the line thinks I'm not flat Earth. It's kind of weird. It's strange.
Yeah,
No.
prove it to me by answering Jedi's question. It's a great question. Yeah, we just want you to clarify the statement that you made not
Hello.
5 minutes ago.
How's it going? Now, here. We have this guy and this guy. This is like this is. Hold on.
Seriously, because I think you've been here long enough to know the context. If it's a waste of time, then get out of here, bro. Just go.
Almost forgot what my own question was then, bloody hell.
Mute Gustavo, that's all you do, motherfucker.
Get out of here, man.
It's not true. I do other things. I spend my whole life muting you, Sunshine. What the hell?
Well, that's disappointing because Jimsy and I and a couple others actually managed to have a fairly decent conversation with Gustavo. He comes back like that. It's like super disappointing.
I can't defend them anymore, mate. I'm always disappointed. the way they act is we've seen it 1,000 times before. Just there's another one.
Yeah, at least him coming in makes me actually appreciate Problem. At least he's willing to try to have a conversation.
Sorry, I had a customer. I'm back.
Yeah, so the question on the table, you came in and you said that flat earthers make some good points, and Jedi said,
Okay.
what were those points that you thought were good? That's the question on the table.
Well, the whole, globe Earth fallacy, what we're taught in school, blah blah blah. Who's saying that that's the truth? I don't have any evidence against it. We're for it. By some good points, I mean like they make good points in commentary as opposed to the flat earther or the globe earthers. That's what I mean. If you want like specific points, I'd have to think about it for maybe a few minutes.
Yeah, if you think of anything, you could tell us. I mean, I think, just an overall impression can be valuable. I mean, that's one of the things when I was first looking into it, it's one of the things that when I was looking for the scientific and or mathematical proof that the Earth was a globe, and I saw the poor quality, emotional appeal, full of fallacies videos, anti-flat Earth, supposedly pro-globe videos that rarely had any kind of proof of globe at all, other than ones that were clearly failed logic. That definitely was a big concern for me. I thought, gosh, I'm gonna have to look into this further. If this is the best they got, these were the things that were being promoted, in the YouTube algorithm and so on. I can understand just looking at the quality of arguments can be a good starting point. And then, you can go beyond that. You don't even have to just judge the quality of the arguments because you still could have someone who was, far smarter than you, who was still trying to snow you and trying to make you think, this vast conspiracy that the Earth was flat. But luckily, you can just go out and measure it for yourself, so you're not relying on anyone else's arguments or anyone else's evidence, because you can go out and find your own evidence.
I really don't have time to go do measurements and stuff. Too busy with work.
Wow. So you work like more than a full-time job, like 2 full-time jobs? Like you never have any leisure time?
I mean, I have a few hours when I get home, and then I go to sleep.
Do you ever go on vacation? Do you ever go camping?
Last time I was on vacation, it was a long ass time ago, like 2016, 2017.
You can go camping pretty cheap. That'd actually be the best way to do some curvature tests. Don't they give you vacation time or even a long weekend? That's all it would take to find a big lake somewhere, set up a tent, and do a mirror test or some long distance observations.
Do you smoke weed?
No, I do not. What is the relevance of that?
I don't know. I like weed. I just try to be friends, Dandelion.
We did get off to a bad start. So I see that was your attempt at being friendly. Okay, noted.
Hello.
Hello.
Dandelion.
How are you, Hot Rod?
I'm seeing flat. Oh, okay. Do you believe Earth is flat?
Well, fortunately, it's not necessary for me to believe it because I have gone out and made my own long-distance observations that clearly demonstrated that the expected curvature rate of 8 inches per mile squared is not actually observed in reality. So, yeah, I do not believe in the globe propaganda delusion. That is correct.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Have you never been in an air balloon?
I have actually been in an air balloon in Arizona. My mom took me on an hot air balloon ride for my birthday. It was amazing. Yeah, everything was flat there. Flat horizon,
Everything?
as far as the eye could see. No curve.
Are you sure?
I'm sure, yes.
Okay, that's good. And you don't have any eye problem, short or long sightedness? Are you sure? Like nothing?
Yeah, I don't know why you're so concerned about my eyesight. Have you seen curvature somewhere?
Sorry. Specifically in a hot air balloon, right? Have you been in a hot air balloon, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. So usually people talk about aircrafts, right? And they're usually at one side of the aircraft looking out of one window. But in a hot air balloon, you're in a basket and you can see the horizon 360 degrees around you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that couldn't be the curvature of the Earth then. That would just be the horizon around you. The horizon being the limitation of your view because of your human eyes and the meteorological conditions, like the weather. There's no point higher or lower depicting some kind of left to right curvature because you go high up in a balloon. You've just got a circle around you. Surely you turned around, right?
So when I go to 700 feet, like more than
700
that.
feet. Yeah.
I
I asked you a question. You turned around in the hot air balloon, right? You must have done.
Yeah.
Cool. So you observed the horizon around you.
No,
every distance to the horizon being an equal distance, like you're in the center of a circle, the radius, where the horizon, the limitation of your view is equidistant.
The
right?
Earth curvature is actually so much wider, we can't see it clearly, right? It's
Okay,
so much
now we can't see it clearly. So, first of all, you said, have you been in a hot air balloon? And then started having a go at Merry Mums of Dandelion's eyesight. Now you're turning around to me and saying, no, not a hot air balloon. Do you want to start again?
We can see the curvature, but
We
not
can
that
see the curvature. Okay, hold on. Where do we see the curvature? Because it's not in the hot air balloon when you turn around.
Yeah, but you go more than 700
so
feet.
not in the hot air. Okay, just to be clear, not in the hot air balloon then. Our eyes are perfectly fine in the hot air balloon. We've got to go higher now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like you come in here with this attitude and you start pouring scorn on people and start acting like some kind of intellectual superior. Have you been in a hot air balloon? Like the hot air balloon was the place to observe the curvature, and now it's not, by your own words. You should think about the way you act. I would have thought that's you're not doing your parents very good respect. Don't take it personal, mate.
Bro, English isn't his first language. Come on.
That's why he insults people about their eyesight. Yeah, because English isn't his first language. Yeah.
Maybe it's him that needs to get an eye bite. Maybe, hey, bro, maybe it's you that needs. Hey, bro, shut up for a minute. Shut up for a minute, bro. I was speaking. Maybe it's him that needs the eye test. I just posted a link. It says, a straight line appears to be bent. Straight lines look wavy. Distorted vision is a sign of sight problems, which is of age and declining vision quality. There are various conditions this symptom can be related to.
I'm laughing quite hard behind my muted microphone. That was funny. Just need to go in a hot air balloon. No, I need to go higher than a hot air balloon. Okay.
Yeah, at least he's got something new. Yeah, it's true. People don't usually bring that up. Tenzo did answer your question. I think you were gone, Jedi, because your question about what were the good points that flat earthers made, he answered while you were gone.
Oh, did he? I do apologise. Yeah, I didn't nip out. What were the good points?
You have to rewind the YouTube video.
I mean, you didn't really you said if you thought about it harder, which now you've had more time, you might be able to be more specific. You were basically just saying, I mean, I could paraphrase, but since earlier we had such a dispute about exact words, it might be better for you just to tell what you said.
How we're taught in school about the, globe earth container theory and all that bullshit. You want me to paraphrase again?
No, you just, you basically said, that you don't, maybe that there wasn't the best evidence for that we were just told that. And my impression of what you said was that you heard flat earthers speak, and some of the things they said seemed to make sense, whereas you perhaps recognized that some of the stories you were told relied on just you taking their word for it, or faith-based.
Faith-based.
I mean, that's what I'd call it. Yeah, no one's explained to you how the globe is a religion that you were indoctrinated in since birth, and you have to go to church not only every Sunday, but pretty much every day, all day.
Yeah, we got an outlet.
He's at work. He told us that earlier. He had a customer.
Oh, sorry. Do you believe in the container theory?
The container theory? What's this?
Like how gravity is the container, or Earth's atmosphere is held in place by gravity?
No.
Oh, you guys don't believe in gravity? I forgot.
Yeah. That would be an acceptance without evidence if you choose the word believe. Yeah, we don't choose to accept without evidence gravity.
Do y'all believe in space? Or?
What space? Do you mean like a vacuum space?
I mean, whatever they're describing to us that's outside of our peripheral view.
Whatever they're describing to us, which would be a vacuum space, no. Where the Earth is something within some kind of heliocentric system, no. Where distances and sizes derived from the radius of our own Earth, no, definitely not.
What about aliens?
Aliens that I would assume that came from other planets and had civilizations on what parts of
what outlet does it look like? What outlet does it look like?
No, have you seen the new lamp?
No?
No?
Is that him? Oh, it's the guy on the motorcycle?
Yeah.
Shit. At least we got a new landlord, bro. That last fucking sucked apparently.
Well, we did get a new one, right?
I know. It's
See, that's fine. That's fine too. Because you just came in, right? And then he was like, yeah, I'm new lamp.
I own you now. Like, cool. But, so what port is he like trying to? Because my picture that I'm like, so I think he's just gonna say, gonna make it out there here. Yeah. So he start out this the worst. He runs up there. So. I'll see you around. Yeah.
Tenza, mute up, man.
Sorry, guys. I just keep getting the landlord is stuck outside, and his motorcycles has no battery.
That can only happen on a flat Earth. Otherwise, he could just wait for it to go downhill and then eventually just go back around to the other side. Wouldn't matter what direction he was going in.
That's a good point. So do you guys believe in like hills and slopes and mountains and stuff like that?
Right, this is weird. Already this is weird. Right, do we believe, which is an acceptance without evidence, the mountains and the hills we observe and build things on and drill through for tunnels and stuff? Are you mad?
I didn't say anything about drilling for tunnels. I'm just saying, do you like?
Okay, so we experience these things because we had to physically navigate them. The hills, the mountains.
Do you have any
You asked us if we believe in these or not. Are you really going to try and defend this position, dude, or are you going to try
do you have
again?
any contention that they exist?
How is elevation change measured, Tenza?
What?
How is elevation in the vertical measured?
Elevation in the vertical? I don't know. They got like topography for that. It's over my head,
How's it
bro.
measured?
Like over my
How is
pay grade.
changes in the vertical measured?
That's again, bro. That's like over my pay grade. I wouldn't.
Over your pay grade, but you're asking about it. Hills, valleys, mountains, it's changes in elevation in the vertical. Right? Are you going to engage your brain? Or is this you at like full fucking speed? You're really going for it today. You've engaged your brain. You're really thinking about the words that come out of your mouth before you say them. Right?
Bro, I am. I'm just trying to engage all.
Okay, so you've asked us if we believed in hills and valleys. All right.
That's all.
We're talking about things that we physically have to measure.
Jedi, do you have any contention with the existence of hills, valleys, and mountains?
No.
No?
We measure them.
Neither do I.
Okay, why would anybody ask such a stupid question?
I just asked it. I mean, it's not stupid, man. No question's a stupid question, bro.
What? Yeah, they are. Wait to have kids. Right, so do you want to start again? Was your hills and mountains question going somewhere?
No, I just wanted to ask that one.
You just wanted to know if we believe in hills and valleys. Is it keeping you up at night? Oh, these flat earthers, man, they say everything's flat.
No, I mean,
No.
Did I say I was against you guys?
No, you didn't. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck your intent is.
Okay, my intent is nothing, bro. I'm just here to exist, you know? I'm not here to troll or anything.
No, not at all. No, not at all.
Yeah, because he asked that question, I guess I'm going to have to clarify that my statement was a joke. Even on a globe, you would have to have a battery for your motorcycle. I better be careful. Yeah, or I'm going to have an arrow sticking in my head soon from a certain anti-flat earther who shan't be named.
You know what? I'd like to propose a like a flat Earth mission.
The silence is just because we're waiting with bated breath to hear what this is going to be all
Oh, you're
about.
waiting to hear what the planet? Okay.
Oh yeah,
We're
that's
gonna
why
go to
everyone's quiet,
SpaceX,
mate.
right?
Yeah,
We're
let's
gonna
go.
go right to Elon Musk himself, and we're gonna ask. Okay, we're gonna gather all these flat earthers. They're all gonna pay like $1,000 a ticket, right? And then we'll go into space, and we'll see that it's actually a flat Earth. And then after that, when we come back down, we'll be able to tell everyone it's fucking flat. You know?
Why? Well, you already see that it's flat.
Wouldn't that be awesome?
No, you know, anybody that doubts their experience of it already being flat, they should do that if they want.
It's like the Katy, you know, when Katy Perry went to space.
No, she didn't.
And went into orbit or whatever she went.
No, even to astrophysicists, that's a joke, saying that Katy Perry went to space. She went to the claimed edge of space. Didn't even reach orbit.
Okay. Sorry, I had a call with my mom. It's like you guys know how like you guys talked about like these experiments, right? And doing these like, okay, but who's actually going to do these experiments and who's going to perform? Wouldn't it be easier just to round everyone up, put them in a ship, and we'll have definable proof without any experiments or anything? We'll just fucking see that it's flat.
No, you already do see it's flat. So your idea isn't to see if it's flat, your idea is to see if it's curved when you get higher, that it somehow changes, that you know, a height will change your view of reality.
Do you think they're
You
going
get
to
to a
be
certain
able to?
Be able to what?
I forgot the term for it, but it's a term in space where they you know, get for getting all the footage that they get now, they like There's a term for it. Anyways, let's get back on topic.
Well, the topic, Tenza, we're still waiting for us to give you more details about the good flat earth arguments that you heard. So did you hear about the long distance observations and the laser tests? Did you hear about those?
I'm aware of those tests, but I feel like it would be easier for us just to round us all up and put us in a ship.
Gosh, you even have a job, and you're saying that you've even shown evidence here that you understand the concept of money and how one has to earn it. So the thing you're talking about is way more expensive than the long weekend camping trip that I suggested to you earlier.
It might be more money, but it's worth.
Yeah, a bunch of people have
Wanna
already
go,
gone
like,
up there.
start
Yeah,
testing?
like, are you aware of the, I'll try to find it for you. The bunch of the people that went up already said going up wasn't high enough to see the curve. I don't even think they pretend that it is anymore. Like, you don't see it up there. Like, even the mainstream story is still telling you that. I'll find it for you. Oh yeah, somebody else found it over fences. Wally Funk 82 wishes the flight had gone higher. Another one. Astronaut says flight didn't go high enough. They wanted to see the curve, and yet they didn't. So that's the new story, Tensa. Yeah. So, they can milk that for another, however long. They got people like you as their customers, and the other two dudes that were here earlier, like, they can milk that a long time.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse told Joe Rogan that he's done the math and he doesn't think that you'd see the curvature of the Earth from 63 miles high.
Doesn't Candace Owens think they're flat now?
No idea. I don't know. Would it matter if she did or didn't?
Oh shit, Thames is in here. What the heck? Why don't you open your mic, bro? I'm gonna ask you double question.
They love me. They really love me.
Is $1 million affected? The quote should have been, "You love me. No, you like me. Right now, you like me." That's what Sally Field said. And it's Sally Field, not Sally Fields.
Hey, Lats knows me, bro. Lats knows I'm a flat earther.
Hey, bro, you didn't see me in politics yesterday? I was in there waiting for you and all your Glober friends.
No, I wasn't. I was busy yesterday, bro. My Glober friends, bro? Come on. You think I'm friends with Globers?
No, every time I'm in politics and you join, there's always like 5 other people that come in there after. They're all spazzing out at the same time.
I spaz out when people make good points. I mean, if you get clapped in a convo, I mean, I don't know what you consider spazzing out, but
You said I got clapped in the convo?
I don't know if we're talking about the same conversation here. And let's just talk about flat Earth. What the fuck is this, bro? I'm trying here. I really am.
Yeah, I was talking with AI about, I know it sounds stupid talking to AI, but like, yeah, I was just using AI. Oh, hello, we have someone. Yeah, hello, welcome in. You want to talk?
Okay, the word I was thinking of earlier was hyperimposed. So, like, basically NASA fakes all this fucking space footage and superimposes space into the camera. But if we were to do that mission I was talking about, yeah, real mission, you know, we'd be able to figure out
How much of the surface? How much of the surface do you think you'll see? Like percentage? What percentage of the Earth's surface do you think you'd see from 63 miles high?
We'd have to go a lot higher than 63 miles.
I'm sorry, that's just not going to happen. Well, how far then? How far do you think you'd have to go?
To see if it's flat?
No, you already see it's flat, remember? To see if it's a globe.
Yeah, can't you see if it's a globe or if it's flat from space?
No, not if it's flat. You already see that it is flat.
You can also observe it from space, though, no?
So how high do you think you'd have to go?
I don't know. I'm not a fucking rocket scientist, but maybe 3,000 to 4,000 miles a week. That's it.
Yeah, and what sort of percentage of the Earth's surface do you think you'd have a view of from there?
Probably 100%. No.
No. No.
And how far would I need to go to have 100% view?
You're never going to have 100% if it's a globe. The maximum you can have is 50%, right?
You'd have 100% if it's flat, because you'd see the whole flat, because it'd be going horizontally. No.
What?
You would be able to observe it. It's flat like a pancake if you go higher, because you'd be above it, right?
You already do. From any altitude that you could currently go and easily achieve right now, it always looks like that.
I want definable proof.
You want proof of your experience. You want proof that your experience is actually your experience.
No, I just want to be 100% sure. So that's why the mission's required.
You're not 100% sure that your experience is your experience?
I'm not 100% sure if it's flat or if it's a globe. So if I could go to space to be able to tell, that would be great.
Right. So, like, not even at 3,000. What did you say? 3,000 miles?
I guess. Not right.
Yeah, not even at 3,000 miles would you have a full 50% view of the Earth's surface if it's a globe. It's not high
Okay, then
enough.
let's say 10,000 miles.
Still not high enough.
20,000.
I don't think he understands 3D structures.
You're saying it's flat, so it's not 3D, right?
It doesn't matter what distance. If you have a sphere, you hold the sphere from yourself or you fly away from it, you will never see 100% of it.
Yeah.
Have you at least got that idea yet? That's a good start.
I'd still be, I don't know. I think you'd see 100% of it if it was flat.
How many people do you think?
If it's a globe, you can't see that much of it because it's curving around.
How many people do you think have viewed the Earth like had a complete, full, one-side view of the Earth?
Every president.
Are you serious? You're just trolling.
Most of the Pentagon probably been briefed on this stuff.
So Tenza, when do you plan on going to space? To verify your claims?
Whenever we could get the next ticket.
I've been waiting the last 30 years.
Look, if Musk is offering it up, bro, let's take a shot at it.
Yeah, Musk is offering it up. Buy a lotto ticket and jump in there, mate.
You tell us all how you go. That fucking SpaceX, yeah.
And you tell us how you go.
Come on, one of y'all want to accompany me with the flat Earth mission?
This is not a flat Earth mission.
Gonna be only the flat Earther going up there. You guys are like, oh, that's the crazy flat Earther. He's the one that wanted to go to space. He's, you know.
The most depressing part is you've had people that are trained astronauts that have gone up there that were disappointed they didn't see any curvature.
So why are they lying to it about us? Why are they fucking like this? Come on.
Why are they lying? I don't know, $70+ million a day would be a pretty solid incentive for someone to tell lies.
Try doing that.
Yeah, but so would you really accept $70 million to deceive the American people? It's kind of fucked.
You would. A day? Holy shit, man. 1 year worth of work, you can retire. Actually, you'd probably retire after about 20 minutes.
With 70 million, yeah. Might be right. I'd say that's a pretty good argument.
Well, you ask why people lie. Well, there's all sorts of reasons why people lie. Some people just get off on it, they're sick in the head. But if they've got an incentive like large amounts of coin, then yeah, that's a pretty solid reason to lie. So tell me something. Outside of your television, your computer screen, and your mobile phone, have you ever seen this curvature?
No.
Interesting how that works, isn't it? So if you're not sure, don't do that. If you're not sure that something is flat, curved, smooth, rough, what do you do to isolate those two things? What do you do to separate them?
I don't know. You tell me. You obviously know the answer.
Oh, we know the answer's all right. You measure it to confirm which one it is. In your mindset, you want to fly further away from it.
Confirm, bro.
Confirm, bro. What's that supposed to mean?
Look, that would get everyone on board, bro. Get everyone on board. Even the
So what
fucking
I-
globe earthers, bro, because they all been lied to. NASA's giving them all these videos in space where they see the Earth is fucking around, and then they're gonna come to you.
Exactly.
And say,
Exactly.
bro.
That's
So when is
exactly
this
my
shit gonna
point.
end, bro?
You've got photographs from a place you can't validate, verify, or prove that it's a globe. Okay, I'll give you your globe photos. You've got a lovely little sphere. Now, you've proven to us it's a sphere. If that is true, we should be able to measure that drop over distance quite comfortably. To the point of, if we shoot a laser 20 miles, that's a 266-foot drop. When people shoot their lasers 20 plus miles, 30 plus miles, government 40 plus miles, they don't get these crazy drops. So all you've got is photos where we're actually trying to test it and measure it. Would you like to see some laser test videos just so you have an idea of what's going on? While you're dreaming of your space-tired photos? He's gone quiet. I'll post them up anyway, just for you, Tenza.
Yeah, we found out earlier that he's at work. Sometimes he gets a customer, but he does usually return.
Oh, fair enough. Does he normally disappear at the most inconvenient of times?
Probably. Okay, there he is.
Alright, I'll post that for him. And that one. There you go. Go and watch that, and you'll understand what's going on.
It's a 56-minute long video.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot you're a TikTok brain. Just watch it in 3-minute increments and have a little break in between.
Okay. What's the most important part in this video?
Or you could do it the easy way. There's a document that was sent there with it, a PDF, 120 pages long. I'd probably suggest you read it 2 pages at a time, have a 5-minute break in between.
Freaking, I'm capable of reading a lot at once, bro, but that's a lot of pages. I feel like I'm in school again, man. What the fuck?
You are.
It's technical data, bro.
What were you expecting? Cartoons? Oh, sorry.
I believe this dude. Let's be real. He will never watch it. What? How do you
Yes,
know
that's
that?
what. Yes, are you going to disprove her claim by watching it and then giving and then reporting back?
Let me come back in 56 minutes, guys. Hold on. Let me just put the whole conversation on hold.
I mean, it was hard. You didn't want to commit to doing a long weekend camping, so yeah, we thought watching a video might be too hard. But prove us wrong. Prove us wrong.
I just want to say that I think it's pretty telling that he still wanted someone else to tell him what to think about it.
Yeah, that's a good point over fences. That's what they all want, right? Isn't it?
Yeah. But I just wanted to say hello. We have a couple new people in the room. MMR and Axum. And it looks like Axum may have left. But I just thought I'd say hello and welcome, and feel free to, unmute and ask some questions.
No, Stark.
So,
I know. I was just about to comment on this.
who's
Pretty
this
funny.
Dr. Zach? And why should I trust him?
Well, it's not about trust. We want you not to trust him, so you can go and verify this for yourself. We're not asking to be trusted.
Is there a turtle at the bottom of the flat Earth eating everything?
How far did you get into the? How far are you in the video? What's your timestamp right now, Tenza?
He gave up after the first 3 seconds.
It's kind of hard to listen to the video at the same time on Discord. Plays the video half as loud, so I kind of need to sit down and watch this video on my computer to actually take in the information.
Fair enough.
I mean, he's got some All looks very scientific.
Has anybody covered the fact that nobody here is claiming that Earth is some kind of pizza planet space frisbee yet?
We covered it several times since I've been here, but please cover it again. I feel like it can't be said enough. It hasn't been said in the last hour, probably.
Yeah, you experience the Earth to be flat, and you observe the horizon to be horizontal. But nobody here is claiming that we believe that the lights in the sky are moving under our feet. But yeah, watch that, Tenza, and come back and chat with us when you're done.
Oh, I just wanted to mention that the FE in the FE core doesn't stand for flat Earth. It stands for field engineers. So this wasn't a group of flat earthers setting out to prove the Earth was flat. Quite the contrary.
That's a really good point, too.
Are there any like non-Spanish experiments? Is there any like American flat Earth experiments I can look at?
Of course.
Well, let's see what else we can find. I'll chuck up a couple more laser tests for you.
No, you do the
They're
solar
like a
eclipse.
really short, like 1 minute laser test. Come on.
Yeah, dude, you can go check out the Great Salt Lake in Utah.
Holy fuck.
Oh yeah.
This Dr.
Ouchie.
D is off his fucking rocker.
Okay, so that one test that you're looking at now, that long one, that's actually 5 tests in one video. Not so bad now, is it?
Which one do you want me to click? There's so many. Dr.
Oh my
John invites
god!
you to laser
It's like a
test
kid in a
results.
candy store.
Results and observations. God, just do the freaking experiment already. Okay, the green laser is blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. $10-minute laser test. Undeniable flat Earth.
So at 10 miles, there should be a 60-foot drop. $66.68 drop. There you go.
So 32 feet of curvature. Okay. Why does he have a lisp? Well, yeah. It's really swayed and shit. So the fact that he's still in the water and he can still see the laser, what does that mean?
That means there's nothing in between him and the other end of the laser. There should be a big bulge in front of him. You do understand that if there's a curve, that should be blocking them. Oh, that's a problem, isn't it?
Yeah, but aren't sands generally mostly pretty flat, or?
What are you saying? There's no curvature?
Yeah, I mean, aren't they beaches pretty flat to begin with? It's not much curvature.
Well, the expected rate is 66.68 feet at 10 miles. You said that was a 10-mile test. So unless your two guys that are standing apart are 32 and a bit feet tall each, they're not going to see that laser.
What would be blocking it, though?
The curvature that's not there.
Oh, the curvature. Okay. Okay. Sure. So let's get a boat and let's sail off the edge.
So your
Why would there
response
be an
to
edge?
a video showing measured flat is let's get a boat and sail off the edge. How about you just respond to the videos? That'd be a good start.
I was just
Man
reading a
farming.
comment on this video. So the comment
Yeah, a
said,
lot of people try and say stuff like that. They're being cheeky. But why would there be an edge to the floor? Like, you're on the ground of all that is. Why does there have to be an edge? This gets back to the Pizza Planet Space Frisbee thing. A lot of people end up getting confused trying to combine flat Earth with heliocentric doctrine.
heliocentric.
Yeah. The word heliolator basically means sun worshiper.
Who put the sun there? The fucking Anunnaki, bruh. We're all slaves in a slave colony planet.
Plain.
You know, maybe flat, but we're still all slaves, so.
That's a fair enough assessment when a cult of money runs everything.
You guys remember the video of the flat earther that put himself in a rocket?
No, tell us all about it.
Oh, come on, you guys fucking famous. You guys know that video. Come on.
Most of the content like that is basically used as hit pieces or strawman farming to try and make everybody look like idiots for questioning
It's
the
not.
narrative.
I'm not trying to make it. It's just like
No, I'm not saying you are. I'm
it's very
saying that.
sad that they would go all
Yeah.
like
I'm just
go
saying it's
like, yeah,
commonly
get on
used.
this rocket. It's a good idea. Launch the rocket, and it's just it really is sad. I mean, more than anything, bro. I feel for the guy.
And what was the purpose of that? AJ was trying to tell you, but you decided you just wanted to steamroll through it.
That's what I do. Bro. You guys really don't fucking like me, dude. Come on.
We don't like what?
Where are you from?
I don't know if he's talking to us or if he's talking to a customer.
I'm talking to you.
Where am I from? Australia.
My friend got arrested for threatening to kidnap Albanese.
That's a shame.
It was on Discord too, bro. Like, it's kind of crazy how the fucking Australian laws are becoming more like UK, bro. Like, you can't even.
Oh, I
It's
couldn't
crazy.
imagine why.
Just be
That's
careful
a
what
bit.
you say, bro. Yeah.
No. Doesn't faze
Yeah.
me in the slightest.
I mean, I assume you got a clean record, though. You've never been arrested. Seem like a pretty nice guy, huh?
Hey, Tenza.
What?
Do you know of a scientific experiment that shows gas pressure without physical containment next to a vacuum?
Not sure. Another experiment.
There isn't one. You can't talk about.
Hey, Tenza, can I ask you a question?
I am an open book.
Are you actually interested in this topic, or are you just seeing it as like entertainment and something to pass the time? I mean, honestly, right?
I don't know. I'm just here to debate.
Well, you're not. because you'd have to have more knowledge of the topic in order to actually debate it, right? And so you've been presented with evidence and you say you want to see it, but you're not actually reading it or watching
Did I
it.
not watch the 10-minute video?
I don't know what you're doing. I think you're probably playing video games right now, honestly.
I did watch the 10-minute video.
Okay. Which one? There's many 10-minute videos.
Which one was it? D-Marble 10-minute laser test.
Well, ironically, I actually haven't seen that one. Has someone else watched that one that can address it?
Same as the other ones. No curve.
Right. So Tenza,
Yeah,
as you can
you guys are like trying to put me in a box. I mean, I watched the video.
No, I'm
No,
just trying
you
to ascertain
arrived
your
in a box.
motive, you know? We just, your time is important, our time is important. If you're not here to actually learn something, then, we just may as well be upfront
Look,
about that.
why would I be here if I didn't want to learn?
A lot of people come here for a lot of reasons that aren't actually learning something. So I'm just asking. Just out of respect for our time and your time.
I just think it's the way I phrase my questions is or the way I approach a conversation.
Okay, well that's fine. But what I want you to notice with these laser tests is that most of them are very, very thorough. And they get into the minutia of, what's the observer height, what's the temperature, we get into the exact locations. All these different factors and variables are taken into consideration, right? And we compare those against the Earth curvature calculators, and we aren't seeing the drop over distance that we have to see in order for the Earth to be a sphere of the given size, right? So if you're here to debate, what is your globe Earth proof against these laser tests? Do you have something comparable?
Not really. I mean, as I said, I was here to learn. I mean, I don't know why you keep prodding me for like globe Earth theories or like points. I don't know.
Well, you actually said you were here to debate.
I have no contention about a flat Earth. I don't believe in a globe Earth. What do you want to
Okay.
debate about? I wouldn't want to debate about that.
Okay, so well, you also threw in some insults earlier, so we're not going to pretend that didn't happen. But moving forward, what are your takeaways from the videos? Do you have any points to make about them? Do you have any concerns? Do you have any comments? What? I mean, if you're here to learn.
Looks flat to me from the video and the laser. So I mean,
Pardon? Can you repeat that?
looks flat to me from the video. So.
Okay, well, I hope you do your own research. Don't take our word for it either.
The cops are coming for me.
Why? Did you threaten to kidnap our Prime Minister? They'd probably come to get you because you're not quick enough.
No. Bro, Albanese's here.
Y'all wild. was that?
On where the globe earthers at? Trying to debate.
Thought you weren't here to debate.
Yeah, I'm here to debate the globe earthers.
Oh, just stop. It's tiresome. You know, really.
What
Come
are you
on.
tired about?
I'm tired of you doing this, playing these games. It's
I'm
immature and
not
it's
playing a
boring.
game.
Oh,
This is
just
not a
stop.
game.
Just stop. You know, you don't sound that old, but you're old enough to know better.
How old do you think I am?
High school.
No, just out of high school.
No.
As in just.
I'm 45. No, I'm kidding.
You're full of
Um,
shit.
yeah, I'm in my 20s.
Early 20s. 22.
I'm 24. Close.
Not bad.
I mean, come on, the guy's got to be old enough. He's flipping burgers and shit.
Flipping vapes, bro. I would never work in the food industry business. Fuck that.
If
Never
it pays the
have, never
bills, you
will.
do what you gotta do.
It's true, but I mean, yeah, I mean, gotta get a job at McDonald's.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah.
Please try to remain civilized
Dandelion
and
has
cordial.
kids, bro. Just trying to hit, man. Trying to
He has
hit.
experience teaching children.
Yeah, she can teach me a few things.
Careful what you wish for, Junior.
She
Hey,
probably be too
Maddie,
much
you're
energy.
hot micing. Oh, he's gone. Do we have
Okay.
anyone else to talk to? Like anyone
Yes,
else?
please.
I didn't know ladies believed in the flat Earth. Crazy.
It's not a belief.
Yeah, plenty of them.
Okay, it's a
My
fact.
wife's a flat earther as well.
Got me. It's facts.
You know,
My
there's
wife
millions
also.
and millions and millions of flat earthers, right?
Yeah.
Most of the people that show up to my flat Earth meetings are.
Y'all been watching the Olympics?
No.
What?
Welcome to whoever just joined in.
How would you know? You can't pass 10.
Paradox says there are millions and billions of stars in vacuum too. Millions and billions. Both. Stars in vacuum. Prove your cool story, Paradox. Prove it.
See them, man. See them. Yes.
Yeah,
It's
but you
my
don't know
time.
what they are. You don't know what they are. You don't even know what... Okay, so you already agreed that if you look at any light source from a distance, no matter what shape it is, it just looks like a round light. You already know that, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so you don't know what a star is when you look at it.
But it's still an object, right? Even by that
You have
logic.
no idea what it is.
It can't be a image in sky, right? Sky
You have
is
no
not a
idea
project.
what it is.
Nobody's saying it's an image.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that you don't know what it is. I didn't claim to know what it is. But
Okay,
you think it's
I
a
know
burning
because
ball of... You think it's a star in a vacuum. That was your claim. And then
You
I
have
said, how do you
law.
know that? And you're like, you could look at it, and then you'll agree that you have no idea what it is just by looking at it.
so
He's about to appeal to authority.
what do you think asteroids come from?
Well, I don't make
The
claims
asteroid.
about things that I can't validate because I'm not going to throw myself into a stupid situation where I can't back up my claim. That would be silly, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be silly for sure.
What do you think about this
What's
picture? Paradox in the side chat.
where
What do you
does
think that
asteroids
is?
come?
What's that light in the sky there? What is it?
It's a street light, which should be
Is it?
rectangular.
How's it a street light? What's it attached to? It's not attached to the ground.
Oh no, yeah, it's what is it then? It can't
I'm
be
asking you.
sunlight.
I'm asking you. I know what it is, but I'm asking you what it is. What do you think it is?
I don't
Just
know,
by
man.
looking
Like
at it? Yeah, you can't tell,
if
can you?
it were to be a sun, then the entire sky would be lit. Would not be this
Okay.
darker. The sky is dark, but there's still a
Well, you think that all the stars are suns?
I don't know, man. You tell me what is it?
No, you said that you can look at lights in the sky and tell what they are just by looking at them. So I was just wondering if you knew what it was.
No, I've never looked at such a light before.
Really? Light in the sky.
No,
What
it
about the
doesn't
one
look
in the
like.
distance? What about the one that's a little lower in the picture that's a different hue? What do you think that one
Yeah,
is?
that is street light for sure.
For sure. Yeah, that's a street light, yeah. All right, so you can't tell what the lights in the sky are just by looking at them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In this specific case.
In this specific case?
Yes.
Really? I bet I could trick you all day long with pictures of lights in the sky that I could post here.
But still, you haven't answered my question. Where does asteroids come from?
I don't know. I did answer it. I said I don't make claims about things that I can't validate because I don't want to put myself in a position where I make a silly claim that I can't back up.
But you must accept that there must be some rocks in space, right?
It doesn't
Where
matter.
asteroids come from.
No, I have never validated that an asteroid is a rock.
Besides, things in the sky are not going to change the ground. The Earth is measured to be flat.
What's a shooting star paradox?
You mean a comet?
No, a shooting star. You know those little things that
Yes.
go whoosh, flash all of a sudden. You're
Yeah.
like, damn! I thought I just saw a shooting star. What do you think that is?
Yeah, we ask wish to wish
A
it.
traditional shooting star when you're looking up in the sky, and you see like a little light just go flying faster than you can imagine, right across your field of view somewhere.
I don't know, man. I never thought of it.
Do you think it? Well, it's called a shooting star. So, what do you think that might be?
It might be a star which is traveling very fast. No, that's not possible. Wait, that's not possible. They can't go past the speed of light. So I don't know, man. I don't know.
There we go. Sky mysteries.
Have to do my research on it.
More sky mysteries. What if they told you a story about it? Then would you know? Would you know what it is if someone
Yeah,
told you a
then I would
story
believe
about it? Then you would believe
If
it.
scientists tell you. Yeah.
As long as it came from the mainstream, like you'll pretty much believe anything that they tell you, right?
If the Google say it, I believe it.
Oh gosh, yeah. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Paradox is bricked.
So how else like how do you validate your claims? What other ways do you have?
What claims did I make?
Any claim for that matter. How do you get your information from?
Well, it depends on the claim. You know,
And how do you validate it? How do
well,
you verify
it would
it?
depend on what I was claiming. I didn't claim anything, so I didn't really. You don't really. I don't really have to validate anything right now, do I?
But the general idea is
I
people.
claim that no
people
curvature can be detected through
but the general.
observations and laser tests. Do you want to know how I validate that? You already know.
Yeah, you told me.
Yeah, I can show you some long distance observations if you want, but you've seen them already. I can validate that lights in the distance just look like a round light. Do you think you can tell the shape of something just by looking at it?
Yeah, I can try my best.
Really? What shape is this?
Send it.
Sent it.
Sphere.
What's
Circular.
It's a sphere. Oh, incorrect.
Circular.
You would be incorrect. It's a
Circular.
ball. It's a
Circular.
ball. Yeah, but it's circular. You said it's a sphere, right? So it's a ball. Right? You could put some masala in that bowl and eat from it, right? So it's not a sphere.
What's the difference between ball and a sphere?
Really? Can you put masala in a sphere and have a bowl of masala?
I think that's Australian for bowl.
What's the difference between a sphere and a bowl? Really?
Yes. Yeah.
Really? So
Let's say you have
can you eat some ramen noodles out of a sphere? Can you have a drink? Can you pour some water in a sphere and have a drink from it like a bowl?
So you're
What do you
saying
mean?
ball
What's the
is
difference?
hollow.
Okay, so a ball, it's a sphere. It's a ball. What do you mean? What's the difference between a bowl and a ball?
You're saying ball is hollow from inside.
Well, it could be solid. You could have
Yeah,
a rubber ball. It
DJ.
doesn't have anything on the inside. I mean, it has rubber on the inside.
Hang on, gentlemen. Hold on a second. With all due respect, DJ, you're pronouncing the word bowl, bowl, but it's sounding like you're saying ball, B-A-L-L. That's where I think he's.
No. I'm saying ball and ball. I'm saying
It's
both
very,
of those.
it's
All right,
very
I'll
difficult to distinguish
it's
between the
okay.
two.
I
Just
get
so
it.
you know.
Okay, fair enough. All right. I'll just say sphere and ball. Fair enough, Nick. Good point.
What ball? BALL, right?
Yeah, that's right. No, I'm saying ball, BOWL, and sphere, right? Which is the same as a BALL. They're not the same thing. How did you even ask that question?
Again, DJ, I think his question was about between a ball, BALL, and a sphere when he misunderstood. You saying bowl, B-O.
No, he understands, right? Paradox, you know what I was talking about.
Are you
No.
sure? Paradox, did you
I-
hear
I-
B-O-W-L or B-A-L-L?
No, BALL.
Really?
Okay. Yeah, I'm telling you, dude,
Okay.
it's very tricky
All
to
right.
part between the two.
Paradox, like a soup bowl. BOWL.
I would have thought when you suggested eating out of it, that would have been a clue to which one you were referring to.
Yeah. You would think so. Right, so you understand now? You said that this is a sphere, but actually it's a bowl.
You know cricket? You bowl the ball.
T-dub.
Is it a ball or a bowl? Jesus.
But how do you know it's a bowl?
Why? Because somebody picked it up and tested it.
Looks like a sphere to me, man. From this angle, at least.
Okay, but it's not.
But it appears to be a sphere or a
Yeah, but
circle
it isn't one.
from my POV.
Okay, but it's not. Okay, so you can't tell what shape something is just by looking at it. Because you were completely wrong. It was kind of like the opposite of what you thought it was.
Anyways, man, let's play a song of DJ Rakesh.
Yeah, sounds like a great idea. Right, so I'm just, hold on a
Yeah.
second, Paradox. I'm just going to post the video for you. Okay, so in the video, she shows you. Okay, so one of them's a sphere, one of them's half a sphere, one of them's flat, and one of them is a bowl.
Yes.
The point is that you can't tell what shape they are
But
by looking at them.
from the thumbnail, it appears to be 4 circles, doesn't it? Don't they?
I mean, yeah, they all look like spheres. Yeah, it's definitely 4 circles. But they're all different shapes.
Agree.
Yeah.
You guys seen the prank show on YouTube where they like the Thief Buster?
Hey, sorry, say that one more time. What was that? Hey, Paradox. Right, here's another funny clip to watch. This is how easy it is to prank a Glober. To trick a
Globert?
Glober.
What do you know about globes?
I know that they would have curvature on the surface. All right, check that out, Paradox.
Yeah, watched it, DJ. Nice video.
Where's the flat Earth mommies at? Damn it!
I'm right here, bro.
No, you're a man. Get out of here.
What are you, shy all of a sudden? In the presence of a cute boy? What's wrong with you?
They call me the Master Goon.
Yikes, bro.
I see the tower standing tall across the sea. They say, bro, it's hiding geometry. Then they panic, twist in reaction, and whisper softly, divine refraction. Camera zoomed in, still clear view. They close their eyes, optics, dude. No math, no measure, surf assumption, globe theory, canoe function, refraction junction, divine refraction, science fiction attraction. When logic fails, they change the section and chant the mantra, divine refraction. Where's the curve, my friend? He says light bends, depends on the trend. Kitna bend karega yaar 90 degrees. He smiles, hard, possible, please. No shimmer, no haze, and no distortion seen. Yet they claim a bending beam. I say measure it, they say trust the nation and summon once more. Divine refraction. Bro, when the photo's clean, when the line is flat, they shout refraction. Imagine that. Main bola thoda logical la, wo bola are yaar naisa bata. Divine refraction. Bas ek hi reaction. No proof, no data. Pure abstraction. DJ Rakesh exposes divine refraction. Refraction, refraction, divine direction. Jab photo flat, they call it correction. DJ Rakesh bolta, san mere bhai. Refraction nahi hai, you just can't deny. DJ Rakesh signing out. Next time, Globe Gang, bring equations, not excuses.
You guys hear that cricket?
Jeffrey Epstein.
What about him?
Jeffrey Epstein.
Jeffrey Sexstein?
P. Diddy.
Is this the latest thing that's got all the sheeple's attention, is it?
Yes.
Is the most important thing in your life Epstein?
Yeah.
How is learning about Epstein going to benefit your life in any way?
It will.
I disagree.
I don't care.
Because you know you're wrong, buddy. Yeah, I'm battling for the flat earthers now. Get out of here, Chinese spy.
No.
Come on, Ma, do something. I'll mute his ass.
Yeah, try to make it less obvious he's your mate. You retards need some acting classes. Really.
I need some Prozac. Stat.
Hey, that'll help too. Go some in. I was gonna say, DJ, another top song from Rakesh there. I think you picked it Bollywood Indoctrinate though. I don't think you're gonna top it. One hit wonder.
Yeah, that's his hit.
You
That's
fucked
his
yourself.
top hit song.
You know, should have made that, then released the rest of the album first, and topped it with Bollywood.
Yeah, that's the name of the album. Bollywood Indoctrinate.
Yeah. If you need an agent, I'm open.
Oh, that one's my favorite one. It's funny because I was at work. I was humming something the other day. I was like, what the hell did I hear this from? And I was like, oh, this is DJ's song. I was like, what the heck? It's stuck in my head.
Oh, dude, sometimes they'll get stuck in my head, but yeah, because half the words are in Hindi.
Yeah. Yeah, I
It's
can't
kinda
like do
frustrating.
anything but hum it, but
Yeah.
it was funny though. I was like, where is this from? I was like, what the heck? Why is this song stuck? I was like, oh, this is because of DJ. I was like, damn it. Stuck in my
By
head.
the way, it's not all Hindi. There are some Punjabi words here as well.
Uh-huh.
He's mixing 3 languages.
Talent, pure talent.
Well, DJ knows all of them.
It's really common in Indian rap culture. People mix 2 or more languages in their songs.
Yeah, because DJ's from India. You ask him what part of India he's from, he's just going to say all of them. That's how
DJs
Indian
from
he is.
Kangaroo Land.
I'm from Kerala,
Kangaroo Land.
God's own country, Kerala, Kochi.
Kerala.
Why is that so good? It's like
I was going to
scary
say,
how
who
good
in
that
here
is.
remembers the earliest days of this whole discussion where Globers would vehemently deny refraction exists or is taking place?
Oh yeah, fluffspective. That's what they would call it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not me.
It's hilarious that it's turned into the sacred cow of their religion, basically, at this point.
You know what? I think today is actually like marks my 1 year in Discord VC with you guys. It's pretty funny.
Shit. Nice.
Nice.
I think it's either today or tomorrow. I don't remember. One of the teams.
How long were you in the topic? Like, fully?
It was about a year before that. I was listening to a bunch of Flat Earth Dave stuff and then debates on like MDD and what's it stuff. And I heard, no, was it? I found Nathan Oakley. And then from Nathan Oakley, I found you guys.
Are you telling me the modern day debates, the things they had on to defend the globe, weren't enough to convince you to stay in the cult?
No, no, dude, they sucked over there so bad. It was sad, bro, because I was like, damn, why is our side losing? I was like, what the heck? My side being globe at the time, you know. Like, there has to be something. Nope. No measurements ever provided. Sadly enough, here I am with you guys. I got to leave the cult. No more religious, heliocentric ball for me.
Chill out, please.
Chill out. Why, bro?
They're going after someone, bro. Ah.
I know a lot of
where's
Globers
Why do
get
Space
people
mad
Man?
when
want
I
to hang
point
There
on
he
out.
is.
to you?
Policeman. They're going.
What do,
Oh shit. Yeah, bro. In Venice, it's like fucking at 24/7. Police are like going down the streets. It's either they're going after some fucking homeless, mentally deranged dude, or there's always some shit going on.
who you talking to and what you talking to them about, Tenza?
The police vehicle.
He said seeing things that aren't there. It sounds like a Glober. They look at the horizon, think they see curvature.
Like, why do they hang on to the globe so hard? Like, do they think if they can just like save like NASA and SpaceX and stuff, the world's still like some cozy place or something?
They just freaking love it. Like they need it to be a globe, even if you'll be able to show them that there's no curve, and they're like, well, can't it just be a giant globe that's so big that it looks flat? Like they just, as long as it's a globe.
I don't care how bad they lied to me, as long as it's still a globe in some way.
Yeah. Maybe it's so big that it just looks flat, but maybe it's still a globe. Come on, guys.
I don't know, man. Don't know.
No, I mean, the longer you are a flat earther and you just see people incapable of grasping this, like they can grasp it. Like it's basic to understand, right? What demonstrates the earth is flat. You know, takes all of 10 minutes if you're willing. Accepting it, though, is the other, task. That takes a while. And just watching people refuse to accept it. It's like, what are you trying to preserve exactly? I don't understand.
Check these images out. These are the images from the data set from the blue marble. All of the images that they used to stitch together into the flat map, which they wrapped around a ball, according to them, all kind of look like this, just little images that show zero curvature.
I just find it
That's fine.
funny that Dr. John Pork is conducting these experiments.
I don't know if you guys experienced this too, but like there would be some days after I already found out that the Earth is flat, I would like wake up and be like, "Was that a dream? Like, what the heck was wrong with me?" Like, it was weird. Like, I would like flip back and forth between like globe and flat while I was going through the process of like learning about flat Earth. It was like the weirdest thing ever.
Never experienced that, but I could imagine.
Well, maybe I'm just a weirdo, I guess. Oh well.
I was like all about space and stuff. The whole planet.
Bro,
Maybe I'm
use
getting
Mankai. Mute him.
Never struggled with that.
I'm getting some bad static on your side. Obvious. Yeah, I was a really bad Glover. I feel like anytime I ever ask somebody, I feel like I was the only one with Neil deGrasse Tyson books. It was pretty bad, dude.
Is that any better?
Oh yeah, sounds way better.
Yeah, I don't have any Neil deGrasse books.
Yeah, it was bad, dude.
I mean,
I was
I listened to him like very early on when he was coming into the limelight. You know.
yeah, bro, I was deep in the sauce, man. Deep in the globe sauce. Hey, what do you guys
As
think
soon as
about
you
time
see.
dilation? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No. What are you saying?
Oh, I was just asking what you guys think about time dilation because I could never understand that even when I was a Glover. Pretty much, it's like if you're moving really fast, then time slows down for you. They explained it in like this weird, arbitrary way. I just couldn't understand it. Like if somebody got to a location, let's say from point A to point B, relatively close to the speed of light, then during that time of travel, you would have aged slower versus somebody that went from point A to point B and just like walked there, for example, or crawled there.
Well, as soon as you bring the experiment validating it.
Yeah, I
we
can
can
never
talk about
understand it the way they explained it. I was like, well, if the person that got there faster, wouldn't they still be aging while they're waiting for the person to get there? So their ages don't even change like at all. There's no difference. It's funny because every time, like when I was researching that, a bunch of people in the comments were like, well, if you don't understand time dilation or whatever the hell, it's like you're just not advanced.
It's
You need to go
it's to
study
do with the whole
more.
curving of space time, right?
Yeah.
So what is it like? The faster you're going, technically you're taking a shorter route or something. The more
Well,
space-time curves,
if
right?
you look at
The
the
more
few tests that have been done to try to validate it, right, to prove time dilation, you'll find a whole bunch of holes. If you look into the Hafel-Keating experiment, it's even disputed among the mainstream.
I just want to know one thing. How did they measure a difference in decay rate?
yeah. Where did they go to do it?
I have a few notes on it. Super basic, but I could read it out quickly.
You got freaking notes on everything, dude.
Yeah.
Impressive.
So, time dilation is presented as a fundamental physical effect, but in practice, we never directly. It is never directly observed in isolation. All so-called proofs rely on clocks, electronics, or signals that are affected by temperature, motion, radiation, magnetic fields, pressure, and signal processing delays. When atomic clocks on planes or satellites show differences, those differences are mathematically corrected using assumptions from relativity first, then cited as confirmation, which is circular reasoning. No experiment has ever demonstrated time itself slowing down independent of physical systems. What is actually observed is changes in clock behavior under different conditions, not time changing. Therefore, time dilation remains a mathematical interpretation layered onto instrument drift, not directly verified physical reality.
Oh my goodness,
Can you
bro.
ask how they measure the decay rate?
I don't have that in my folder here, but I could ask it to my ChatGPT that knows that has all that stuff.
Bro, this sounds
Just
like
about
Earth
the
curvature.
well,
Just
the
like
Globers always bring
calculating
up
out,
the
you know.
Hafel-Keating experiment as proof of time dilation. That's the main one that they bring up. I'm not aware of other tests. that have
Right,
been
but I
done.
want to know, like,
Mhm.
how do they determine that the decay rate on the ground differed from the decay rate in an aircraft at high altitude?
Well, by cherry picking the results, basically, and discarding the results that didn't match their theory or their prediction.
Yeah, but they'd have to know that there was a difference in decay rate. So it took longer or shorter time for this cesium atom or whatever that they're measuring to decay than this other one. But how did they determine that?
I've never actually had a Glober bring that up before with me. Anyway,
All right, so I asked, how do they determine decay rates on the ground versus the air? Is that what you wanted to know? T-Dot?
Sorry, what did you say?
How do they determine decay rate on the ground versus the air? Is that what you were asking?
Well, isn't that what they claim? So they claim they've got the atomic clock on the ground, they've got the atomic clock in the aircraft, and they differentiate between the two. But how do they know there was a difference? So one took longer to decay than the other one did. How do they even time that?
All right, well, this is what I got written on the test. The Hafel-Keating experiment is often portrayed as proof of time dilation, but in reality, it depended entirely on fragile atomic clocks being flown through the extreme temperature changes, vibration, pressure, variation, radiation exposure, and handling errors, of all which are known to affect clock rates. The clocks were not perfectly synchronized beforehand, drifted significantly when stationary, and showed inconsistent results between eastward and westward flights. Instead of clearly demonstrating a physical slowing of time, the raw data was noisy and ambiguous and only appeared to match relativity after heavy statistical averaging and theoretical corrections were applied in advance. In other words, the experiment assumed relativity to interpret the results. They claimed and interpreted results that confirmed relativity, which is circular. What Hafel-Keating actually measured was unstable clock behavior under changing conditions, not time itself changing. And then in regards to the decay, they do not measure time itself in these decay experiments. They measure how many particles or atoms are detected by the instruments under very different physical conditions and then interpret the difference as time dilation. In the air, detectors are exposed to lower pressure, different temperatures, higher radiation, different magnetic fields, and altered particle energies, all of which directly affect decay process and detection efficiency. The so-called ground versus air comparison assumes in advance that decay rates must be identical everywhere, ignores environmental and instrumental effects, and then attributes any discrepancy to relativity. What is actually being compared is two different experimental setups in two different environments, not two identical clocks experiencing different time.
Okay, so they're counting numbers of particles, or they're like measuring a weight or something. Like this is just it's bizarre. Like I'm not understanding how they're measuring the decay rate, because they'd have to say that it took this amount of time for this thing to decay, but the time is the thing that they're trying to prove is slowing down or speeding up. It doesn't make any sense. How is it in seconds, or is it, well, if we fly this aircraft at this speed, then it should have reached this distance over this amount of time, thus having a specific amount of decay occur within that time and that distance. Oh, we didn't, we had less or more or whatever. Is that what they're saying?
It almost sounds like it. I was thinking the same thing, because the unit to which they're comparing the number of particles being decayed is what's changing, right? So, they count, let's say you count 10 particles in a second down here, but up there you count 3 particles in a second. Is that because, time slowed down 3 times, or was time constant and the decay rate shrunk 3 times? But they seem to say, oh, well, time slowed down 3 times, but that's kind of like an interpretive thing, right? They have to kind of choose that,
right,
ignoring the possibility that the actual decay rate, the actual matter, because it's in a different environment, actually decayed less per same unit of time per second or whatever. Like, I'm just spitballing the numbers here, but like conceptually, there is that kind of fork in the road that they have to choose which path to go down. And it seems to be, their bias that leads them down towards the time thing, giving them,
Right.
that you know what I mean? It gives them that wiggle room to say, oh, well, relativity.
And I think that's pretty much what DJ read out too. That's something like, yeah.
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 Exactly.
Like analogies?
If time actually did slow down, wouldn't if they were using a watch, right, to measure the decay rate, right? Oh, there goes a decay particle, whatever, and that was a second, right, on their clock. Wouldn't the clock, if time's slowing down, wouldn't the clock just match it anyway? I mean, or does the clock's unaffected? But what? I don't. It just makes no sense.
Well, all right, here's a little bit more to simplify it and summarize it and to give an analogy, a simplified analogy. So, in simple terms, they measure decay rate by counting how many unstable particles are left after a certain amount of time using electronic detectors. Scientists create or collect unstable particles, like muons. These particles naturally break apart over time. They put detectors on the ground and in airplanes, balloons, or high-altitude labs. The detectors are basically very sensitive counters that click when the particle passes through or decays. By recording how many clicks happen over a period of time, they estimate how fast the particles are disappearing. So they are not watching time slow down, they are just counting events with machines. And here's an analogy. Imagine you have 2 bowls of ice cubes. One bowl is in a freezer, one bowl is outside in the sun. Every minute you count how many ice cubes are left. Outside, the ice melts faster. In the freezer, it melts slower. Now imagine someone says, look, time is flowing slower in the freezer. No. What's happening is that the environment is different, so the melting behavior is different. You're measuring melting with a stopwatch, not time itself, applied to particle decay. In decay experiments, the ice cubes equal unstable particles. The melting equals decaying. Counting cubes equals detector clicks. Freezer versus sun equals ground versus high altitude. Different environments affect particles and detectors. But instead of saying the conditions change the behavior, they say time slowed down. So basically, they just count how many things break up using machines in different places and then interpret the difference as time changing instead of conditions changing.
But if time were truly slowing down, there wouldn't be any difference. Because look, in physics, time is pretty much change. It's change of something happening, right? Like it's an occurrence. They're saying that the occurrence is independent of time. That's crazy. That is pseudoscientific hoo-ha, hogwash bullshit.
Yeah, spot on, T-Dub. It's hogwash bullshit.
And that's a great analogy. I like that. Like, using some other form of change to imply that, there's time dilation. So not, instead of the decay of an atom or particles, right? It's the rate at which something takes to freeze or melt, right? Yeah, perfect. Good analogy.
I'm gooning to that analogy, dude. Where's the flat earth, mommy? No. Over fences, unmute.
Say please.
No. I can't believe you actually responded this.
Yeah, obvious. Let me answer you. Unmute me. Obvious.
Yeah, no more text privileges for you, Paradox.
Why? Just tell me, man, what's wrong in it? In these calculations.
How long have you been around these channels?
About a month, I guess.
About a month. So, can you explain for the panel here all the faults within the Eratosthenes methodology of deriving a radius value?
Man, whatever I say, you would not, aren't gonna accept it.
Well, just tell us what faults you think there are.
Like I wrote in
Paradox
the
loves reading citations out, so maybe I should grab him a citation to read out about Eratosthenes from a university.
An entire month here, and you haven't learned one single fault. We should continue to allow you to freely post in text. For what reason?
All right, time for reading practice. Paradox.
Yeah, send it.
It's sent.
Yeah, over 2000 years ago, Eratosthenes coupled logic thought with crude measurement to estimate circumference of the Earth with what could be considered to be amazing accuracy. However, this observation would have led him to a different conclusion if he had used other set of preset of position. Yeah, I'm aware of it. In interpreting the observation, scientists should always remain aware of the fact that finding data which are consistent with a particular hypothesis does not rule out the possibility of other variable hypothesis. Yeah, I'm aware of it. So it was a mere coincidence. I'm aware of it, DJ.
Yeah, are you also aware that there's no evidence that Eratosthenes actually did this test ever? And that it could just be completely fabricated?
I think he did it, man.
Yeah, but there's no evidence of it at all. There's no record. He didn't write it down anywhere. There's not even really any evidence that he even existed as we're taught. Right? Same with Pythagoras. Same thing with Pythagoras and mainstream mathematical historians from universities like Cambridge. They'll tell you the exact same thing. They'll teach you that everything that you get taught about these people is just nonsense. It's just made up nonsense.
It adds no credibility to it that it was a Greek mathematician 2,000 years ago.
Yeah.
You can make it 4,000 years ago, 6,000
Like,
years ago,
what
10,000 years
proof-
ago, or you can make it yesterday. It's a flawed methodology.
What
Well,
proof
no,
do
the
you guys
methodology is not flawed. I mean, they're not doing anything flawed in what they are just doing, right? Measuring things. But
of
they
this,
take
what
them
proof?
values and then apply their own interpretation based on their own philosophical biases. That derives a flawed conclusion that doesn't align with reality. So it should not take you a month to figure this out and stop using it as any type of valid evidence to support your position.
Your microphone sounds terrible all of a sudden.
Yeah, you're not audible. You're cutting off.
Yeah, I think this mic is on its last legs. Is that any better?
Yeah, man. Much.
I was just trying to say that, Paradox, it shouldn't take you a month to figure out that this is not valid evidence and you should stop attempting to use it to support your position. The only reason Glowers don't want to let it go is because you guys actually don't have shit all else to present as far as curvature measurements. And you should to realize that sooner or later and accept it. Do you think if you signed up for a university course and you couldn't understand the 101 class the very first day after a whole month, that the professors should keep bothering with you? I mean, because there's only like a couple options, isn't there? Either you don't have the intellect to understand this stuff, right? Then there's nothing we can do about that. And there's just no point trying to educate you further. Or you're consciously dragging your feet because you don't want to understand it, right? Because you have some emotional identity issue regarding, you know, the consequences of understanding it. So which one is it in your case?
I do want to understand it, but there are not proofs for that. Google is saying no. ChatGPT is saying no. So every source that I have is denying your claim.
Google ChatGPT isn't a source. It's a search engine.
Yeah, it's a search engine.
Yeah,
but still,
you might want to not just look at the response that Google or AI give you. You're going to want to look at the source and reference material that it speaks from.
yeah, for sure. And I even seen the videos, YouTube videos of laser experiment. None of them have proven flat Earth. They've disproven it.
Really, name one that disproved it.
He's just resetting here.
Well,
Going to say refraction. He's going to go back to sticks.
No, name one that disproves it, that claims to disprove flat Earth. One laser test.
Yeah, let me send it. But you muted me from the side chat. How can I send you?
Just weaseling to get unmuted. Waste more time.
Well, just say the name of it, Paradox.
Wait, I'll send you in the DMs. Wait.
Is it Jared Campanella? Let me guess.
Probably going to be
what do you
Stephen Hawking. Genius.
Stephen Hawking's an ex-wrestler and two bimbos on a boat. Yeah. It's got to be one of those two.
Hey, there's an opening thought device.
I don't know why you can't just tell us. Is it necessary?
Yeah, I'm
Just say the
trying to
name,
find
dude.
Trying to find
You
it,
don't
man.
you don't even have it?
I'm trying to find it.
Well, I would think that if somebody had a laser test that proved their position, that they would, bookmark that shit.
You're
Mike.
disinfect. You're hot micing. Was the test done at night or during the day, Paradox?
So there's a YouTuber named Mike West. He has a video on this, I'm sending it to DJ in the DMs. Wait.
Okay. I mean, this will be a first because in 10 years I'm unaware of a single glober using a laser to make any measurement.
Yeah, DJ, I've sent you the video. You can send in the side chat here.
Yeah, so okay, now explain it. Explain how this debunks flat Earth.
You can watch it, man. There are multiple
No.
reasons for
Explain how it debunks flat Earth.
reflection. You don't take
I
account of
posted it in the
reflection.
side chat. Oh, a refraction. Okay,
Yeah,
so
at what,
okay, put on your
what,
thinking cap for a second. Okay, so we've got dozens and dozens and dozens of laser tests that have been done in completely different refractive conditions, completely different weather conditions, in hot conditions, in cold conditions, frozen lakes, all sorts of different conditions, different distances, different spectrums of laser beam. But the laser hits the target every single time. Do you think that refraction could cause the laser beam to perfectly bend around the curvature of the Earth and hit the target every single time?
yes. Yeah, I believe that reflection doesn't change as much with location or with weather.
Really? Define. Oh my God, this is ridiculous.
You were supposed to be posting a laser test done by globers.
Dude, it would have to change completely. It would have to change substantially every single time for it to hit the target in completely different weather conditions over completely different distances using different spectrum lasers.
Just completely nullified direct line of sight targeting systems. You've
Yeah,
now
so
just made
DJ,
them weather applicable.
can you send me the videos of it? Videos of people testing the same test.
Well, if you're saying that if you point the laser away from the target, it will hit the target, why don't you point a laser at a target and showing it missing the target?
Yeah, we can even do that, man.
You
We
don't
can
have a
do that.
single laser test that matches up with the globe. Not one throughout all of history. Not one test, not one observation that matches up with the globe. We hit the laser every time, and you just say divine refraction. Some perfect refraction. You don't even know how to define refraction at all, but you have this divine refraction that you think somehow perfectly bends the laser just a completely different amount around the curvature of the Earth so it hits the target. That shows how brainwashed you are, bro, and how bricked you are. Okay, we have side views of the laser tests. Side views showing that it's not bending downward at all. So that completely shits on your refraction claim. Completely destroys it. If we have a side view showing the laser is not bending, right? I have an 8K quality side view of a 6-mile
Like
laser test
camera cannot
using a
capture.
$5,000 rectilinear camera, right? A camera, $5,000 camera with an expensive rectilinear lens, which is one of the best lenses that you can use to minimize any type of lens distortion. Okay, and the laser doesn't bend. In fact, it actually bends upward a tiny little bit, which further debunks the globe. Because you would have to have downward refraction for it to be explained on a globe. If you have any upward refraction, it completely debunks any notion that there could be downward refraction. And the guy who he's essentially, so you're using Mick West, right? A Mick West video.
Yes.
Yeah, so Dr. John D, right, who's actually a PhD in optics, in spectrophotometry, right? He's a professional at light propagation, essentially, right? He rebuts Mick West's video, right? He completely rebuts that and destroys it using technical information, factual information, right? Mick West is a video game designer, famous for making a skateboarding game. Yeah, he's not an expert in optics. He's not an expert in these topics, right? He's like he's like calls himself a conspiracy theory debunker or something like that.
We've spoken to him before in 24/7, maybe about 5, 6, could be even 7 years ago now. Because he also did Earth curve calculator, right? So yeah, we've spoken to this Mick West guy before, dude. He's not the authority that you think he is when he's just making claims of an excuse of refraction loosely termed. It's like, dude, come on.
So we've got laser tests that account for refraction, right? We've got teams of field engineers going out with weather stations. Okay, the test that I just told you about that Lanolin did, okay, he used 3 weather stations, right? He also took the side view of the entire transit of the laser over 6 miles, right? It was shot from 3 foot height. It hit a target at 3 foot height over a frozen lake, and it has a side view using a rectilinear lens. And weather stations accounting for refraction as well. So you guys you guys don't have a single test that matches up with the globe. Not one observation, not one laser test. Right? Just to cope. Just saying the word refraction that you don't even know what it means. Right? Just learning how to make a noise out of your mouth. Refraction. And not knowing any more than that about it. Right? That's not a rebuttal. That's a coping mechanism. Hey, paradox. Just give me a basic definition of refraction.
Yeah, bending of light when it changes density.
Okay, and do you think sometimes what makes you think that it would always bend upward or downward? Which way does it normally bend, upward or downward?
It doesn't bend upward or downward. It bends towards the normal.
Okay, so what would the normal be controlled by?
Yeah, so it would bend downwards in this case.
Why?
Because atmosphere is less denser upwards.
No, but that's not what controls refraction close to the surface. The pressure gradient, the atmospheric pressure gradient, doesn't affect what the light's doing locally close to the ground, right? According to the mainstream literature from your own side, right, it's temperature. Okay, not, right? So the change over this tiny little elevation, this vertical elevation of what, a couple of meters, okay, that's the pressure, the natural gradient of the atmosphere barely changes at all. It doesn't really change at all over that distance. Okay, so you don't use that. You don't take that into account when you're doing these observations close to the surface. It's controlled by temperature. It's even in the definition. Okay, so if you have warmer air down lower, right? Like if you have warmer water or like the sun's heating up the ground, it creates a warmer layer of air just above the surface and then it gets cooler. Right? It's the temperature that controls the optical density of the air, the refractive index. It's kind of annoying that you guys don't know the basics about it. Even after I post you the citation, I bet I can ask you the same question in a few days and you still won't get it right. Right, there's the definition from the American Meteorological Society. of atmospheric refraction. Right, clearly says atmospheric refraction of visible and near visible light is usually dominated by temperature gradients. So for you to claim that due to the natural density gradient of the Earth, light would always bend downward, so it bends around the curvature of the Earth. That's a dumb statement, and it's a dumb thing to say. Paradox.
Yeah, I'm listening.
What do you think's happening in this? Do you think this is happening because of the natural density gradient of the atmosphere?
I don't know what is it. What
What does it look like? What do you think it is?
Earthquake.
Do you think the buildings are stretching and bending and shape shifting?
No, no.
Obviously not, right? Do you think this is caused by the natural pressure gradient, the gas pressure gradient?
Yeah, it's caused by the temperature. High temperature distorts our view.
No, this can happen over ice lakes, right? This can happen in hot conditions. It can happen in cold conditions, right? It's about the change in the temperature,
Yeah,
not
yeah,
about
you can say.
not about the temperature in general, right? It's about the change in temperature in general. It's constantly changing and shifting, and you can see all sorts of effects happening here. You can see stooping and towering, right? All sorts of known effects taking place due to the temperatures shifting all over the place. It's got nothing to do with your explanation. So, paradox, if the Earth's a globe, how can a 3-foot laser hit a target 6 miles away? A 3-foot target. If we have a side view and we can show that the laser's not curving, it's not bending down. How's that possible?
So you said target is just right.
It's 3 foot high, the laser, and then the target's 3 foot high. And the laser hits the target. And we have a side view proving that the laser's not bending down.
I wanna see it, man. I wanna see it, man.
It's in the side chat.
Yeah.
It's in the side chat. I can also give you the 8K version.
The laser is running exactly parallel to the horizon. I don't see.
Welcome to Flat
If
Earth.
it was, yeah, so when you So, okay, look, in the side chat, this is the raw image that he took. It's the .nef raw image straight from the camera. This is an 8K. This is an 8K quality image. Okay, you can take that, you can put it in Photoshop, and you can squish it. You can squish it horizontally. And when you squish it, you'll notice that the laser doesn't curve. If the only way that this laser test could hit the target is if the laser were to bend around the curvature of the Earth somehow and perfectly hit the target with this divine refraction. But it doesn't do that. It doesn't bend. It's not bending. So that debunks the globe. It's
What
game
is not
over.
bending?
What's not bending?
Yeah.
Did you just got here, I guess?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the laser isn't bending, it's hitting the target.
Because lights can escape gravity.
Oh my
Oh, wow.
word.
Profound. We've got a great point, my friend. Absolutely great point. Thank you for joining and seeing such amazing things.
Can you say that
Yeah.
again? I need to write it down.
Yeah, I'm going to write it down too.
So you're a supporter of flat Earth.
We're demonstrating that in the pictures with the side chat, where we have a side-on view of a laser test, where a 3-foot laser is hitting a 3-foot target at a distance of 6 miles. We can see both laser and target in the shot, and we see that the laser has a direct straight line path to the target, where on a curved Earth it shouldn't. Just look in the side chat, you can see the images.
I mean, what do you mean light is not curved? The laser.
You can see in the side chat, it's a straight path. You can put it in a tool in the computer and see how horizontal and straight it is. You just have to look at the image and see how straight it is.
Okay, so what?
Well, if the Earth was a sphere, there should be a curve between both laser and target, and as the laser is horizontally leveled, the laser should pass over the target. We shouldn't hit the target because of the curve of the Earth. So we're demonstrating how flat the Earth is when it's measured with a laser, with a direct line of sight to a target it shouldn't have on a curved surface.
I mean, I still don't understand why laser have to curve.
Oh, they don't. They go straight.
Alright, so if the Earth was a globe, there should be a certain amount of curvature over that 6-mile distance. So if you're shooting the laser horizontally at a target that's 3 foot high, okay, so the laser's 3 foot high and the target's 3 foot high. In between the two lasers, there should be a certain amount of Earth curvature. So the laser shouldn't hit the target if the Earth's a globe. The only way it could hit the target is if it was to somehow bend around the curvature of the Earth to hit the target. So if you put the laser horizontally at the other end, the person should see the laser up in the air. Right? Like if you're standing on top of a globe and you shoot a laser horizontally, as the laser goes out horizontally, the globe will dip away, right? And the height of the laser will be further and further away from the surface of the curved surface. And it wouldn't hit the target. All right. Well, that seems like a good event topic. Laser tests debunk the globe.
I like it.
Event has begun.
It just makes me laugh to myself every time they say that the laser's bending. Too much Star Wars, I reckon, as a child, and stormtroopers missing their target. I think we figured out the reason why stormtroopers were so shit. Refraction, right? It was bending the laser away from the target they saw actually wasn't there. That was an illusion. Yeah. That's what it is. Can't use lasers for anything. Can't use them to target things over distance. Can't use them to range find even that distance. Yeah, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
The hell event did I just share in the home server? Late night mental health cafe.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Love it.
That's funny.
All right. Laser tests debunk the globe. Let's share that one instead.
Paradox, you think you should? I think you should probably call up the United States military and tell them that their laser targeting systems are no good. They don't work.
Yeah, tell them that Mick West debunked them.
They take into account the curvature while designing
When?
their equipments.
Hold on.
Really?
What curvature?
They
Leave
take
it, man.
into
Leave it.
account the
Leave it.
curvature when they design their equipment.
Yeah,
Yeah, what curvature?
leave it, man. Leave it. I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, then what equipment are you talking about that's specially designed to compensate for the Earth's curve?
Different
Is that a
equipments.
radar?
A radar could be one of them.
Could be. You don't seem very sure.
Is
You understand what we're going to do is we're going to start reeling off to you life-dependent technology that requires a direct line of sight between the sender and the receiver. One of those is radar. It's an early warning system. You understand that, right? Works on a direct line of sight premise in two directions. One from the radar installation out towards the object, let's say it's an aircraft, and then back again. That requires a direct line of sight, right?
yes, correct.
Cool. You do understand that we have radar installations on the surface of the Earth that are no more than 200 feet above the sea level that can detect objects on the sea surface, like boats and ships, at distances of 800 miles,
Mhm.
which require a direct line of sight.
Yes, should be like that.
Yeah. How far do you think the horizon should be for a radar installation? I've given approximately 250 feet.
Yeah, you have to done the calculation for it.
Yes, not 800 miles.
Yeah, so 900
Yeah, it's
miles.
not 100 miles. These radar installations work well in extent of the curvature of the Earth. They use, and I quote, over the horizon technology. You know, surveying equipment doesn't just come in the form of visible light, right? Some surveying
What?
equipment comes in the form. You know that not all surveying equipment comes in the form of visible light, like the
Yes,
light
yes.
that we can see. Obviously,
Yeah,
some
yeah, yeah.
comes in the form of infrared. Why do you think
Yeah, yeah.
they choose? Why do you think they choose infrared?
Because those are radio waves, I believe.
Because it has a very, very low refractive index compared to
Yeah.
those in the visible spectrum. Because we
Mhm.
understand that different wavelengths of light refract differently, don't they?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yes.
So when we use infrared, both lasers and optics, we hit targets and indeed see targets well in an extent that we can even within the visible spectrum. So we see further in the infrared than we do with just images that we've given you in the side chat of oil rigs and wind farms. In the infrared, we can see further. If infrared doesn't refract as much as the visible spectrum, then according to this, we would have in the in the infrared spectrum, a truer depiction of the Earth because the light isn't refracting as much, which would mean that we would have a closer geometric horizon. We don't. When we observe in the infrared spectrum, like I said, we see further, cutting through that haze of the atmosphere and distortion of the light. That's why we use them for targeting things at distance. Anyway. Thank you, Drace. Drace has just put some images and a brief breakdown of the refractive index of light in the side chat. If you want to look for it, Paradox, we'll leave you in a paradox. The paradox is this paradox. If you claim that we can see further because the light's refracting, and we mitigate for that and use the infrared spectrum, which doesn't refract as much, then we would have a truer depiction of the Earth. We would see less because of the curvature of the Earth that would be truly depicted in the infrared spectrum, mitigating for refraction. We see further in the infrared spectrum. Paradox for you, mate.
Paradox, do you know what a geometric horizon is?
No, what is it exactly?
I'm going to put a diagram in the side chat so you can see what it is. Because you probably already know what it is. But
You mean the horizon that we see?
well, no, actually. Right? If the Earth were a globe, then there should be a geometric horizon. Okay, that's what the horizon should be if the Earth were a globe. A man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. The physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and sky can be observed to meet. Okay, that would be at a specific distance.
No.
Oh, we have a contender. Melek.
Yo, someone explain flat Earth.
Anyone?
Yes.
Anyone? Jedi?
It's flat. Sorry,
Symbol.
DJ.
No,
He
that's
wants to explain flat Earth. It's like, well, it's flat.
Yeah.
But
So
would you? Maybe you can help him, dude. Sorry.
is he even still here, or did he leave? I think he left. I think you. Oh no, he's still here.
I'm here.
Melek.
I'm here.
Okay, so all right.
I'm
So
here
most of the surface
to learn the truth. I want to
the
learn
truth.
the truth.
Oh, you're in the right place.
Mm,
Okay,
yeah.
so if the Earth was a globe, then the surface of the water that covers most of the Earth should be curving, but it isn't. We tested it.
You tested it.
Yes.
Mm. So, do you guys have any other evidence?
Well, that's all. That's all we really need, isn't it? If the water's not curving, the Earth can't be a globe.
Who told you the water is not curved?
The tests, the water itself.
Okay,
Like
so
when
sorry. Repeat that test. Repeat the what did you say about the test?
Okay, if the Earth's a globe, the water should be curving. We can calculate
Yes.
exactly. We can calculate exactly how much it should be curving, and then we can test for the curvature. And then when we test for the curvature, we validate that it's not curving.
How did you test the curvature?
One of the many methods is using high-powered laser beams.
Laser beams.
Yep.
So
So
how?
if you shoot the laser beam, if you point the laser beam across the surface of the water horizontally, right? And then you set
Yeah.
up a target at a certain distance. So let's say we have the laser beam 1.5 meters above the surface of the water. Okay, and then we level the
Okay.
laser beam so it's horizontal. And then we have a
Yeah.
target, let's say 40 kilometers away on the other side of the body of water at 1.5 meters height. Now we shoot the laser beam across the surface of the water horizontally. And if the Earth's a globe, the laser beam should not hit the target. The laser beam should be seen a certain distance up in the air at point B, at the target point. Okay, and if the
Yeah.
Earth is not a globe, then the laser beam will hit the target.
Yeah, but
And the laser beam
that
hits the
depends on the
target every time.
distance. That depends
Yeah,
on
so
the distance.
so we calculate how much curvature specifically there should be over the distance.
How much is the calculated distance?
Over 90 meters of curvature over that distance. So at point B,
So the
the laser
curvature
should be
begins. Sorry. So the curvature begins after 90 meters.
No, over 40 kilometers, there should be about 100 meters of
Yes.
curvature over that distance.
Are you sure? Over 40 kilometers.
Yeah, well, let me check. Let me double check. I'll give you the exact number.
Look for the.
So I've
the
gone to
exact-
Google. I've gone to Google and I've just typed in Earth curvature calculator. Okay, so I'm just going to pick an Earth curvature calculator. Okay,
Where
so
does
it's
the
asking me to
Earth-
put. Yeah, so it's asking me to put in the distance. Okay, so the distance I'm putting in 40 kilometers. Okay, the eye height level in meters. Okay, 1.5. That's the height of the laser, 1.5 meters. Okay, now it's calculating the distance to the horizon. Okay, so on a globe, the horizon from a 1.5 meter eye height level should be at 4.37 kilometers. And the target should be 99 meters obstructed.
99
Okay,
meters.
99 meters. Okay, so basically a skyscraper. Okay, like a big skyscraper building.
Yeah.
That's how much curvature. So let's say that there was a skyscraper that was 100 meters tall, like a 30-story skyscraper, right, on the other side of the lake, 40 kilometers away. You would only just be able to see the tip of the skyscraper sticking out from behind the horizon if the Earth were a globe. Okay, but the laser is shooting across the surface of the water and it's hitting a target at just 1.5 meters high. If the Earth were a globe, the laser beam should be 99 meters up in the air.
Did they test this experiment?
Yeah.
What about the
Yep.
temperature?
So they had weather stations at point A and point B, monitoring the temperature,
Yeah, but
monitoring the
doesn't the
humidity.
temperature cause the laser to fluctuate?
Yeah, they accounted for that using weather stations. Okay, so they were able to calculate exactly how much of a change there was in the temperature. Okay, and then they took that into consideration. So I'm going to
What, and
post
they
the
move
test.
the laser up and down according to the temperature?
No. They use extremely precision
going there.
leveling. They use extremely precise leveling equipment to make sure the laser is level.
It's going to be 218.
So I'm going to post this.
Okay.
I'm going to post this. Post the screenshot of the mathematics, or the calculator in the side chat, and then I'm going to post the test that I was talking about.
So, DJ, can you hear me?
Yep.
Let's say that's true, like the Earth is flat or something. Why would they hide that fact?
Well, I mean, who are you talking about specifically when you say they?
I mean, like the elites, I don't know, space, like the NASA, like SpaceX, like astronauts.
Well, I think that they're lying about going to space, right? But I don't think that they're lying about the Earth being a globe in general. I think most people that work at NASA genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe. Okay, and if there are some people at NASA that know that, I mean, obviously there would have to be some people that know that the Apollo missions were faked and that kind of thing, right? So they also aren't necessarily lying about the Earth being flat. Okay, they might believe it's a globe, but also know that they're manipulating footage from outer space.
Why? What? You see, why would they go for that all that trouble? You know, just to prove that the Earth is a globe, not a flat.
Well, NASA gets about $70-80 million a day in taxpayer funding. We know people lie for money. So there's a reason, but I can't prove why someone would lie. But there's a good reason. Money, control,
Yeah.
power.
But don't you think that with all the people working in NASA, like, wouldn't at least 10 people go out and disclose the truth?
Yeah, there have been whistleblowers that worked for NASA, but also most people that work for NASA, I mean, they're handpicked for starters, and also it's like a government company, so it's compartmentalized. So we have different groups of people that probably have no idea what the people in the next room are doing. Okay, they have a non-disclosure agreement. They're not allowed to talk about what they're doing. So they have people doing little jobs, and
So
they probably genuinely believe that the Earth is a globe. So
okay, so obviously not only America went to space. Approximately every country launched a satellite, or they sent their astronauts to the International Space Station. So, according to you, like the whole world is on this conspiracy to hide the fact. Why? Like, do you understand what I mean?
yeah, but the only people that have actually gone above low Earth orbit were the Apollo astronauts over 50 years ago. Okay, people say that the ISS isn't even high enough to see the curvature of the Earth if it's up at that height.
I mean, if they're out of the atmosphere, sure they will notice that the Earth is flat. I mean, I don't know the science behind it. Can you explain your point, please?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure. Like we can't really confirm that, can we? I mean, we've got people that went up allegedly, right? And they say that the Earth looks flat from up there. Okay, we've had Russian cosmonauts saying that if anyone tells you that they've been to space, that they're lying to you. We've got countries competing as well. I mean, when it comes to space travel, these countries seem to be working together anyway. Okay, it is called the International Space Station, which America even shares with Russia. So when it comes to space travel, these arch enemies seem to be best friends in space. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the countries are working together. Who knows?
Russia, China, the United States, like all the big countries are in this big conspiracy to hide the truth.
Well, about what? Lying about space travel, because it's right.
So
You've heard of this. You've heard of the space race, right?
Yeah.
The space race. Yeah. So do you think that there's a chance that America faked the Apollo mission to win the space race?
I mean, yes, I'm skeptical. What's the word? Skeptical about the moon landing, but the flat Earth, not so much.
Yeah, so okay, so but that's what you're talking about right now. So whether they're faking space or not, that doesn't mean that they're lying about the shape of the Earth. Okay, they might genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe and still be faking space travel, right? Because I don't think that the space race ever ended.
Sorry, I don't understand what you mean. Maybe there is a language barrier, but what do you mean?
Okay, so let's say that America faked the moon missions, right? That doesn't
Yeah.
prove that the Earth's flat. You could still believe that the Earth's a globe and still fake the moon missions.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so wouldn't it be better to actually test the surface of the Earth for curvature rather than trying to work out how people could lie?
So let's go with your theory, like the Earth is flat. Why is the Earth only the Earth is flat and every other planet is round? Like why?
Okay, well, hold on a second, right? So we're not claiming that the Earth is a flat planet. Okay, you're thinking of a false idea of flat Earth in your head. Okay, we don't think that the Earth is a flat planet or a flat disk floating around in space. Okay, that's
what do you think?
misinformation. I think that this is a completely different system. It's a completely different way of thinking about the place that we live. Try not to include the flat Earth inside the heliocentric model, if you know what I mean. Because most people believe that we live in this big space vacuum and that there are these other round planets that are floating around in the space vacuum and that we're on one of those planets, and that's called planet Earth. And then they hear about flat Earth and they think to try to replace the globe with a flat planet. Okay, that's incorrect. That's not something that we're claiming.
Okay, slow
We're
down
not
for a
claiming
second.
we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Flat is not a shape. Flat is the
So,
description of a surface.
so you're claiming that the Earth is just not round.
Yeah, the surface of the Earth is not curving. And by default, if you have a surface that's not curving, it's by default flat, a flat surface. That's the context of flat Earth. Obviously,
you
we
are
have
claiming.
hills and valleys and mountains and things like that, but most of the surface area that we know about is covered in water. And that water is flat. Every single test shows that it's not curving. So whatever's happening in the sky is happening above a flat surface. But we're not claiming it's a flat planet or a flat disk in space inside a big space vacuum.
So what's the shape then? So put it in simple words. Like, what do you believe?
I think that nobody knows the shape of the Earth. The size
But I
of the
don't
Earth.
understand. Like all the, I don't know, all the commercial flying companies, they are in this conspiracy too.
No. No, so you can go up in a plane, right? You see a flat horizon. You can send up a weather balloon to 120,000 feet. You see a flat horizon. So they're not in on any conspiracy. You don't see any curvature from those heights.
Well, no, because that's not how traveling works, you know. Like a plane, when a plane takes off from, let's say, Japan, it doesn't go all the way from, you know, Africa to the United States. It goes around. So how do you explain that?
You just did. You said it goes around. That's a circle. East or west, right? If I travel, let's say, west from the west coast of America towards China, Japan, across the Pacific.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a circle around a pole. So when you go around, you simply just travel in a circular path.
So you're traveling in a circle, but in a circle in a two-dimensional flat space.
Yeah, a circle is a two-dimensional object, right?
So
you know what sorry, my friend. Do you know what a compass is?
Yes.
Cool. Both compasses, the one that show cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west, and the one that you use to draw circles. You know what they are, right?
Yes.
Cool. So, for example, if you've got a magnet that the compass is going to point to, and you put it on your table, the compass needle is going to point towards the magnet. You can then slide the compass underneath the needle, so north is the same way as the magnet. You'll notice that 90 degrees to the right of north is east. If you travel east and then you look at your compass again, you're going to have to redirect to have east at 90 degrees towards your right. Each time you do this, you will travel in a circular path around the magnet. You understand this, right?
Sorry, bro. Maybe I kind of understand that, but not completely, brother.
Maybe
Okay.
what One Big Pond posted in the side chat will help.
What did he post? Let's see. Okay.
He posted a map.
Yeah.
We're not saying that's the perfect flat Earth map or anything like that. This is just to give you a general idea of how you could travel around. Okay, on a flat surface using a compass. In the middle is
I
a
see.
magnet. In the middle is a magnet. Okay, and you could
Yes,
go
yes.
east or west, right? That's going to be a circle around the pole. And you could travel from different, if you picture the Earth kind of like a big lake, and you picture the continents as islands coming out from the lake, right? Inside the lake.
Okay.
And then you can
Okay.
navigate around from point to point.
I see. I
using a
understand now what
compass.
you mean. Okay, so let's go with this theory or rhetoric. So
Just quickly,
according
just
to this,
quickly, just quickly. Sorry to interrupt you, but I just
yeah,
wanted to share this as well. Okay, so this
okay,
this is
whatever.
also just to give you a general idea. Okay, this is flight paths. This is a military map. Okay, and this is flight paths plotted out on this particular map projection. Just so you can see how you could go from this place to that place, from that place to the other place on a flat surface.
Okay, so let's go with this theory. So according to this rhetoric, there is like an, how do you say it? A limit to, like, there is a stop point to the Earth. Like if it's in this shape, like there is a stop point. Like, so you guys believe in the big ice wall or something?
Not necessarily, no. I would say that nobody has ever kept going in that direction, south. Okay, south would be away from north. I don't think anyone's ever kept going south. Okay, if the Earth were a globe and someone went south, they would just come back around the other side of the globe. Okay, they would start in the north, they would circumnavigate down, right? And they would go over Antarctica and then they would come back up around the other side. And that wouldn't be possible if the Earth were flat to do such a trip. Okay, that would be called a north-south circumnavigation, a great circle. Nobody's ever done that. Nobody's ever kept going south. Because the Earth's not a globe.
And that's the south is 180 degrees from direction.
So no country ever went south to that limit point.
And then
Not
back
that,
to north again.
right.
So to fly, for example, from the North Pole to the South Pole, straight over the South Pole, and then back up to the North Pole in one path. I was going to say straight line then.
Yeah, but what I mean is what's beyond that.
Don't know.
Yeah, that's
You don't.
speculation, right? So anything that's too far for us to verify in the south, that's speculation. Okay, and anything that's too high for us to verify in the sky, that would also fall under the speculation category. Okay, we like to stick with things that we can validate, like testing the surface of water over long distances. And basically, if gravity is real, right? If gravity is in mass attracting mass is real, okay, and if the globe is the size that they're telling us, then that means that the water would have to be curving at a certain amount over a certain distance. And we can calculate pretty much exactly how much it should be curving, right? Even just over 10 miles, there should be 66 foot of curvature. It's very easy to go out and test for that curvature. And it's not there when we go out and
Okay.
test for it.
But you guys didn't like explain why other planets, like through a telescope, or like now every amateur have a telescope.
Right. We see
Why?
some little blurry lights in the sky through a telescope, and we've been fed a big giant story about what we're looking at. Okay, we've been told
Not
that
little tiny.
well, we've been told, okay, let's say we look at Mars through a telescope. Okay, we see a
Yeah,
little
but
red
it's not a
light.
tiny light. Sorry, it's
Yeah,
not a tiny light.
no,
You can see it.
that's literally what it is from your perspective. It looks like a little blurry, like tiny light. You've been told that it's actually a big giant planet that's in a space vacuum, and that it's
Well,
a certain distance away, and all of these
today,
things you can't verify. Okay, this is all based on a mathematical construct, which is the heliocentric model of outer space. Okay, it goes against natural laws, and it's not something that's scientifically provable or scientifically able to be validated through scientific experiment. It actually goes against laws of nature.
Well, I think today we have like very advanced telescopes. Like anyone can buy a very good telescope and see like in detail Mars or
Okay.
Saturn, or don't you think?
Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
But
Let me play ball. I can get my telescope out and I can look at Saturn. Okay. So there's Saturn in the sky. We call it Saturn. It does what Saturn does and it looks like Saturn. What does that mean about the Earth?
what do you mean?
Well, you said when we look up at the sky that we didn't explain the other planets. And I'm paraphrasing what you said. So we look up at the night sky and we see Saturn.
Yeah.
What has that got to do with the Earth?
What I mean is, if any other planet, when we look up at the sky through a telescope, is if it's round, why are we so special? You know.
I don't know. I don't know why we're special, my friend. That's a very, very deep philosophical question. The point
Yeah,
is that
that's what
the point is that we are demonstrably not able to fit into the category of planet like Jupiter and Mars, because Jupiter and Mars are spheres with curved surfaces that show motion. The Earth doesn't display these attributes. When measured, the Earth doesn't measure to have curvature and doesn't measure to have motion. So
sorry.
it doesn't identify as a planet.
So you don't deny the fact that the planets in our solar system are round.
At the moment, for your benefit, I'll entertain the idea. Personally, I don't know because I can't verify. I can't go there. I can only look and best guess.
So you're skeptical that if they're round or not, maybe they are like a big hologram or something.
Nobody cares about the lights, dude. Only you care about them.
Why wouldn't you care?
It's not skepticism. It's pointing out the limitations that we have in gaining knowledge. We can only stand on the Earth and look at them and say, well, they look like spheres sometimes, and they act in this way. But until we actually go there and measure the surface to be curved, we can't confirm any idea we have from looking up at them through a telescope. Right?
Well,
but look,
Okay.
even
I
if
don't
we
know
were
what
to
to tell you,
grant
man.
you,
I'm not convinced.
look,
Yeah?
listen though, Melek, right? Let's
Yeah.
say that we were to just say, okay, there's something in the sky that looks like a sphere. Okay. That doesn't mean that the Earth that you're standing on is anything like what you're looking at in the sky, right? The Earth
course.
doesn't measure any curvature. The Earth doesn't have any characteristics of anything that you're looking at up in the sky. It's almost like me going out into a forest and looking at trees and thinking, oh, why am I also not a tree? Right? Obviously, because I don't have any characteristics of the trees, right? I'm completely different. It's a different thing. So you're just looking at something in the sky, but I understand where your logic comes from because we grew up being taught that we're also like those planets that you're looking at up in the sky that you've been told a story about. Okay, but what if the Earth is nothing like that? What if the Earth is more like the foundation or the floor of the system that we live in? And what's happening in the sky is completely different to what the ground is.
And what if the things in the sky are not what you've been told? So what if they're not worlds? Because you're thinking of them as being worlds, places, like something you could go and walk on. Well, if we can walk on that thing, what, we can walk on Earth, and that must be a ball? Like, no. The only place that you know of that is a world is the surface of the Earth. That's a world where you can exist. You don't know what the lights in the sky are. You don't know if there are environments where you could survive, like here. Nobody does. That's just a story you were told that you believe in. Now you're trying to liken that story to the Earth. Nothing the same. Nothing alike.
Well, what I've been told, like you put it, what I have learned is that every planet, whether it's in our solar system or other solar systems, is round and is orbiting a star. So, what do you guys think about the orbiting planets around the stars?
Nobody's observed an orbit. Nobody has ever witnessed one thing go around another thing in the sky or around Earth.
So, how does night and day work?
That's the sun moving across the earth. The earth being large floor underneath a light that moves in the sky. You understand it can only be overhead directly, like a certain location. This is what we call solar noon. The light can only be cast so much over the surface because of its ratio, its size and distance to the plane of the earth, and the atmosphere, the air that the light has got to pass through. So day and night is simply explained by the path of the sun. When we see it, that's daytime. When we don't, that's night.
Yeah, but it's like the sun doesn't orbit the Earth. The sun is fixed. What I believe is that the Earth orbits the sun. Is that correct for your?
No, the earth is under the sun. Like the earth is the floor, like DJ was pointing out, the foundation, the ground that we stand on. The sun, the moon, and the stars, they're all above our head. Right? They occupy the sky above. We're not within a system. We are not in motion. The reason why things like day and night are caused is because the sun is in motion. It moves across the earth.
So, do you guys have any theories like why are being told lies? If
I got a theory.
if they are lies, do you have
I
any
want to do
idea
that.
or any theories like why this is happening?
I got one.
Why did you redeem it?
Yeah, don't worry about that guy's a troll. What was your question again? Sorry, Malek?
Like if what we've been told and taught are all lies, like do you guys have any theory or any explanation for why this is happening? Like why are they feeding us lies?
Well, I think that most people aren't feeding us lies, to be honest. I think that most people are repeating information that they learnt and that they think is true information. Okay, and that they're teaching people that information. That's my response to that.
I'm not talking about most people. I'm talking about the elites, like the people in power who know the truth and choose to hide it, you know?
Okay,
that's
I get it.
How do you know
Sorry,
they know the
DJ.
truth?
Yeah, look, this is my just really quickly. Okay, that's where it gets really difficult. Okay, so you would have to, if I said, can you get me a list of names of people who you know and can prove a lying about the earth being flat and then they're telling people that it's a globe, right? You're not going to be able to come up with a list of names. And it's not fair to expect us to do that either.
So what are you saying here? You're saying like people don't know that they don't know or what?
Yeah, I think the globe is more like a tradition at this point. It's something that was implanted into the mainstream education system a long time ago, 500-600 years ago. And I think it's kind of like a hand-me-down type of tradition now.
So,
Yeah.
according to you, we never left the Earth's orbit.
No.
Yeah, so outer space would be a violation of natural law. Okay, they tell us that outer space is a vacuum and that we have a gas pressure system that we're breathing here on the Earth. Okay, so are you following along? You know what I mean at all? I'm trying to find you a little video
Well,
to show you.
I think I know the video you're talking about. Like there is like certain magnetic field that we can't cross or something.
Well, not really. This is just to do with gas pressure. Okay, can you see what I posted in the side chat?
Okay, wait a second. Okay, let's see. Vacuum.
Okay. All right, so the vacuum, the top chamber, that's a vacuum chamber. Okay, so
Yeah.
they tell us that outer space is a vacuum chamber, basically. Okay, so the vacuum of space. Now, that vacuum there in this demonstration, that would be there to represent outer space above us, okay? The vacuum of space. And then in the bottom chamber, we have a gas pressure system. Okay, that would represent what we're breathing right now. We have a measurable gas pressure here on the Earth, at the surface of the Earth. Okay, now, in this test, we have a physical barrier stopping, separating the high pressure system from the low pressure system. Okay, what do you think would happen when the person releases the valve? Okay, there's a valve separating the vacuum from the gas pressure system. If you hit play on the video, you'll see what happens. Right? The high pressure instantly fills the available space. High pressure always goes to low pressure. Gas particles try to fill space, right? So how can we have a gas pressure system that we're breathing here on the Earth inside a giant space vacuum without a physical barrier of some kind to contain the pressure?
Isn't that the ozone layer job?
No. The ozone layer would be made out of gas. Okay, you can't have gas can't contain gas. Right? Let's say look back at the demonstration that I put in the side chat. Imagine if the
Yeah, I'm playing the video. Yeah, I'm playing.
Yeah. So
I'm playing it over and over again.
imagine if
I'm
the
trying to imagine.
Yeah. So imagine this, right? Imagine that the barrier, right, the valve, the physical valve that's stopping the high pressure system and the low pressure system from equalizing. Imagine if that was just made out of ozone, right, or some type of gas, right? Obviously, it's not going to work as something that would stop the entropy from taking place. Gas can't contain gas. So the ozone couldn't act as a barrier or a container.
Something would have to contain the ozone layer.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Sorry, this is. I have so many questions, but this is so hard to comprehend.
Yeah, it's a overload of information, right? On the first time of you looking into this topic, but we're happy to answer your questions. I mean, it's normal to think that this is a
Hello,
crazy
everybody.
idea. Hello, buddy.
Hello, what's up, guys? All good?
What's up, man?
I hope you have a good evening, guys.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you, my friend. What's going on here? What's the topic?
Melek is just asking some questions about flat Earth. And we're just answering
Hello.
them.
Hello, Creed. Hello.
Assalamualaikum. Salamanda.
Alaikum.
Alaikum Salamanda. Warum redet niemand da?
Oh god, the
One
crew
by
just
one.
rocked up.
Shut up.
Yeah, you guys need to control yourself a little bit. We're having a discussion here.
Sorry,
Look, guys, only Creed,
All
bro.
right.
Only Creed. I
Sorry.
don't know him.
Just be cool, okay?
Okay. Okay, go on, nigga.
Oh. All right, I'm going to blame Creed for that one. So Creed's on mute now.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
All right, you're next. You're the second one on mute.
I really like what you said, DJ, about 500 or 600 years ago they started this thing, right? And then people didn't have the access to the kind of technology we have today. So I can understand why they were fooled and how it kind of was able to propagate down through the generations. But nowadays, when we have lasers, we have high-powered zoom cameras, there is really no reason to believe this crap anymore. Like the ball
Yeah,
thing.
exactly. All right, so the Earth didn't. Okay, the idea that the Earth is a globe didn't take place because someone went out and actually measured Earth curvature. That's not how the globe Earth became a thing. Right? The globe Earth came into existence in people's imaginations due to philosophical reasoning. Okay, and inverting celestial coordinate systems into terrestrial coordinate systems. Not because anyone went out and empirically validated that the Earth is a sphere. All right. Well, Malek, let us know if you have any more questions. If anyone else has any questions, jump in.
In the chat, logical observation. He wrote a text saying like the Earth is a flat and stationary plane with topography, not a heliocentric spinning globe fantasy hurtling 66,600 miles per hour through space. Hence, space doesn't exist. Like, what does he mean by that?
Yeah. So outer space, right, is claimed to be a vacuum. Okay, and we're on the globe, and they tell us that the globe is spinning 1,040 miles per hour, and then it's also orbiting around the sun at 66.6 thousand miles per hour, and at the same time, it's chasing the sun as the sun moves 480,000 miles per hour. Okay, so it's spinning at all of these crazy speeds and in different vectors through a big giant space vacuum. That's what they tell us. Okay, there's no empirical evidence for any of that. In fact, it violates natural gas law, like natural laws. That's what I was just explaining with outer space not being scientifically possible because it is a violation of these laws. You can't have a gas pressure system inside a vacuum with no container. Okay, you can't have balls of plasma gas, which they call suns and stars, right, inside a vacuum.
So, what's the explanation here?
Well, the explanation is that the heliocentric model is a lie, and we live on a topographical plane. Okay, we have mountains and hills and valleys. Okay, and to have a large amount of water, you need to have a container. Okay, so the container would be the low spot in the land. That would be the lakes and ponds and oceans, seas, and the surface of the water is flat. Okay, testably, observably, flat. Hey Des, you're hot micing. If you could put yourself on mute. Gotcha. Right, so we've been told from a young age that everything that we observe is false. Okay, we observe a flat stationary Earth, but they'll tell you that it's curving and it's moving. Okay, we'll observe the sun moving across the sky, but they'll say, no, the sun's not moving across the sky. You're on a ball that's spinning away from the sun, faster than the speed of sound. So basically, they've replaced people's common sense with a bunch of nonsense. And we have hundreds, if not thousands, of observations now that are impossible if the Earth were a globe, where we can see things in the distance that would not be able to be seen on a globe. There's plenty of examples in the side chat that people are posting right now. Okay, the one Drace AI just posted is an outstanding observation done in the United Kingdom by a guy named Dr. John D. Okay, can you see what Drace posted? Malek?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
I'm looking through it.
Okay, so have a look at just at what Drace posted. All right, so we have an observation here where Dr. John has set up his camera at the shoreline of the ocean, and he set the camera height to 1 meter above the surface of the water. Okay, in the distance, we can see a windmill farm out in the ocean. Okay, we know the distance to the windmill farm, and the windmills range from 8 miles up to 11 miles for the furthest windmill on the right-hand side. Okay, now on a globe, the horizon should be a certain distance away from the observer. Okay, and we can calculate the distance to where the horizon should be using the globe mathematics. All right, so just a second. All right, so on a globe, this is what the horizon should be. Okay, can you see the diagram I just posted?
Yeah.
All right, so a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. The physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and the sky can be observed to meet. And then it shows a picture on the side chat of a horizon. Right? Notice that you can't see any more water past the horizon. Okay, that's the maximum distance that we can see the water. Now, based off a 1 meter observation height, the horizon should be at 2.3 miles. Right, here is a screenshot from an Earth curvature calculator. Okay, so we've got the distance to the wind turbine, number 6, which is the one on the right-hand side. That's the furthest one away. Okay, 11.2 miles. And then we've got the eye height level at 1 meter, which is 3.5 feet high. Okay, so that tells us that the distance to the horizon on the globe should be 2.29 miles away. That's the maximum distance you should be able to see the water. Okay, you shouldn't be able to see any more water beyond that point. Okay, but in the observation, if you scroll up and have a look, we can actually see the water goes well beyond where the horizon line should be, and we can even see the water going way off into the distance beyond the 11.2 mile windmills. Okay, we can even see a little boat off in the distance, which is actually a very big boat, but that should be completely hidden behind the horizon. So the bottom of the windmill tower should be obstructed by 52 feet, which 52 feet, that's like a 5-story building, which is also 16 meters. Okay, so the bottom 16 meters of the windmill should be hidden behind the horizon. The horizon should be at 2.3 miles. Okay, but it's not. And there's 0 of the windmills hidden behind the horizon. Okay, the Earth curvature that would have to be there if gravity is real, if the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, that horizon would have to be at that distance. And the bottom of the windmills would have to be hidden behind the horizon by a certain amount, which we've calculated. Okay, so this is what happens when we go out and make observations testing for the Earth curvature. It's not there. It's never there. It doesn't exist.
I see. Well, this is impressive research you guys did. Well, yeah, I bet you explained this like you said you had this conversation 1,000 times, DJ.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we've been discussing this topic for years. And we have different observations. We have all sorts of different arguments as well. But I'm just trying to show you, a little bit, just to give you a general idea of what we mean when we talk about flat Earth. And that we actually have real world demonstrations where we actually test for the curvature. Now, this is the logic that you should take into consideration. If we can validate that there's no curvature on the surface of the Earth, okay, whatever's happening up in the sky is happening above a flat surface. Right? If I can measure the ground flat, right? Whatever's happening above the flat ground, it's not going to change the fact that we've measured the ground to be flat. Okay, so whatever's going on with the stars, whatever's going on with the celestial bodies, is happening above a flat surface. It's another interesting point is that aerospace engineers that build aircraft, okay, in all of their calculations in the design of the aircraft, they have to treat the Earth as flat and stationary.
Wow, like really? So I
Yeah,
mean, like,
yeah.
in order for it to like efficiently work, you mean like they have to calculate it, like to treat it as a flat surface, you mean?
Yep. They have to treat it as a flat and non-rotating surface, right? And I'll put some citations in the side chat just quickly. So even NASA, right? Even NASA does that. Same with the FAA. Okay, any aerospace engineer will also tell you the same thing. We've had aerospace engineers in here, and we even have flat earthers that are ex-aerospace industry workers, and they'll tell you the same thing. But yeah, in the side chat, there's like a whole list of citations there from NASA, from the FAA, right? So you'll see FAA.gov. Okay, the observant reader will notice that the aircraft equations of motions were calculated assuming a flat Earth. Okay, and that's on page 62 of the PDF of the flight dynamics summary. And there's a bunch of other citations there from NASA, basically saying that they assume a stationary atmosphere over a flat Earth and a flat non-rotating Earth. And there's links to the official NASA documents, the official FAA documents. There's pilots that will also tell you the same thing. Logical Observations has just posted some more citations. 44 government documents that admit we live on a level and motionless plane Earth. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Okay, and there's also a lot of interviews with military pilots, commercial pilots that are flat earthers, right? That are explaining how they're trained to treat the Earth as flat and stationary in their training, in their pilot training. Interesting. It's called a plane, right? Plane, flying over a flat plane.
Wow. Okay, I will send you. Like, did you see that Red Bull commercial, that Jump Red Bull commercial?
the Earth were actually this size, the International Space Station would be orbiting about a half an inch above the surface. Felix Baumgartner, he would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. You don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
Right, so there's even Neil deGrasse Tyson debunking it.
Did I get disconnected? What happened? Am I quiet?
Here's a little clip of Richard Feynman supporting the second law demonstration earlier.
Well, there are the three laws of thermodynamics, very simply expressed. Now let us look at some examples of spontaneous changes and see how they are accounted for in terms of the second law of thermodynamics. We'll take the simplest first and look at changes where only the entropy changes. Now, one, perhaps the simplest of all, of these, is the expansion of a gas into a vacuum. I have in one of these bulbs some bromine, and in the other I have a vacuum. And if I open the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one to the other. Now that is the simplest change we can have, perhaps, because all that happens is a change in entropy. In this case, the expansion into a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no energy change, there's no temperature change, there's no change except entropy. So without the entropy concept, that would have been difficult to understand and difficult to account for.
I see now that this was a trap.
Good to see you, Drace.
Play a clip making me want to jump in. I jump in, play a clip, and then you dodge. Smart move.
Yeah.
I'll play another clip from Hostile Witness Neil Disgrace Tyson on Jeff Bezos.
Oh, by the way, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. Do you know how high up above the Earth he was?
No.
So if you take a
63 miles.
Oh, yeah, say right. So take a schoolroom globe, and that's how high above it is he? So he's about 2 millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe. So nobody has seen the curvature of the Earth from that height. I just want to make that clear.
Here's Don Petit telling us why they couldn't go back to the moon.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
So Malik, if you were listening to that, that was NASA astronaut Don Pettit, and they were asking how come NASA doesn't go back to the moon, right? And he was explaining how NASA destroyed the technology that they used to go to the moon, and that it would be a painful process to build it back again.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, if we went to the moon, like, how long ago was it? Like, for 60 or 70 years ago. It's crazy that
Then I have the supposedly
NASA didn't
astronaut
didn't go back.
Field, I think it is, Hatfield. This is a clip of him saying what the Earth looks like from the ISS.
To take pictures of it, it's just flat and gorgeous to see.
And I got a sum with Buzz. Here's him on Conan, I think.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
And my last clip is an ex-CIA official who went on to become a judge and presiding over a trafficking case, had this to say.
When Alan Dulles brought in all the Nazi scientists and so forth, they went to two places. They went to CIA and they went to the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, which in our world we call it not a space agency. And as Kathy O'Brien has said so clearly, that's where the bulk of the mind control has been done.
Well, that's a wrap.
That's a great clip, actually.
That's one of my favorites. Even bothering to tell most of you, plebiscite citizen publicans that there's mind control at work. But I digress. Hey, Drace, your mic is a little soft. I can't hear you quite as well as your recordings. Anyway, the globe is fake. It's just a concept. You never lived on a globe. So welcome, everybody. Any questions, comments, maybe even globe evidence that you'd like to provide? Please do so.
Hey, Malek, I like the one that you just shared. You're not Russian by any chance, are you?
No, I'm not Russian.
I'd like to hear someone that can speak Russian confirm that the translation in the video is correct. If anyone knows Russian, then that would be great. If you could
It's correct.
check.
I saw
Oh,
that
it's
video
correct.
so many times.
Oh yeah, the translation's correct. Oh, okay. Good to know.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I do speak Russian if you want to confirm.
Yeah, well, Malek just posted a video. You know, sometimes people that hate flat earthers, they'll put out fake videos and try to sort of muddy the water and say, "Oh, flat earthers are putting out these fake videos." But yeah, that's good to have some confirmation that that's what was being said in the video.
Oh, I see. It's the Putin reaction video.
Yeah.
I'll take a listen.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, so they were just talking about how that picture looked fake, and they put it through the AI processes, and they look at the contrast and things like that, and they suspect that it's fake.
Yeah, okay. All right. Thanks for that.
Sure.
We do have a lot of new people in the chat. Anybody who's here that would like to discuss the topic, please open your mic, ask a question, make a claim. We were invited here by one of the owners or managers of the server. We have our own Discord server, 24/7 Flat Earth 2.0. Yeah, we discuss the idea of the globe and the reality of the flat Earth that everybody lives on. So please feel free to open up. We'll talk about it.
Hello, guys. Oh.
Welcome. I think it's important that everybody know, those of you that are new, your elementary school teacher, your high school physics teacher, your college professor, they weren't lying to you necessarily. They are just misinformed. They got the same misinformation that you got. It's been propagated over decades, if not hundreds of years. So don't be mad at them.
Anybody got any ideas as to why they're lying?
On which, where is the line?
Say what?
Like, where's the line?
The lie?
Which line are you talking about?
No, why are we being lied to about the globe?
Oh, I think I think the what like Earth is going to destroy something. I'm not sure.
The first thing that we would have to establish is who is lying. So in this case, who is lying?
Me.
What are you lying about?
Line about like Earth is flat.
Oh, so you would be lying that the earth is flat. Okay. Why are you lying about it?
Because it's my belief. I heard this from my ancestors.
So your ancestors believed in what? Or told you what?
They believe on that Earth does not rotate around sun. Its sun rotate around the Earth. This is what I believe.
Is that a lie or is that just what you believe?
Both.
Okay. So you believe in a lie actively.
Is it a lie? How it's a lie?
You told me that it was.
No, it's not a lie. I thought you said it's a line. It's not a lie.
No, lie. L-I-E.
No, it's not a lie. Yeah, it's not a lie. This is what I believe. That's what we believe.
You believe that the sun rotates around the earth.
Yeah, Earth is still. Earth does not rotate. Earth does not move at all.
Okay. Well, we have evidence for that, so that's not a lie, right? We're talking about a lie. Wild Bill here asked why somebody was lying, and I'm curious who he thinks is lying.
Oh, okay. Now people are revealing their lies over here.
Who's lying? I would say the globalists.
Okay, well that's kind of ambiguous. What's a globalist, and who specifically are you talking about?
I think it's a Donald Trump, maybe.
I'm thinking it's the globe pushers, the globalists. Who are they? Yeah, I don't know. Good question.
It's definitely
So if you go to elementary school, right, the fourth grade teacher, actually the kindergarten teacher, is going to tell you that the Earth is a spinning ball. Do you think that she's actively lying to you?
Are you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to Bill.
Okay.
No, I think she's continuing a lie that was told to her.
Okay. So it would be the people that are writing the curriculum that she is paid to teach, right?
Yeah. Yeah. That's a
Okay,
good
so that would be the state. And the state is a corporation that is created by another state, which is a corporation. So we have to figure out who the people are that created the lie and now are paying for it to be hoisted upon children.
So who wrote the textbooks? Or paid for them?
Well, the people that are paid to write the textbooks, another corporation. The problem with all this is that you always end up at a corporation somewhere along the line. Even the legal persona, which would be the individual, but that's still a corporation created by the state. So who's the state?
Good question.
Yeah. I don't think you'd be able to point to any individual, even a group of individuals that put forth this lie. However, we have people like George Lemaitre, who is or was a Jesuit priest,
Yeah.
a Catholic, right? And he gave us the idea of the Big Bang. But that's just a theory. In fact, it's not even a scientific theory, it's just a colloquial theory. He just imagined something, and then apparently it made it into a textbook. So is George Lemaitre lying, or did he just put forth an idea and somebody decided that it was a good idea, and so they ran with it?
I think he's definitely lying.
Okay. So if somebody has an idea and they put it forth and somebody else adopts it as their doctrine or their, fact, I don't know if I could call George Lemaitre a liar. I think he's just a thinker.
Yeah, I tend to agree that
What
the
do you
globe is more of a mistake than a deception. It is speculation Sunday, so just going to throw that out there.
or he's trying to cover something up?
Yeah, maybe. I think most people, when it says like, oh, like people are lying about the shape of the earth, I think that most people aren't lying about it. I think that they just generally believe it and they're just repeating information that they got told and they never tested the earth. They probably never questioned if it's a globe or not. They just got taught it's a fact since they were young children. And then it got reinforced throughout their education system. And the same thing happened to their parents and their professors and the professors before them and so on, dating back to 500 or 600 years ago.
Is it suspicious or coincidence that a lot of these ideas come from secret society, occult type members?
Yeah, and yeah, it is interesting, man. Even dating back to what mainstream history claims as the first person to suggest the sphere was literally a cult leader named Pythagoras.
Interesting. Good point.
Yeah, yep. And so the cult of Pythagoras, right? That's kind of crazy as well. Most people think of Pythagoras as a mathematician, a man of logic and science and reason and that kind of thing. Some really smart guy. That's kind of how he's presented in the education system, but that's absolutely not the case, right? The guy, if he existed the way that we're taught, was batshit crazy, and so were his followers. And he was the first person to suggest that the Earth's a globe, and that was through philosophical reasoning and through his crazy, wacky ideas. That they basically they worshipped numbers and they worshipped shapes, and they thought that spheres are the perfect shape. And basically, long before anyone even suggested that the Earth is a globe, right? The ancient cultures had what was called the celestial sphere, right? The ancient Greeks, the ancient Egyptians, the Babylonians, the early Indians. They all basically described the sky as like a big celestial sphere, a big dome, where the stars were basically fixed to the interior of, or shining through the interior, and that was before even anyone even suggested that the Earth's a globe. And then later on, people like Pythagoras and Plato and Aristotle, right? They took that celestial sphere and kind of imposed it onto the Earth itself, and they thought because the heavens are a perfect sphere, the Earth must also be a perfect sphere because it's the most perfect shape. It's not because they went out and measured it or did anything empirical to test it. It was just through like philosophical reasoning, that kind of thing. And then over time, they, the celestial sphere was inverted into this terrestrial sphere, and that's essentially this where the celestial coordinate system comes from, which is basically what the globe is. It's an inverted celestial coordinate system. It's kind of inverted into a terrestrial coordinate system. And that's what all the map projections basically are. spread out versions of that terrestrial coordinate system, which is now called the WGS84. And then there was a huge gap. You know, I don't quite believe in the mainstream historical timeline, but these ancient Greeks that I was just talking about, right? It didn't become common knowledge, and everyone wasn't like, oh, okay, these people said the Earth's a globe, therefore the Earth's a globe, and everyone now believes the Earth's a globe. Right? About 1,000 years passed, or something like that. Right? A huge amount of time passed before it even was suggested to be a mainstream theory or whatever that the Earth's a globe. Right? It wasn't until Copernicus and that sort of time period. What was it, like 500-600 years ago or something like that, where it actually started to become pushed throughout the world into the mainstream education system everywhere by the Roman Catholics, the Jesuits, that basically went around everywhere pushing it.
It was still massively unpopular. 60 years after Copernicus's theory was circulated within academic circles, there was only 15 astronomers in all of Europe that espoused that garbage.
All right, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Are there any descendants of those organizations that are maybe gatekeeping those hidden truths?
Well, if you follow the globe religion, where it came from, you find the story of Pythagoras, and then you find that cult got dismantled by the public when it got discovered, and they got killed, many of them, and so the rest of them fled and spread to the rest of Greece, and they became more secretive, and so you had a bunch of schools of thought open up all over Greece, which had the same structure, except they had now created like an open.
Why are you the only guy
exterior.
talking here? Everybody else is muted. What is this?
You just interrupted someone that was talking, dude. Trace was talking.
Yeah, why was he the only person talking here? He added nothing.
Yeah, one person talks at a time, dumbass. Yeah. Please continue, man.
But it basically made it so that these schools of thought recruited from the more affluent part of society, and this is where pederasty comes in, and where they created like a mentorship relationship with the students, and only those students that were raised by them personally were allowed to be inducted into the greater secrets, which involved the Pythagorean cult teachings. And so we today get a lot of these books from these cultists, and we get like shown like, oh, great thinkers of the old all believed in the earth being a globe. But you're looking at like the secret documents that have been copied throughout the ages by the cult. Like that's a big part of why a lot of knowledge gets lost, is because it's memory hold. Like certain text only lasts so long; it can be destroyed very easily. And what text gets copied and preserved is selected by the victor or whoever holds control. And so this cultist element has been worming its way throughout history, and the globe is kind of their secret doctrine, or was their secret doctrine, until like it wormed its way all around the world, and then they spread that doctrine to the world as like, oh, this is how it is, and now everybody is a part of our cult. Or at least that's how I see it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when I researched it, that was basically the conclusion I came to as well. It's even interesting looking into historians, mathematical historians from universities like Cambridge, for example. They'll tell you that the Greeks loved inventing these mythical characters like Eratosthenes and Pythagoras, and that there's really not a lot of evidence that these people even existed the way that they're credited or the way that they're portrayed to have existed. And even some of them even suggest that there's no evidence at all that Pythagoras even suggested that the Earth is a globe at all.
Yeah.
And whether it even existed in the first place.
Yeah, it's just like with Aristophanes. There's no primary document of him doing anything, and the accounts talking about it have varying accounts. Some of them have a well, some of them have obelisks or pillars, and so or sticks. It's constantly changing because this was a story told like by people who believe in this within their cult. Because you can see it if you look at the history of it. The general public was religious, and if you look at the world view of those religions back then were uniformly flat Earth religions, like all of the ancient religions, because that's how we all experience the world. We experience it as flat. So that was the base axiom, and all of the religions have that axiom within it, so they appear true to the general public, and so the general public just accepted the religions. Meanwhile, the elite aristocracy had a separate religion. We're special, we're different from you, we believe the earth is a globe, you don't, you plebs. But then come a little bit of technology, we got telescopes, we got we're starting to understand optics better, and oops, the globe isn't true. We've debunked the false proofs that the half-naked Greeks came up with from not understanding optics at all. And so I guess we should like spread this belief we've spent 2,000 years cultivating within our cult to the general public and look like geniuses, and then they will give us all this power because we're geniuses who created all this stuff. And so power and money, of course, but money is kind of it, to a general public it's important. To the elite it's not as important. It's more important that we don't have enough, that rather than how much they have, because with the banking system it's very easy to make money if you have a lot of money, but if you have very little money, you're very easy to control.
Yeah, money is just an exchange for your time of work, right?
Yeah. And if you're too busy because you have to work so much that you can't actually think things through, you can't learn things, you can't actually figure out who's lying to you, who do you trust in the situation. So you have to just go by your gut instinct. You have to just go by what the group is going by, and that's so much easier to manipulate when you don't have enough information. An informed public is the hardest to manipulate, and so that's why if you're an elite, if you are very rich, you would rather have many poor people, because then those people will just fight within their own poor people problems, and you don't have to worry about it. They don't have the capital to rise up against you.
So could the globe lie be tied somehow to the finance banking mechanism, or perhaps the globalists tied to both?
I don't know. I don't know what the connection is to the banking system, if any, other than like the people who put in public education are tightly connected to the banking system. It's one giant cabal.
Yeah, with the globe thing, you just got to remember that everything is from an observer centric position and you're looking at it through perspective. So when they talk about like everything in the sky, it's all observer centric perspective, has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. The shape of the
Yeah.
earth would be measured drop over distance.
Yeah, you can think of the globe as more of a one world religion, a unifying perspective that they could try to convince the world of because of how the sky appears.
But tied in with the banking system? No. What they did was they convinced everybody that, money was a placeholder for this service, for that service, this good, that good. And then before you know it, you're over inundated with all of the resources that money can supposedly purchase. And then once you get used to that and you're no longer growing your own resources, now they can devalue the currency and make it harder for you to you have to work more.
Well, the space agencies certainly, or the top of them anyway, certainly know their line. So who's in charge of them, or are they in charge of everything?
Think of it like this, right? Think of them also as your peers, but they're getting supplemented on the back end. Hey, here's a few extra $1,000 to speak this narrative. Now it's not hurting you. It's not hurting anybody in your family. So they're just going to take the money and run with it because they weren't going. Nothing was going to come of it anyway.
The banking system is a means to an end. So most people these days won't do anything unless there's money involved. And so if you create an arbitrary, medium of exchange and then you control it, you can essentially control the people. That's why Lord Rothschild said, give me control over a nation's money supply and I care not who makes its laws.
Yeah, I think if we could have clearer minds via cleaner eating, maybe people could start thinking a little more clearly and critically.
Man, I used to think that, but what I've noticed is that never mind the fluoride, never mind the food. You've got, lab rats called citizens of whatever nation state they create who are quite content with what they receive, and are also very content with the paradigm that they've been offered, they're actually very attached to it in an emotional way, even in a spiritual way. So the food and the fluoride don't have as much to do with people's biases. So this is usually a preferred position. The people that we talk to in here, you can show them exactly how the earth measures to be. You can even ask them to go out and prove it to themselves within reality. And they're much more comfortable operating within the paradigm that exists within their mental and emotional state rather than reality. So they prefer, as far as I can tell, they prefer the paradigm that is purely uh, conceptual rather than the reality. I don't think food has anything to do with that.
Yeah, I definitely think it's multifactorial. There's a lot of factors going on. I mean, yeah, you've got to snap them out of the slumber. Maybe a good way to put it is you see the things people buy on the shelf, you know, that they're putting in their mouth. They're not thinking critically, and maybe it's just more someone who's thinking critically about their food. Maybe that will open the gate to start thinking and questioning other rules or assumptions they've been living by.
Yeah, I got to tell you, over the last, I don't know, 20 years, there has been a huge explosion in the knowledge for the average consumer about what it is that they're eating. So people know, in fact, you know, they made, even in the United States, I know that Europe is this way, where they make it a point to educate and disclose what is in the products that they're buying in the supermarket. So you can take the box of Lucky Charms and you can see that there are several chemical compounds that are not very good for you, and they're published on there for you to see. And the people go, well, I get that, but Lucky Charms are damn good tasting. So I'm going to ignore the risk and still consume the product that ultimately is not good for me. I think people are very comfortable with their decisions. I think they're making a judgment call. You know, okay, well, this food's not good for me, but it tastes good, so I'm going to do it anyway. And then also there's ignorance is bliss, where they just are not going to read the package. So if people don't read the fine print, if they don't care about the consequences of the choices that they make, then who's at fault other than the people that make the choice?
Well, that's it, right? They're like, oh, well, I know it's bad for me, but what else is there?
Right. So I also think that people instinctively understand, like they'll look at the products that they have available to them and they will say, okay, well, if I know it's bad for me, the alternative is I'm going to grow my own food. I don't want to go through that kind of hassle, so I'm going to just do what's convenient. It still tastes good. Yeah, it might kill me, but I'm not going through all that trouble. Still, a decision is being made.
I would be interested to see maybe some kind of study, like, the way the food is branded and marketed, and the all the ease with which they can sell the chemicals because it's in tiny little letters on the back, and you see the leprechaun on the front with the rainbow. Be interested to see a study like where instead of all the colorful language, it was just black and white ingredients listed, and everything was just in a white box. I wonder if that would influence at all. If all it had was the ingredients on the front of the box and in big letters. But once they're caught with the flavor, I mean, it becomes addictive to a lot of people, and they don't want to go through the pain of withdrawing.
Why is this whole server muted?
Pondering the meaning of life.
What? Why is this whole server muted?
Why are there so many dumb globers in the world?
Good question. Yeah, I would say the reason everybody's muted in here is because we've already established that the Earth is flat, and there's nobody to rebut us, and so we're just kind of hanging out in silence, enjoying the victory.
Is this really live?
Oh yes, it's live. I think we have at least one stream going, maybe two. So you're on YouTube, my friend. Welcome.
Yeah, what is the channel name?
24/7. Oh well, just click on the bot, and it'll show you the YouTube channel you can go to.
We're like playing eFootball.
eFootball.
Yeah, like someone's playing eFootball.
Okay. You think you live on a ball, my friend? Like a
What?
football? Do you
Oh, I
think that
don't
you
know.
live? You don't know?
It isn't live.
It isn't live?
No, it isn't.
Okay. Well, I guess you're not live on YouTube then. Either way, do you think you live on a football?
Why, what is this question?
A sphere, a ball Earth, you know, the globe.
Oh,
Do you think you live on a globe?
yes.
Why?
What?
Why?
Oh, why?
Mm-hmm.
Cause who's so dumb to believe that the Earth is like not a ball or something?
Well, I didn't ask you why
We're
you
like,
can't
why
believe
should
the
it be flat?
alternative,
Why should it be flat?
friend. The
Like,
question that
why
I
should?
asked you is, yeah, bro, relax. Why do you think that you live on a ball?
I don't know. Cause it makes it makes sense.
So if the Earth is not curving, does it make sense that you live on a ball?
I don't know.
Okay, so the Earth is not curving measurably. Everybody in the world, even your experience, tells you that the Earth is not curving anywhere. So you tell
Flat
me why
Earth.
it makes sense
Oh,
that something is measured flat, but it
oh,
makes
like,
sense that it's a ball.
but like, why do you think the world is flat?
I just told you. Everybody measures it and experiences it that way.
Yeah, like, but does it really make sense that we wouldn't like have oxygen and it would be like flat? Don't you know it?
Holy cow! What does oxygen have to do with flatness? Please
Oh,
tell me.
like what and where will be the gravity?
What's
Like,
gravity?
oh my god!
Yeah,
I
I
think
know.
you're like in the. I think. Oh my god!
Friend, can you tell me what it is?
Oh, maybe. Wait. Like, it's an invisible force of attraction, bro.
Invisible force of attraction. Okay, can you prove it to me?
Get your wallet and drop it.
Okay, I dropped it into some water and now it's floating on the surface of the water.
Oh my god! Are you trying to rage bait me?
No, I think you're just becoming enraged because you understand buoyancy.
No, like how?
How? Well, the wallet floats on
Gravity
the
is
surface
blue
of the
volume
water.
in
It's less
ionic
dense.
freezing glow. It doesn't
Gee
exist in
whiz, man.
peaceful
It's
glow
crazy.
atmosphere.
Hey, bro, like you asked me a question. I'm trying to answer you, and now you're talking over me. Are all
No,
Globers this rude?
like someone send me a message, gravity or something like logical.
Logical? Oh yeah. So you tell me logically
No,
where you
like
would
some logical
experience or
observation, like some logical observation. Like send me a message.
dude, that's non sequitur. Logical observation. Typically, logic has to do with consistency within ideas. You're asking for empiricism. You're going to have to learn the difference. Maybe this discussion is a little too advanced for you. Yeah? You don't quite
It
understand
can
what it
be.
is that you
I'm in
believe?
eighth class. I don't understand much.
Okay. Well, then maybe you should just listen instead of going, oh my God.
How old are you?
Older than you.
Okay.
Yeah. So has anybody proven to you gravity? Have they given you an experiment that gravity is the independent variable causing things? Has anybody done that for you?
What does it mean?
Independent variable, like in a scientific experiment where you're trying to find the cause of an effect. Gravity would be the thing that causes the effect that you see.
What?
Yeah, this is way too advanced for you, bro. If you can't understand what I'm telling you, just sit down, relax.
Ugh. Says who just is like, yeah, screw this. I'm gonna go do something else. I feel sorry for him having to talk to Pigeon on theft. Pigeon theft. Pig on theft. Piggy on theft.
Oh, my name is not Piggy.
I'm gonna call you Piggy.
Who said that? No, this server is just rage. Straight up rage bait.
Not really.
I've seen fuck niggas!
Wow. Yeah. Goodness.
Stop it. Get some help.
Hello. Why is everyone here muted, guys?
We were waiting for you to say something.
Hmm.
So what's up, my friend? Did you know the Earth is flat? Oh, I hear that.
Yeah, my record is almost, my latest record is almost complete. And since nobody's speaking, I'll play you one song before I go off and play with Karma.
Yeah, this is no belief. This is you coming calm when you start to shake. This soon as we don't fit the frame you bake. This don't we play dumb? Don't we play nice? This now the math won't bend and the sky won't lie. This you debated circles across to perform, but panic hits on the matter don't conform. Call it a game when we start to lose, but when I hit for points, we're here for proof. This you keep asking what we believe. This we keep asking what you can see. This you argue tone, you argue names, or reality yours you play. Go look, we don't we believe. This did I get some faith? This go outside, magic check the place. You're not fighting us, now you're fighting what's their reality. We say goodbye, you say good bait. That's why you lose with a straight face. We've seen the scripts, we know the plays. We get the experts mark then break. We don't understand, you just deny. But we heard it all 1,000 times. Soon as we say go test the result, you feel attacked by your own shell. Cause if it's true, we won't collapse. And if it's not, that's why you're mad. You think we're here to win a fight. We're here to see if claims and buy. If truth don't care who speeds it best, it only shows up when you jazz. We don't need belief. Test it. Never ask for free. Test it. Just instruments spin in space. Test it. Taste it. You're not fighting us. You're fighting what's their reality. We say verify, you say good babe. That's why you lose to the trade fade.
And I'm not gonna play all the songs. I'll just give you a preview and then dip. I don't wanna annoy people who don't like music.
Bombastic. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Welcome.
In the beginning, the universe was created. This made a lot of people very angry and has been widely regarded as a bad move.
What's happening? Not much, eh? From 1 million miles away. Wow, that's one heck of a freaking camera. Hey? What sort of camera they got on that thing that can get that much detail from 1 million miles away? Huh? Bullshit.
What? Why you all muted?
What do you know?
I just joined in. I don't know the rules or anything.
You don't know what?
I don't know the rules.
Roles?
Rules.
Rules?
Yeah.
Rules. Just follow Discord TOS and you should be good.
Yeah, but I don't know it about this what it's called the room.
Flat Earth? 24/7 Flat Earth Discord? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talk about the Earth. Yeah.
Okay, why are you all quiet?
Well, I guess nobody's got anything to say at the moment.
So you just
us.
sit there and chill.
I guess so, until conversation starts and people might want to join in.
Okay, so what is it about? About flat Earth?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, bro, it's round. That discussion was over many years ago.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why's that?
It's quite simple, really. You can look at the moon. Is it round or is it flat?
But that's not the Earth. That's the moon. That's not
So
Earth.
why do you think that the Earth should be flat and the moon should not be flat? What the fuck, man?
Well, how the heck would I know?
I mean, look at the sun. Why would the sun be flat and the Earth? I mean, round and the Earth will be flat. Why is the Earth the only flat object in the universe? What the fuck, man?
Who says Earth is an object?
It's a stone. It's a planet. It's anything, whatever you want to call it.
Well, who says it's a planet? How do you know it's a planet?
Because we live on it, man.
Yeah, we live on it. That doesn't mean it's a planet. Does anybody live on planets? Does anybody that you know of live on planets?
Yeah, you motherfucker. I'm sorry, man,
No.
but
No.
you.
So this is the only planet that people live on?
No,
Why
I
is it
don't
so
know, maybe-
different? Why
maybe
isn't there
there is
people
a-
on Mars?
Because of the atmosphere.
No, it's different, right? You're asking us why Earth's different to those other things in the sky, and then you're telling me how it's different.
I mean, I told you how. Huh? So do
It's
you?
different, right?
So you mean that because it's different and we live on it, it's flat?
No, never said
Okay,
that.
I can
But you
say.
were
I can say that. Wait.
you were
I
trying
can
to say,
that
well,
the
why
Earth
is it the only
triangle.
flat thing,
Triangle.
right? Well, why is it the only place that people live then? Why is it the only place with oceans on it? Why is it the only place with trees on it?
Who says it's the only planet in the universe? It's the only planet in our galaxy because we looked.
Well,
we saw.
I'll tell you, it's not a planet, and that we're not in a universe
what
like
is-
you
what it is?
you think we are. It's a plane. It's the floor that we live on. The floor.
Huh?
It's the floor. We're not a disc
Bro,
in space.
are you being
We don't
serious
think-
or just?
No, I'm being serious. I'm being serious. We're not in the type of universe that you think. We're on a planet in outer space, right? That's not what it is.
Where we are?
On Earth.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Earth's Earth. It's not planet. Planets aren't worlds.
What's the definition of Earth? What's the definition of it? Is it a planet? Is it a sphere? Is it what the definition? It's a plane.
It's a plane. That's what I'd tell you. It's a plane. Yeah. That extends indefinitely. I've got no idea of its size or shape, how far it goes. I just know that the water's flat. The surface of the water's flat. Unlike that picture in the side chat. It shows curving oceans. Yeah, the oceans. Yeah, the oceans aren't curving. That's not Earth. That's a false image.
Okay, bro. Why are mountains not flat also?
Why are they not flat? They stick up out of the water.
So, why are they not flat?
What do you mean why?
Why? You say the Earth is flat because the ocean is flat. Okay, why is
Yeah.
the mountains not flat?
Because it's dirt. it's dirt and rock. It's solid.
طيب,
It's
okay,
not
it's
liquid.
water, man. The water is liquid. It's if you put water in your glass, will it be flat or will it be round?
It'll be flat.
خلاص. Okay, if you put it in a sphere, in like ايش اسمه ده? In like a balloon, would it be still flat?
No, that's a container. It'll fill the volume.
It takes whatever shape it's on, right?
It takes the shape of its container, and its surface is a free surface that sits horizontally.
Listen,
So
bro,
if the bottom of the container, right, to say you have a fish tank, but the bottom of the fish tank is curving, the surface of the water that you put in it will not curve. It'll just be flat.
Okay, bro. So because I'm not very good in English, I can't have a good debate with you. So you win.
It doesn't have to be. No, it doesn't have to be a debate. Just a discussion.
Yeah, I know, no. I'm not mad or anything. I just my English is not very good enough for discussion or anything or a debate.
No, we understand. We understand that, like the Earth's been presented to us as if it's a globe, right? And that they show us like these pretty pictures, of the big blue ball, right, with water, ocean stuck to the outside of it, right, and the surface is curving, and they say that's because of gravity, right? Gravity's making all the water stay to the surface of the Earth, right? The problem is, right, if that's the case, well, then when we go to like a large lake, right, we'd look across it and we wouldn't be able to see so far because they've told us how big the ball is. They say it's got a circumference of 40,000 kilometers. So that means that over the surface of, say, a 20-mile lake, there'll be a horizon at about 3 miles, and then, after 20 miles, there'll be a drop of curvature of about 260 feet. But when we go to large lakes and look across the water, we just see clear to the other side. We can shine lasers across the water, and it just reaches the other
Does
side.
it matter if the Earth is flat or round or whatever shape it is?
Does it matter? Well,
Yeah.
In some ways it might, in some ways it won't. I mean, it's not going to make any difference to how you operate and function on Earth because you already just treat it like it's flat and motionless, right? But it might make you think about other things, like it might make you ask questions like, well, okay, why are they saying it's a globe? What made them think it's a globe in the first place? Why are people lying and showing photos of Earth from space that can't be true? And these sort of questions can arise, right?
I mean, why would they lie?
Who knows? Who knows? They could just be simply lying about their ability to go to space, right? And they want people to think that they're going to space and spending their money wisely, and they're all mighty and all powerful and investigating the mysteries and the secrets of the universe when they're not really doing any of that.
Or what?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay,
space
NASA
agency.
didn't NASA go to the moon? So why would they
No,
lie
that's
about Earth?
they claim that's
Yeah,
they claim
they went to the moon.
yeah.
Yeah, I know.
They
So why
said
would
they
they lie
did.
about Earth?
Why would they lie
And
about it? Well,
why didn't they lie to say that it's flat? Why did they?
Well,
Did they say that it's
because everybody already thought it was a globe, so they're not going to they're not going to pretend to go to space and then show pictures of a flat Earth because everybody already thought it was a globe. They have to show people what they expect to see, right? If they want it to be believable. If listen, everybody, or like in the 60s, okay, everybody, you go to school, they teach you Earth's a globe, it spins around and it's in space and it goes around the sun, right? This is what they were teaching kids in school before they went to the moon, right? So if they're going to pretend to go to the moon, what are they going to show people? What they expect to see or something different?
Okay, bro. I'm sorry, I was in the kitchen. Listen, you said that maybe they are lying because they want people to believe that the Earth is round, to pay money and pay for more investigation.
No, not to believe the Earth was round, to believe that they went to space.
Okay. You now you're in my territory, man. So why? I mean, it's more intriguing if you said that the Earth is flat. That will make more people want to go to space and see it and pay more money, right?
No, people wouldn't believe them. Because everybody already believed it was a ball.
Okay. They won't believe them, so
Yeah.
they want to see themselves.
Yeah.
So they will pay extra money to go and see it for themselves, right?
No, they don't let people do that.
No.
They don't let the commoners go.
Okay,
go there.
but that's what you said. You said that the people they lie to people to make them pay and go and see, but they don't let them see. Why? Because the Earth is flat.
No, because you can't go there. They're not really going anywhere. They're not going into space.
Yeah,
Space
but
doesn't exist. Outer space is fake.
I mean,
Yeah.
we went from the Earth is flat to the outer space is fake. I mean, the stars, the sun, the moon, where are they at?
Outer
Yeah, yeah.
space was not
Yeah.
discovered. Outer space was made up, invented, written on paper. No man has
Okay,
discovered
but
it.
but
No
when you
man,
go,
no man. Listen, no man has discovered outer space.
so it was invented. It's not real,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, on paper.
Okay.
Written.
So, okay, let me finish, please. So when you go and lay down in some field away from the lights and everything, what do you see in the sky?
Light.
Light?
Lights. Yeah.
Light. Okay.
Stars.
Where are
the moon.
those lights?
I don't know.
So you don't know. So they answered you. They said it was in space, man. And you
Yeah,
say
that's a
they're
cool
lying.
story. What do I have to believe it?
No, you don't have to.
There you go. Yeah, they got to show me some proof.
But I mean, you're trying to convince other
Observable
people
phenomena.
that believe in this
Hello.
thing. That it's
I
fake.
wanted to reply to your question. You keep galloping. You asked a question. I'm trying to say, what you see as the luminaries is observable phenomena, right? And now you have everybody observing the same thing, the phenomena, but you have different minds making different ideas of what that is and what is the cause of the phenomena. So you have a story. Some people say those are our ancestors from the past looking down on us, right? That's one idea. Other people say that is gas giants trillions of miles away, right? 1,000, 10,000, a million times bigger than the Earth, right? That's another idea. And then I can say that's just a light show from the creator. The creator made a light show for you to look with your God-given eyes. That's another idea, right? But who's correct? Because nobody can go up there and check and verify.
Okay, so what if you go and check and verify to us?
You can't. Can you?
You can't, right? You can't.
Nobody can.
But maybe somebody else can.
Nobody can.
Do you have the proof
man.
that nobody can go to space? Do you have the proof?
How can people leave reality and go to a fantasy place? People cannot do that.
Oh man,
Sorry
come
to tell
on,
you.
man. No. Okay.
This reality that you know, every man that you ever met, every woman that you ever met, they've been in this reality. They haven't been out there to the place that you're asking me
So the
to
space
go.
became a different reality. Come on, man. It's just space, bro. We're not in the Matrix, man. Now you're gonna say we are in the Matrix and we are trapped with robots and come on.
Okay,
That's fantasy,
because
man.
you have in your mind the idea that people can go to this violation of natural law, and like in the movies, like in Star Wars, they get in a spaceship, and they leave the Earth. That's not reality, dude.
I mean, it's fantasy for now, but maybe in the future we don't know.
Oh, maybe in the future, fantasy will be real.
I mean, some of it was. I mean, like you can say like electricity. Electricity was magic in the old times. If you go back in time and saw them electricity, they will say, "Oh, magic," and they will burn you. صح ولا لا? Right or wrong?
Wrong.
But now electricity is something very normal between us. I mean, fire. If you when you go back in time to the dinosaur age, when you go to the first human and show him and show him a fire, he will say this is magic. But now fire is a normal thing.
Right, bro, you really think that people are like that? There's no evidence to suggest that there was ever any humans that would have been fascinated by fire and thought it was magic.
Okay. Listen, everything is true until proven otherwise. I mean, if I say right now that I can fly, you have to believe me until you see otherwise. If I came to you and didn't
No, I
be
don't.
able
I
to
don't
fly,
have to believe you.
I mean,
I don't have to
that's
believe you.
the reality of things, man.
No, it's not. Hey,
Because
listen.
you can't prove
The
me wrong.
spaghetti,
You can't prove me wrong.
the spaghetti monster lives under my house, but only I can
mean,
see
I don't
him.
know. I
Right?
don't know.
Yeah. No. You have to believe me.
I believe you, but if I mean, I don't believe you. I mean, I don't believe you, man. But if I seen it, I will believe you. But if I didn't see it,
No,
I will
only
not
I
believe
can
you.
see it. Only I can see it.
Okay, so I don't fucking believe you, man.
Yeah. Well, why do you believe NASA? Only they can go to space.
I don't believe NASA, man. I mean, I
Oh,
don't believe
cool.
that they went to the moon, but I believe everything else they say.
Why? Why? So
Because
they
we've seen
only
it.
lied about
Is
that,
this
and they're,
is this like
Bro,
they're
because I
fans of
seen it
still
with my own eyes.
Is
You
this
say
they're
like
still
that
fans
lying
of
there is
about
no
it.
space. What do I see when I look at the sky, man? Do I not see stars, sun, moon? What do you mean? Do you mean that the moon and the sun, everything is in Earth, or what?
Is that what you're saying, Tito? Everything is inert. Are those the words that came out of your mouth?
Well,
I
for
mean,
all intents and
I told
purposes,
him.
you
I
may
told
as
him I'm not
well
very
say
good in
that.
English,
But
man.
I can't make any definitive claim as to where the things in the sky are exactly, what sort of medium they exist within, whether they're within this system or not. I know that the sun's light has an effect on this system. Right, it generates light and heat, which affects the system we live in. But whether or not that light source and that heat source is within this system, inside a closed system, or whether it's outside the closed system where its energy can still pass through and leave, right? I don't know. And I can't tell you exactly what the sun is. I can't.
Okay, you can prove
I
it,
haven't
right?
been there.
You can prove it because you didn't see it or you didn't go there. So other people did and told you the answer, but you wouldn't accept it.
People went to
That's the
the
problem.
sun? What are you talking about? Who went
Not
to
the
the sun
sun,
and checked
man.
it?
Not the sun, man. Come on, I mean space.
Space?
Yeah.
You think people can go to a place that doesn't exist still?
What do you mean it doesn't exist? I mean, I'm seeing it with my own eyes.
Okay,
If I look at the
you know
sky,
how you bring,
I see a lot of stuff.
No, man, look.
If you wanna
You
name
know
it
how
another thing, it's okay. You can name it chicken. It's okay. It's called.
people. You know
Doesn't
what
matter.
happened? People go very high up and then they come down. That's it.
Okay.
That's the only place that people go. People don't go to outer space. People stay inside a contained capsule or whatever. They go high up and they come back down. They never went to outer space.
I mean, no, I don't believe that.
Okay, show me the example that people went to outer space. And please,
I mean, YouTube. You can go and ask ChatGPT, YouTube, anything. I don't have the proof with me right now.
you know you're breathing air, right? The air that you're breathing.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's gas pressure, and gas pressure requires a contained environment. How can these people break out of the contained environment and you still breathing air?
Just as the meteors came down from from up there.
The
How
meteors?
did the meteors. How
What
did they
meteors?
come down to Earth? Oh, you didn't see any meteor in real life. Okay.
No, that's not. I've seen the sporadic meteor. What we call, listen, shooting stars are not rocks as big as Texas. No, that's only in the movies, in the cartoons. That's not
Of course.
reality.
We didn't see anything like this until now.
Okay, so sporadic meteors, even sporadic meteors, that phenomena that you're talking about, that debunks the globe. Why? Because this phenomena happens in cycles, like clockwork, like the other luminaries, showing that there is some type of design. The sporadic meteor complex shows you the design of the clock of the sky. It happens in a timely manner, in cycles, just like the other lights, the hands of the clock. Gears within gears. It cannot happen just by a random accident of nonsensical
Bro, طب okay, let us change
globe
the
ideas.
subject. Do you believe in afterlife or anything?
That's not the topic, afterlife.
I know. But do you believe in afterlife?
Yeah, death is afterlife. You live and then you die.
No. Not death. I mean afterlife. After death.
Well, I don't know. I'm gonna have to find out after we die, huh?
Okay, but how are you gonna tell us?
Listen, bro. If I'm still alive after I'm dead, then I didn't die.
Yeah.
Sure, طيب, okay. Do you believe in afterlife? Just answer the question, yes or no.
Life after life. That's a bit weird. That's like a paradox.
No, life after death, not life after life.
Oh yeah, life after death. Yeah. Plant. You know,
Life after death, but that means I didn't die. I'm still alive.
Okay, brother, you didn't die. You died and you went back to being alive. Do you
Like
believe in that?
resurrection, like Jesus Christ. So you're saying like
resurrection.
Jesus, like Jesus?
Oh, you know Jesus. No,
Well,
not resurrection, and not being revived in the same plane or planet or whatever you call Earth. Afterlife, like hell and paradise.
Heaven, going
Or
to heaven.
Okay, do you believe in heaven
Oh,
and hell and all sort of stuff?
Well, I mean, there is an observation of a structure at the center of rotation of the sky, and that looks like described in Scripture as the God's heavenly tabernacle, the city of God up in heaven, that is as wide and long as it is high. And it looks like a pyramid at the center of the sky, where all the luminaries revolve around. So if you go based in Scripture, and what it talks about New Jerusalem or the city of God up in heaven, there's a silhouette of such a thing observable up in the sky. But is that heaven? Is that what it is? I mean, that's a good question. You're gonna have to ask God to give you that revelation. Maybe the books are the revelation.
God talks about heaven in books of Islam and Bible. So,
and what
but we cannot tell where heaven is or hell is because we don't have this information and we shouldn't have it because if we know
Okay,
where heaven
I
is,
just
we're gonna try to go to it.
Can you give me
That's the
one?
thing, though. That's what I was trying to tell you. No,
it tells us.
I was making a point though that so that's what I'm trying to tell you, that with the observation of the sky with opticals, it is observable what people describe as heaven, the God's heavenly tabernacle. It is observable with opticals.
Yeah, but God has ultimate power. We don't know if this
Well,
is the only
hang on, Witcher.
universe
Witcher,
that
I
we
want
have.
to address something else you said about not knowing where heaven is. But it tells us, if we to trust the Scripture, it tells us that heaven is above us. So that is where it is.
Above where?
That's what I'm telling you. It's observable
Above the earth.
Above could be
Yeah.
anything. Above no, not above the earth.
No, it
above
doesn't
could
have
be
to be above
anywhere.
the earth.
Above in a different universe, maybe. We don't know.
No.
Okay, guys, can I ask something? I just had to ask you the question so I can tell you something. So you told me that you believe in the afterlife, hell, paradise, anything.
You're the one saying that, dude. You're the one bringing that up.
Okay.
What we're telling you is that there is observations in the physical and natural world that we can talk about and we can describe with words, but what it is and what is the cause of the effect, there's a lot of unknowns, and you're trying to portray that we're trying to tell you that we
Bro,
know what's happening.
I'm just trying
with this
to
stuff.
tell you something, but you wouldn't listen.
No, you just keep galloping, and the other guy was bringing a point, and you're just trying to go again with putting words in our mouths.
What? Bro,
You said
when
that
I
you
came
believe
here,
in afterlife and you believe in hell and heaven and this and
bro,
you're
you
the one
didn't say
saying
yes
that.
or no. You said what did you say? You said entire book to me. Yes or no only. I
Just
didn't
whatever.
understand half what you said, man.
Just mute yourself before I mute you if you're gonna keep doing this.
What the fuck, bro? What the fuck do you want, man?
The other
Fuck off,
guy,
bitch.
the other guy, the other guy. freaking annoying.
I agree with you.
He's
sad
not
when some
listening to
people
anything
try
is
and
being said. He's not listening to anything is
yeah,
being said. So
it's all right.
Hello?
Hey, did you fix your
Hello,
mic?
guys. What?
hello, can you get the mic out of your mouth?
Yo, why are you talking like this, bro?
What the hell? Who's talking?
Someone has the mic in their mouth or something. I don't know what is happening.
That's just crazy. So we don't know if Earth is flat or not, guys. Who approved it? Who has the scientific or whatever approved behind it?
That's flat is an orientation of a horizontal frame of reference that it's an axiomatic reference of the world that we live in and travel across. So flat, horizontal, level, that's measurable. We use the earth practically as flat and stationary as well.
Flat and
So
stationary?
flat, horizontal, level, the level of
Yeah, of
something.
course.
Like
Of course,
you
of
do
course.
one level, the first floor of a house, you establish the water level based on the sea level, right? So that sea level, you bring it, let's say, up in a mountain, 1,000 miles away from the sea, and that horizontal that you established on the first brick. So at the end of the day, you can put the last brick. Then you can put the table, and then you can put the water,
Yeah.
cup of water on top, and then you go to the second floor of the building and the third floor, and all those levels are parallel to the level of the sea, 1,000 miles away. And then you go across the sea, 3,000 miles across the water, and that level to the next continent is also parallel to your level at your kitchen. That's horizontal.
Okay. What are you implying to? Like Earth is like what floors? Is like a building or something?
No, there's buildings on the earth that man makes, but the earth itself, it's, in my opinion, overall, since you're asking like an overarching question, is like some design construct that abides by certain natural laws or design laws in place that are put in place, and it abides by that, and we abide by that stuff as well. And when we, whatever we do, travel or measure the Earth, it is not a spinning sphere in a vacuum. It doesn't measure as a curving sphere. It's not in motion like the spinning sphere, and the gas pressure that we have requires some type of containment. So that's why we can breathe air. So go ahead. What's the question again?
What do you reckon would happen if we built like a grid over the Earth with like pipelines that joined end to end that were strictly straight, not curved?
Like going through town halls and going through houses and just I mean, isn't there like in a small scale like things like that, like really long gas pipes that are super long? But if you're gonna go with the terrain, you're gonna have to go up and down. You're gonna be adjusting to the sea level, but you're gonna go up in the hill, up the hill, and down the valley. If you're gonna do a straight horizontal line,
Yeah, just say like
I
just
have to
for
break through
argument's
the
sake.
ground.
Yeah, just for argument's sake, it's sea level from all the way around.
There's a mean sea level, so the water kind of like go ups and down a little bit. So there's an average between those what we call sea level, right?
Yeah, so halfway between high tide and low tide.
So what's the question again about that?
Well, do you reckon it would connect, or would it form a circle, or does it form a circle regardless if it's a globe or a flat plane?
I mean, we imagine in a hypothetical, but are you gonna be able to construct such a thing, and are you gonna be allowed to do it? The answer is no. So in an imaginary place, yes, we could build a structure that can go. I mean, you say in a pipeline from here to another point in a straight line. Sure, you could
Yeah,
do something like
say
that.
all the way around the equator.
Like around the, that will be a circle. Like if you're on a horizontal, you're doing a circle, and that will be you're doing you can do a pipeline that is a circle. It can come around, yes. But if you're gonna do, let's say, a dead reckoning, that you're gonna go straight without deviating, and you're gonna make that line straight, you're just gonna go from point A to point B, and then those points are not gonna connect. That will be a horizontal line. The circle that you're doing above the horizontal surface is one thing, and then a straight line, it wouldn't be the circle. Those are different things. Because you're asking, if I do a pipeline around the sphere, is it gonna connect at the other side? Yeah, because you're on a
Well,
sphere.
if you did one around the equator and also one that's up down pole to pole.
Around the equator will be a circle. From pole to pole, you will go from one position, let's say, from the geographical North Pole to the geographical South Pole. It will be, you could do a straight line. It's not, you don't need to make it doesn't necessarily has to be a circle. You could do a straight line from point A to point B. What was that?
You wouldn't be able to connect it at both ends?
It wouldn't be a straight line then. It will be a circle. You can do a circle around from the one position to the other and do a circle. But then if you do a straight line, it's a straight line. But you could do both across a horizontal, across a flat. You get that?
I get your point, but if I tell you to draw this whatever Earth you think and your opinion is, can you draw it and show us how does that work?
No, because I don't have God's eye view, an outside perspective, reference from an outside point that I can say, look, this is the whole of existence, and this is how it looks. You don't have that. I don't have that.
No, but like if you're like just putting an opinion here, I would like to see if whatever shape his Earth is gonna be after, like whatever you're
To
saying.
attribute a shape
hold
of
on,
the so flat is not a shape. Flat is a orientation. This horizontal of the surface, that is the flat. That
Okay, I
is
have a
not
question then.
that is not a shape.
So what
So
about
you're saying the Earth is a flat?
The surface of the Earth.
what about where ballistics is concerned, like a rocket? I'm not talking about a rocket that goes into space. I'm talking about a rocket that you can shoot from, say, like, the United States to China. You're able to shoot that in a straight line, right? It doesn't curve to get to where it's going.
It has an arc, doesn't it? It goes from the ground base, from
Oh yeah,
the
yeah. It's got an arc. It's
so
got an
it's
arc.
gonna
But
do
if you're
an
viewing,
arc to
yeah, but if you're
reach
viewing
the
it,
point.
but if
Yeah.
you're viewing it from the top down, is it curving while it's traveling, or is it traveling in a straight line?
No, because you're asking, is the water below the rocket curving to conform a sphere in its totality? But we don't use rockets for that, or airplanes, or drones to measure the surface. We measure the surface as a
Well,
horizontal.
that's not what I'm saying. That's not exactly what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if you orient yourself east to west, right? and you fire a rocket over a short range, right? It arcs up into the air, but if you're viewing it from the top down, is it curving to the left or the right, or is it
East
just
to west,
going?
if you're looking from the top, you're looking at a circle, east to west. So
So you're saying that
so
the rocket would curve then? It would curve on its path in order to form a circle.
well, if the rocket is being in practicality, the rocket is being shot from point A to point B, from shooting point to target,
Yeah.
and kaboom, and kaboom. It's not gonna do a circle going from its starting to and coming
Well,
back
I
from
think
where
I
it
think what
started.
I'm thinking is this, right? If America shoots a rocket at China, and China shoots a rocket at America, and America's rocket goes over the Atlantic, and China's rocket goes over the Pacific, and you line those two arcs up, would that not indicate that there is a round, like a spherical object that you're firing
No.
on?
An
Because if
arc
you're
is not a
viewing,
sphere. An
yeah,
arc,
yeah.
some an arc is
I
an arc
understand.
of
I
a
understand an
horizontal.
arc's not a sphere, but what I'm saying is if you're viewing it from the top down, obviously it's arcing up to go to its location. But if you're viewing it from the top down and you're firing equator to equator, right? Then would the rocket would need to curve if the surface of the planet is flat because it would need to form a circle. If the surface
The
of the planet
surface of the planet is
if the
flat. There's no
surface
flat on spheres. There's no flatness on a sphere.
Yeah, I get that. What I'm saying
So what
if
you're saying, if the surface of the planet, the sphere, is flat,
because
that's a paradox.
what I'm saying is if you have a sphere, you can walk in a straight line and go completely around the planet. The circle that you're walking is around the circumference of the sphere. If you have a flat plane, then you need to be turning to the left constantly in order to make a circle, do you not? Or is there some way, some like workaround for that?
Anybody want to touch this with him? Let me check, because wow, there's a bunch of people in here. Come on, guys, try to explain to this guy. Maybe in the text, people might be putting stuff. Oh, Larry, welcome, Larry.
Wow, that was quick.
Hey, Larry, this guy has a question for you. I was waiting for you, Larry. Go ahead, ask your question, sir.
Yeah, if you're shooting a rocket along the equator, does it go in a straight line or does it curve twice? So if you shoot one rocket from one side to the other, and then you shoot a rocket from the other side back to the other one, right? So completely halfway around the planet each time. Then would the arc, when viewed from the top down, bird's eye view, would it be a straight line or would it be curved?
Well, you're talking about shooting rockets. I don't know about shooting two, but let's address one. The Globers say that it's due to perspective is why it appears to curve. And the flat earthers say because it's probably going down in the Bermuda Triangle somewhere down in the ocean. So I'm not sure that I understand your question. You're talking about two rockets getting shot up. Do they curve once or do they curve twice? Is that your question?
Yeah.
So are you talking about on a globe or on a flat Earth perspective or what?
Well, I'm saying if that was something to be done, like because if it was done on a globe, then viewing it from the top down, it would be a straight line. But if it was done on some kind of flat surface where everything, you know, wraps around in some fashion, or because I guess that's my main issue with having a flat Earth is you would say that if you circumnavigate the globe, what you've actually done is you've walked in a large circle, right? And you have walked in a large circle, but if you believe in a globe, then you've walked the circumference of the planet, and that's the circle that you've walked. And if you're on a flat plane, then you've walked in a literal circle. You've been turning left slightly the whole time, all the way around until you get back to your starting location.
Yeah, I'm not sure what rockets do. Once they leave our view, it's kind of hard to tell, but it looks like they're kind of taking off like a jet. But, appearances can be deceiving. But from my perspective, it looks like the rocket gets altitude and just holds that altitude till you can't see it anymore. I don't know. It always kind of reminds me of like the Disney thing that Tinkerbell does over the castle. Like that's like the trajectory of rockets from what they look like they're doing. I used to have a GIF of an airplane taking off and a rocket taking off. It's like a time lapse GIF, and they're both kind of doing the same thing. So I don't really know what rockets are doing. They're just going up in the sky, and as far as I could tell, they go out so far that they disappear. So they go up and they go out. I don't know how far they go up, but allegedly, some rockets can get up 300,000 feet, according to amateurs. So I'm not really sure that I've answered your question.
Whatever the rocket is doing up in the sky, the ground below it is not curving.
Yeah, the ground isn't curving. If it was, there would be, no impossible photography.
There will be consequences.
Right, there would just be a limit to how far you could see.
There will be consequences all around.
He never did answer if I answered his question. I feel like I did my best.
I'm not sure.
I mean, for me, what I picture he's asking, but when a rocket goes around the surface of the Earth, that means the Earth is a globe. That's his question. When the rocket makes it,
Yeah, that is what I'm asking.
Earth's a globe.
Because if you're firing right along the same the equator, right? So like you presume, because if you do believe in a globe, then you would believe that there's like a Coriolis effect, and that you would see like there would be a kind of curve to the rocket's path if you track it in real time and then look at the path that it drew. If you're firing along the equator, oriented like against the way it's rotating, presumably that path should be straight when viewed top down if it is a globe. But if it's not a globe, then that it would necessarily need to curve in order to like get back to its starting point.
I think that's the issue right there, Larry, isn't it? Like he's saying the equator, and the equator is part of the grid system of the sky projected on the ground. That's what the equator is, not tangible, something that, I mean, it's not off the ground. The equator is a grid. It's part of a grid system that is derived from the sky.
Language is not tangible. So if you're playing that game, then no argument works.
Yeah, but when you're saying the rocket is going at the,
it.
but you're saying the rocket is going around the equator. But when you're saying that is a grid. That is a mapping system.
Well, I understand
and that
it's
equator that you imagine
Yeah.
that the rocket is going across is it conforms to a sphere, or the celestial sphere. You're saying
I've heard all
if
of
the
this.
rocket is going around the celestial sphere, and we can project the celestial sphere into the ground, therefore the Earth has to be a sphere, and the rocket is going around a sphere.
Well, if you project it onto the ground and then you send an object around on that orientation and it does follow along those orientations, then that would indicate that the object that it's being projected onto is also a sphere.
Except that the ground is not curving, though, so it cannot be a sphere. Because spheres curve and the ground doesn't curve. The waters across the surface of the Earth don't curve to the ratio of that sphere that you are retain.
Let me butt back in, Jimsy. So first thing, rocket is not a Earth curve measuring device. So you said that you can't see how the Earth could be flat if rockets are doing this. Actually,
Well, I'm saying if you're using a rocket for the purpose of taking a measurement.
Yeah, I don't
The
think that's
reason
what
the
they're for.
reason the reason you'd be using a rocket is because you can get it presumably to travel a straight line.
Sir, rockets are not measuring devices. Will you agree with that?
Well, a car is not a measuring device either, but you can track a car. It's got measuring devices in it, and you can use that information.
So
Can you
you
not?
think
Can you not get in your car? Can you not get in your car when the mile turns over, and then drive for a mile and watch the mile turn over and know that you just traveled a mile?
Well, you can calculate that you traveled a mile, but if your tires are really worn down, maybe it's a little less than a mile. Or if you got some really big snow tires, maybe it's, well, I think it was set it backwards, but you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Right, so it's calculation. But when it comes to Earth curvature, the best way to try and see it is what they told us in school, that boats go over the horizon. So if boats go over the horizon, then there's a geometric horizon. So do you believe in a geometric horizon, meaning Earth curve caused drop over distance, caused obstruction?
Well, I can't think of a time when I've been in a situation where I could test that.
Well, it's ocean, just like the ancient Greeks said, allegedly, that we can see boats disappearing over the horizon. That's how we know that we live on a globe, or that's one of the reasons why we know we live on a globe. But the problem with that is that the geometric horizon has been debunked. Even the anti-flat earthers that follow us around and argue with us, which is an extreme minority group, they've admitted that, the reason that the sky meets the ground and causes obstruction is because of refraction, because the horizon moves based on the conditions of the day and even down to the hour. Can anybody post the GIF from Skunk Bay time lapse, please and thank you?
I don't have that, Larry. Maybe someone will post it.
They know I'm driving. So yeah, if the atmospheric conditions is what's causing the horizon to be where it's at, not Earth curvature, then anytime you're looking, and this is what the Globers say, right? They're saying it's refraction, unless it looks like it's curved, then they're saying no refraction, obviously, which is kind of cherry picking, but I digress. So if you go out and look for yourself, what you're going to find, and don't trust me, I'm just an idiot on the internet. Don't trust me, but go out to a large body of water at rest and see how far you can see. Do the Earth curve calculation, and if you do it, what you're going to find is there's a reason why the Globers have to make up this excuse of refraction. It's because we can see too far. Now, if we can see too far, that
Hold on.
means that you.
Hold on a second. What does because I'm looking at the GIF right now. I see what you're talking about. What does this have to do with seeing too far? Because you're still seeing the same point. You're just seeing it. It's being distorted. So, but you're still viewing that same point. That's not like you're not like looking at the CN Tower from like across Lake Ontario.
So, do you see the lighthouse on the like third, 1/3 to the left? Like from the left to the right, 1/3. There's a white tower. Probably looks like a white building to you. You see it on the left? 1/3 from the left. It's not quite in the middle, but it's not quite all the way to the left. You see it?
Yeah, I see it. I
Okay,
think.
it kind of comes in and out of view, right? Sometimes it's viewable, and just for a second it disappears, but then it comes back. So this is a time lapse.
Yeah, it looks like
So
it squishes down in the middle, and then you can't see it. Is what it looks
right,
like
so
for the times that
that's
it's not being seen.
right.
It looks like the like a lot of, but like again, presumably if that is distortion and you zoomed in like far enough with a high enough quality, you would still see it. It would just be very thin.
Possibly, I don't know. I haven't tried it, but the point is that that thing isn't disappearing because of Earth curvature, is it?
Well, honestly, I don't think it is. I'm not convinced it is disappearing. It becomes very difficult to see. It becomes very flat in that area. That's like how distortion works in some cases, right? If the top and the bottom are both distorting towards the same point, then everything in the middle there is going to kind of vanish.
So you're right. If you did get a bigger telescope type aperture where it's huge, you would be able to resolve more of the information coming towards the camera, right? But judging by, our limited aperture from our eyes and most cameras, and even the larger telescopes, there's going to be a limitation to the resolvability of an object due to the limit of the aperture. So it's not like we can get like a 10,000 mile wide aperture and see perfectly forever, right? There's limitations. And what you're looking at is the limitations of the resolvability, because I've looked at that video in its original form, and you can Google it, Skunk Bay time lapse. I prefer the one with the grid. And what you're going to find is that it does, in fact, disappear, or it's not apparent, or not resolvable. And
Definitely
this is
becomes
not,
unapparent.
yeah, it's not due to curvature. I think we can agree to that. So it must
Yeah, I
be
would agree
the
with that.
conditions between the aperture and the light coming, towards the aperture, and the
Well, the
angle,
thing is
right?
too, the line that's being indicated in this video, where that it starts at sea level and then it changes and everything, that's not the horizon. The horizon's that darker line in the back.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely agree. So if the horizon's in the back, there could be false horizons in the front. And I say false horizon because what else would you call it? It's cutting off, it's causing
Yeah.
obstruction, but it's
Yeah,
not the
yeah.
Earth curve. I can't talk for a second. I'll be back.
I don't think this one's that good, guys.
What do you say is not that good?
I don't think it's that good. I don't think the distortion thing is that good of a point. The
Oh, that's just an
the
example,
horizon
dude.
GIF. No, but I feel like the understanding that feels like is being made here is that, well, they say that that the horizon on a globe would be 3,123 miles away, but like you sometimes you can see a little bit further than that or a little bit closer than that, so therefore it can't be a globe, right? There's like, but you can't see farther than that is the point. Like, proving that
No,
you can see
no,
less distance
you're
is
not
is not a proof
following.
there. Do you have? Well, hold on. Where's an example
You
of seeing significantly farther than you should be able to see?
just below the GIF you were looking at.
Hundreds.
There's plenty.
Yeah, but which
Actually,
one of these
every
is?
every observation. Just about.
Yeah. So you see those two oil rigs in the picture right below?
Hold on. Yep, I'm looking at the oil rigs.
Yeah. So there's a GIF. This picture is an enhanced picture. We put up the contrast a little bit to see the horizon better. The GIF below is where this picture is taken from, and there's even further down you can find the link to the YouTube channel, and he goes out and he does hundreds of these observations, and they all show you can see way beyond the
Wait,
geometric
so
horizon.
what's he saying? What's he saying here? Because it says max distance geometric horizon. What's this? What's this regarding? This is saying 1 foot over sea level. How far should you be able to see?
Yeah, based on the geometric limitations of the spherical Earth of a radius of 3,959 miles, 1 foot off the surface, you would be able to see 1.22 miles to the horizon, and that's where the horizon should start. However, we're seeing further than 10 miles. So that's 10 orders of magnitude greater than what we should be able to see. And if we add standard refraction, we're at 1.3 or 1.4 miles. That's where the horizon should be. So that doesn't work. There's no mechanism for the Earth to look this flat on a globe.
So in other words, the math ain't mathin', and just because they give explanation, that's not a replacement for experimentation or demonstration.
Yeah, that's interesting. You know what? They're even giving it a refraction buff, and they're saying, well, you can see 1.225 miles, but with the refraction, you should be able to see 1.32 miles. And how far are these out? 6 and 9? Is that accurate, though?
Yeah, you can look it up on Google Earth. All of the data is in the YouTube video. He records himself walking up to the shoreline, lowering the camera down. You can see everything, and then describes exactly where he is, and you can double check all that. Most